Is this what it feels like to be dead? When I regained consciousness, an indeterminate amount of time had already passed. Zheng Hao, how many times must I tell you? There is no possibility for us anymore stop harboring illusions about me. Otherwise, the consequences will far exceed what you can bear. With some effort, I opened my eyes to find a tall girl standing before me, unreservedly declaring her words. Her cheeks were as white as jade, and her beauty was extraordinary. Clad in a minuscule skirt, she perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. She was nothing short of perfection, at least in my eyes. She is Lin Meng, undoubtedly one of the school's most radiant flowers, and my ex-girlfriend. Beside her stood a man in a tailored suit, sneering contemptuously, his gaze directed at me filled with unabashed disdain. There was no doubt about it. Just a moment ago, I had been fighting for my life on a battlefield teetering on the brink of collapse, and now I found myself back in school, and at this moment being cuckolded. How ironic. A toad wishing to eat swan meat must first weigh its own worth, don't you think? Daring to covet my girlfriend, you must be impatient with life, the suited man scoffed. He was Xiao Chongfeng, the archetype of a wealthy and handsome man, a legendary figure in our county, whose entrepreneurial ventures after college had amassed him a fortune exceeding 10 million in just 5 years. By your reasoning, does that mean a heavier toad can indeed dine on swan meat? Does the third party not possess any self-awareness? I abruptly lifted my head, meeting Xiao Changfeng's gaze with a calm demeanor. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson, Xiao Changfeng sighed. He was well aware of the implications of my words. In the next instant, a burly man wearing black sunglasses approached, his fists clenched, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of cracking bones, and the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, a powerful punch flew towards my chest, accompanied by a fierce whoosh of air. Undoubtedly, should this blow land, fracturing a rib would be the least of my worries, as my current physical condition rendered me exceedingly weak in both strength and speed. But alas, there are no ifs. In the next moment, drawing upon the survival instinct honed during months of escaping the apocalypse, I effortlessly sidestepped the punch. In a mere breath, the man in sunglasses emitted a heavy grunt, veins bulging as I had disarmed his arm with ease. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, each one echoing the combat techniques I had mastered during the apocalypse. Despite my diminished strength, targeting his vulnerable spots still inflicted significant damage. How is this possible? You become so strong, Lin Meng exclaimed in astonishment. She was all too aware of the burly man's prowess was Xiao Changfeng's personal bodyguard, whose overall strength was certainly not inferior to that of an ordinary special forces soldier. Yet even such an entity had been bested, leaving Lin Meng to cast a complex glance my way, contemplating my seemingly frail form. Zheng Hao, don't get too cocky. Do you think that a slight improvement in your skills can match up to me? Let me tell you, I hold all the cards. If I choose to, with the people I have at my disposal, not only will you be unable to protect yourself, but your parents might very well find themselves enjoying a vacation in prison, Xiao Chongfeng said with a semblance of a smile that bore no warmth. Enough with the theatrics. I can see the fear in your heart. You might want to kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps then I might reconsider. Do you really think that's possible? Xiao Changfeng's expression darkened. My behavior was clearly unsettling him, for he thrived on the sensation of absolute control, and now, standing before me, he found himself stripped of that power. Only when faced with a coffin do you shed tears, he gritted through clenched teeth, reaching for his luxurious smartphone, dialing a number. Boom! A heavy clap of thunder erupted, compelling everyone to glance upward. To our astonishment, a colossal blue-purple lightning bolt cleaved through the once clear afternoon sky, threatening to rend the very heavens apart. A deafening explosion echoed behind us, accompanied by a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered animal, undoubtedly Xiao Changfeng's. In the tumult of sudden lightning, losing an arm would likely be the least of his concerns. The sky darkened abruptly, rivaling the depths of night. No one understood the cause of this phenomenon. Even television signals began to flicker into static. Scholars would later discover that such an occurrence stemmed from the sun's disappearance. Perhaps due to the sun or the Earth's deviation from its orbit, the sun vanished from the sky. While permanent disappearance was impossible, such an event would spell doom for the world. Within 3 days without light, all would perish. A suffocating darkness enveloped the air, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Upon entering the classroom, it was as if the entire school, or rather, the entire world had descended into chaos. Students were screaming, shouting, and speculating about the long-forgotten doomsday theories. Zheng Hao, do you think the apocalypse is upon us? The plump boy beside me asked nervously. He was Su Xiehong, arguably my best friend at this school. Perhaps, I sighed, withholding the truth. Even if I revealed it, it would do little good. Greetings to all the people of Huaxia. This is CCTV reporting live. A series of bizarre phenomena are occurring nationwide. Please remain calm. If you encounter any of these aberrant beings, please eliminate them immediately. During this extraordinary time, the law will be temporarily suspended. Prepare ample supplies, unite as one, and temporary shelters will be established in key provincial capitals and cities. Trust in the government's strength, persevere, and await the rescue of the armed forces. The classroom multimedia system broadcasted the live news. The footage froze. The cacophony of screams and cries in the classroom surged, panic spreading like wildfire. In that moment, many attempted to reach for their phones to contact their parents, only to realize, to their utter shock, that all signals had vanished. What do we do? The apocalypse has truly arrived. A boy exclaimed, his face pale, unable to suppress a sob that escaped his lips. A girl suddenly began to vomit blood without warning, the dark crimson liquid staining the floor, intensifying the panic that reverberated through my ears. Her previously smooth and delicate skin appeared to wither in an instant, akin to the peeling bark of a dead tree, revealing the blood-red flesh beneath, reminiscent of the horrors depicted on the multimedia screen. Roar! A low, beastly growl echoed, shaking the souls of everyone present. The gray-white eyes of an aberrant being shone with no life as it pounced upon an unsuspecting boy, tearing into him. The taut strings of fear that had held us together finally snapped. I don't want to die. Help me. The boy wailed, agony radiating throughout his body, paralyzing his nerves. He struggled in vain, the weakening strength revealing the grim truth death awaited him. No one attempted to save him. Fear propelled everyone to flee the classroom. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare in that moment. Yet the classroom door was but a narrow passage, and the corridor was flooded with panicked bodies. Many were trampled underfoot, unable to rise, crushed to death in the frenzy. The aberration had erupted throughout the school. No, the entire world. No one was spared. The apocalypse had indeed arrived.
Chapter 2, Corpse Transformation Run. Zheng Hao, why are you still dawdling here? Su Xiehong exclaimed anxiously, tugging at my arm, imploring me to flee the scene with her. However, I saw no necessity for such haste. I replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance toward the doorway where a chaotic throng of individuals desperately surged to escape the classroom. I even witnessed one unfortunate soul topple under the relentless tide of panicked bodies, and before he could comprehend his plight, countless others trampled heedlessly over him. There was no semblance of mercy to be found. In the blink of an eye, 2/3 of the classroom had been vacated. Yet, what significance did this hold? The dense crowd outside, coupled with the relentless pursuit of the undead, dictated that only a scant few would emerge unscathed. Conversely, remaining within the confines of the classroom could yield an entirely different outcome. Typically, each class harbored only 2 or 3 aberrants, with over 20 boys in our class. Confronting these zombies should pose little challenge. Nevertheless, fear and timidity remain among humanity's most profound flaws. Zheng Hao, dismantle the legs of the chairs, I suddenly commanded. Realizing that a heavy iron rod had materialized in my grasp, solid and formidable. A female zombie, clad in a school uniform, was gnawing on the corpse of a male student on the ground. The upper portion of her uniform had been largely shredded, exposing her crimson flesh beneath. And her mouth was smeared with dark, congealed blood. Even though I had long grown accustomed to such scenes in my previous life, the sight still sent a chilling shiver down my spine. Die! Gritting my teeth, I shouted, strike first to gain the upper hand. The heavy iron rod swept out almost instantaneously. In the span of a single breath, the zombie's head was severely damaged, bursting with a grotesque mixture of dark green and crimson brain matter, faintly crawling with worms, suppressing the violent spasms in my stomach. I felt as though my entire gut was churning violently. The gruesome scene nearly made me vomit, yet in my past life, I had long been desensitized to such horrors. Could it be because of my rebirth? Roar! Before I could ponder further, the critically injured zombie lunged at me again. I swiftly sidestepped, its dull eyes devoid of any former vitality. The iron rod swung continuously, splattering the eerie green blood onto my body. My stamina was rapidly depleting. But with one final heavy blow, the zombie finally collapsed. The entire encounter lasted merely 5 or 6 seconds, a fleeting moment of chaos. Su Xiahong had just managed to hastily dismantle a chair leg, while my stamina had already dropped by nearly half. If my calculations were correct, my current stamina was at most a quarter of what it once was. Rebirth had indeed granted me a second chance and experience, but it had also stripped me of everything I once possessed. Before I could catch my breath, another zombie charged at me. Undoubtedly, it was once my classmate, but soon only one of us would remain standing. The zombies in the early days of the apocalypse were not particularly strong, but they possessed a natural advantage: their ghastly, demonic visages that could sap a human's fighting spirit with just a glance. Taking a deep breath, I swiftly sidestepped the zombie's attack, wielding the iron rod without hesitation. With a forceful swing, I struck the zombie's chest, sending it reeling backward. Another blow landed squarely on its head, the most effective method to neutralize such creatures, though not easily accomplished. After several more swings, dark green blood splattered across the floor, and the zombie's body finally collapsed. It was over. Breathing heavily, I scanned the classroom. Only Su Xiahong and I remained standing. Outside, the corridor was still a chaotic stream of fleeing students, though their numbers had significantly dwindled. Inside the classroom, 3 bodies lay scattered, 2 with their arteries torn open by zombies, their intestines spilling out, eyes wide with terror and despair. The third body, however, was a tragic casualty of the stampede, a frail boy from our class who had been pushed down and trampled to death in the chaos. I shook my head, my expression grim. This was no time for explanations. Though I had anticipated this apocalyptic scenario, facing it again was still overwhelming. I locked the classroom door and drew the curtains. Through the window, I saw countless bodies strewn across the ground outside, each meeting a different fate. Zombies wandered the corridors, emerging from classrooms, turning what was once a vibrant campus into a haunting, eerie landscape. Knitting my brow, my gaze drifted towards the lectern. How long must we wait for you to emerge? Su Xiahong paused, momentarily perplexed by my words. In the subsequent instant, a winsome figure materialized from beneath the desk. Is the classroom secure now? The girl inquired, casting a circumspect glance around the room. Her countenance was pallid, evincing her struggle to reconcile with the present reality. She was Shang Guanting, the class monitor and belle of our form. Indeed, I responded with a curt nod, refraining from further elaboration. My gaze lingered momentarily on Shang Guanting before diverting elsewhere. Her pulchritude was undeniable, her comely visage rivaled that of a siren of the netherworld. In terms of sheer beauty, she even surpassed Lin Mang. However, I lacked the leisure for idle contemplation at present. I sought refuge beneath the lectern to evade the immediate peril, fearing I would be unable to escape the classroom in time. It is truly astonishing that Jing Hao, who typically exhibits a rather unremarkable demeanor, was capable of single-handedly slaying a zombie in this critical juncture, Shang Guanting remarked with a faint smile. There are countless things of which you are unaware, I rejoined laconically. Then, as if struck by a sudden recollection, I inquired, "Pray, do you know the whereabouts of the fire axe in our classroom?" A fire axe possesses a far greater potency than an iron bar, given that the latter is incapable of drawing blood unless it strikes the head in combat. It is located within the lectern. As the fire cabinet is situated near my seat, I preemptively retrieved it for self-defense, Shen Guanting replied after a moment's deliberation. I cast an appraising glance at Shen Guanting, impressed by her foresight. It was evident that she consistently maintained her position among the top 3 students in the grade. As she had the presence of mind to consider such precautions even amidst the exigency of the situation. Su Xiahong, gather the corpses from within the classroom and bring them to me for disposal. I gazed at him, offering no explicit justification. As years of unspoken understanding had rendered many explanations unnecessary, I proceeded directly towards cadaver, that of our former physical education representative. A man of formidable stature who had once been the de facto leader of our class, yet had become one of the first to perish. His epidermis was already exhibiting subtle signs of exfoliation, an indication of impending zombification. In the early stages of the apocalypse, the transformation process was relatively protracted, requiring approximately 5 minutes. However, as time progressed, viral infection would precipitate complete zombification in under a minute, resulting in the forfeiture of all consciousness and the descent into mindless automatism. Clutching the fire axe, the crimson head of the tool cast an indescribable sheen under the illumination of the lights. Frankly, the act of cleaving a former classmate with whom I had spent years was a profound test of my psychological fortitude. However, upon contemplating the consequences, I understood that I had no alternative. Even as Su Xiahong labored to drag the corpse while suppressing gastric spasms, I had already decapitated the zombifying individual. Ultimately, I could not suppress the regurgitation of acrid gastric fluids, and my complexion pallidly deteriorated. This was an apocalypse that demanded gradual acclimation. After expeditiously dispatching 2 more corpses on the verge of zombification, my digestive system had nearly reached its threshold. We dragged the cadavers into a corner. The classroom was in utter disarray, with over half of the desks overturned and blood spattered across the once familiar space. With the curtains drawn, even the electric lights cast a dim and eerie pall. This familiar yet alien scene induced a momentary sense of disorientation. Regardless, I stated with a semblance of composure, "We are, for the time being, secure. But what shall we do afterwards? There is neither water nor food here. We cannot possibly survive even a day in this place." Su Xiahong frowned as he grasped the crux of the issue. "Indeed, that is why we must break through," I asserted decisively. "It is easy to speak of a breakout. Yet you are all acutely aware of the multitude of corpses transformed outside. Attempting to escape entails significant peril. Moreover, even if we manage to break free, where could we possibly go?" Shen Guanting calmly analyzed, her exquisite eyes fixed upon me. "We must take it one step at a time. Remaining here is undoubtedly a path to certain death. Rather than exhausting ourselves in a futile struggle, it is wiser to take a bold leap while we still possess ample energy." I resolutely stood by this choice. "I concur with Jing Hao's perspective," Su Xiahong mused, his expression still fraught with unrest. Though he was averse to taking this risk, he subconsciously understood that I would never act without purpose. "I disagree." Shen Guanting furrowed her brow. "You have no alternative." I expressed no sympathy. "You may cling to your opinion and remain here, but in 1 hour, Su Xiahong and I shall depart. I hope you shall not regret it then." "You?" Shen Guanting was momentarily at a loss for words. She understood that I would not yield at this juncture. In ordinary circumstances, she could easily look down upon me, for she possessed that advantage. Yet now, even as the campus belle, with her vast wealth, what did it matter? Shen Guanting's face flushed crimson, her lips, delicate as if they could shatter, trembled slightly, as though summoning great courage to make a momentous decision. In the next moment, it seemed that something soft gently brushed against my cheek. "Jing Hao, I have actually liked you for a long time." Chapter 3, the mutant rodent beasts. An hour swiftly passed, and I took a deep breath before cautiously opening the door. Our classroom was conveniently located near the staircase, which served as a strategic advantage. The dimly lit corridor flickered with faint lights, and a few zombies roamed nearby, oblivious to our presence. As we traversed the shadowy passage, I led the way, with Su Xiahong trailing behind, while Shang Guanting walked anxiously in the middle. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, yet this was our optimal moment for escape, allowing us to conceal ourselves within the shadows. We soon reached the third floor, where the number of zombies was slightly greater. However, many were trapped inside classrooms, and most had vacated the teaching building in pursuit of survivors. We proceeded cautiously, step by step, fearing that a few clawing zombies might leap out from the darkness. Even the slightest scratch upon our skin could lead to exposure to a bizarre virus, resulting in gradual infection. As we continued, I suddenly felt something amiss with the ground. It felt distinctly different from the usual dry and smooth texture, akin to walking through a muddy swamp. A peculiar scent of blood lingered in the air. "Be careful," I urgently warned, as a thought flashed through my mind. Yet, it was already too late. "Oh!" A harrowing shriek echoed from behind me as Shang Guanting plummeted onto the stairwell landing. Almost instantaneously, a cacophony of howls erupted throughout the academic building, sending shivers down my spine. Disaster! A cold dread washed over me. Any contemplation was futile. "Flee!" Without a moment's hesitation, I hoisted Shang Guanting onto my back. Her person was slick and viscous. It was evident she was drenched in blood. Damnation! I had overlooked the ubiquity of blood during the nascent stages of the apocalypse. With guttural roars, the undead pursued us. Their pace was not swift, yet their presence exerted immense psychological pressure. We hastened to the second floor, but the earlier commotion had already alerted the zombified denizens there. As we arrived, we were met with a throng of the undead charging toward us. Their forms were mangled and incomplete, their mouths stained with horrifying gore. Without deliberation, I swung the fire axe with savage force. Viscous fluids exploded from the skulls of the undead, nearly splattering into my eyes. In the confined corridor, the keen edge of the fire axe afforded me the capability to contend with several zombies in short order. After dispatching two of the undead in quick succession, I commanded, "Su Xiahong, take Shang Guanting and go. The stairwell door is locked." Su Xiahong exclaimed anxiously, beads of perspiration trickling down his brow. "Jump!" I gritted my teeth. "Quickly. There is no time." "What about you?" "Disregard me, I will catch up. Go to the men's dormitory and look after Shang Guanting. This is merely the second floor. The injuries sustained from jumping down here are nearly negligible." Su Xiahong cast a complex glance in my direction before finally gritting his teeth and leaping down. Remaining here serves no meaningful purpose. As the number of zombies surged, could he truly contend with them all? Rather than succumbing to despair, he chose to cling to that faint glimmer of hope. Surviving one more day is far better than perishing altogether. "Jinghao, stay alive!" Two voices echoed almost simultaneously. One was Su Xiahong's, but what of the other? "Do you truly think that you, mere walking corpses, can ensnare me?" I scoffed, forcefully repelling the zombie before me, and in a single breath, my body vaulted over the railing on the right side of the corridor. Thud! A heavy thump resonated, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Not far away, Su Xiahong was leading Shang Guanting towards the boys' dormitory. The distance was not great, and although a few wandering zombies had spotted them, they were unable to catch up in time. Based on my past experiences, over 100 survivors had already gathered in the boys' dormitory at this hour. The dormitory itself was a natural refuge during the apocalypse, not only stocked with essential supplies but also largely unoccupied when the cataclysm struck, resulting in a near absence of zombies within its confines. Even if any had managed to infiltrate, it would have been due to later incursions or individuals carrying the bioweapon virus. Quietly navigating through the darkness, I did not immediately follow in Shang Guanting's footsteps. Instead, I headed directly toward the cafeteria. Resources were paramount in this new world, no matter how formidable one's strength. Without sustenance, one would inevitably succumb to starvation within 3 days. Being caught and killed by zombies would be unfortunate enough. But is there anything more exasperating than starving to death? Fortunately, our campus is not overly large. The path to the cafeteria is roughly 600 or 700 meters. I hurriedly trotted forward, remaining vigilant and cautious, moving almost soundlessly through the night, minimizing any noise I produced. This is one of the essential lessons in surviving an apocalypse. As I have learned from a stark experience, without me, Su Xiahong and the others might not even know how they met their end. The night will not persist indefinitely. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, dawn will arrive tomorrow, heralding the return of the sun. In the distance, a handful of zombies roamed, occasionally emitting guttural growls reminiscent of wild beasts. Sometimes, darkness can be advantageous, as it somewhat alleviates our troubles. Zombies possess poor eyesight, rendering them incapable of accurately locating humans even in daylight. Yet, they possess a peculiar ability, the instinct to sense the presence of the living, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood. Several zombies have already charged towards me. Curse it! I let out a silent snort and sprinted desperately forward, rapidly depleting the scant energy I had left. The increasingly close roars behind me left me no time to catch my breath. It felt as if a race against death was unfolding on the entire playground. The stamina of the zombies seems virtually limitless, AK with the ravenous undead a mere 3 meters away, a perilous proximity indeed. My stamina was all but depleted, rendering me incapable of fending off the encroaching horde. Yet, in the crucible of desperation, the human spirit often summons forth reserves of untapped potential. In the nick of time, I summoned a burst of speed that defied my own comprehension. The mess hall door stood ajar, and in a fleeting instant, I dashed inside, slamming it shut, and securing the bolt in one fluid motion. The iron door reverberated with the resounding thud of impact. I gasped for breath. The preceding events having transpired in a mere handful of seconds, yet unfolding as a pulse-pounding race against death that rivaled even the most exhilarating scenes from Fast and Furious. The mess hall was in utter disarray, the overhead lights flickering erratically, casting an unsettling glow upon the scene. Much like the world outside, the floors and walls bore the indelible stains of carnage. How could this be? I exclaimed in dismay, as I beheld the stark reality that the mess hall had been thoroughly plundered. The once abundant provisions had vanished, leaving behind only a trail of disarray. Upon further reflection, however, it was hardly surprising. The mess hall was not my personal domain, and others were undoubtedly capable of conceiving the same notion. Nevertheless, such a large-scale evacuation could only have been accomplished by a faction wielding considerable influence. As I stooped to retrieve an item, a chorus of squeaks pierced the air, and a sense of foreboding washed over me. I lifted my gaze to behold 2 rodents scurrying about in the distance. To be precise, they should be termed aberrant rodent beasts, for their stature and presence bear no resemblance to that of mere mice. They stand a few inches taller than I do, and their length exceeds a terrifying 3 meters. Their sharp, prominent incisors are exposed to the air, and their crimson eyes send a shiver down my spine. With a resounding thud, the beef jerky I had just picked up fell once again to the ground. Gripping the fire axe tightly in my hands, I understood all too well that a fierce battle was inevitable. Fear not, for the game has only just commenced. A mysterious, raspy voice erupted in my mind like thunder. Ding! System binding successful, you have become a candidate for the savior. Ding! Your physical attributes have been enhanced by 30%. Before I could fully process this, 2 mechanical voices echoed in my mind consecutively. I surveyed my surroundings, and it was abundantly clear that apart from the aberrant rodent beasts, nothing else existed in the vicinity. While this realization filled me with incredulity, it also ignited an exhilarating thrill within me. Although the initial mysterious voice left me perplexed, it had granted me greater means of survival in this apocalyptic world. Both my strength and speed had seen a remarkable enhancement. Gently swinging the fire axe in my hand, Its blade glistened with an exhilarating light under the illumination. Without waiting for the rodent beasts to charge at me, I surged forward, ready to confront the impending danger. The bite force of the rodent beast is astonishingly formidable, yet with a significant boost in speed, I effortlessly evaded its attack. Without hesitation, I swung my sharp axe horizontally, leaving a bloody gash on the rodent beast's body in an instant. At that very moment, another rodent beast lunged at me. If it had managed to bite me, it would have undoubtedly cleaved me in half. Amidst a flurry of blades and shadows, the two mutated rodent beasts soon lay defeated at my feet. Just then, a flash of white light suddenly enveloped me. Doom! You have slain a low-level mutated rodent beast, gaining 20 experience points and 20 GP. Doom! You have slain another low-level mutated rodent beast, gaining 20 experience points and 20 GP. Doom! You have been promoted to private 3rd class, with a 10% overall enhancement in physical attributes. The system interface has been unlocked, and GP points can now be used to purchase items in the system store. Chapter 4, The Reverse Scale. System store? I was momentarily stunned, as if something had clicked in my mind. Although I often indulge in whimsical thoughts, this time my intuition proved correct, for a peculiar interface had materialized in my consciousness. In the upper left corner of the interface, my personal information was displayed. Jinhao, candidate for savior. Rank, private 3rd class. Experience required for next level, 200 points. GP points, 40. Physical attributes, strength, 100 points. Speed, 10 points. Stamina, 50 points. Defense, 60 points. In the upper right corner of the interface, there is a module labeled System Store, though it currently displays as not yet open. Centered in the system interface is another module named Combat Backpack, which contains 4 slots. Except for the secondary weapon slot, the rest are empty. Nevertheless, this discovery fills me with immense excitement. Within the Combat Backpack, a sleek black pistol lies quietly. In the next moment, a weighty sensation fills my palm. The pistol boasts a striking curvature, feeling cold and substantial in my grip. Although I frequently handled firearms in my previous life, that privilege came only after enlisting in the military. If I had possessed such a weapon in the early days of the apocalypse, why would I have struggled so desperately in destitution? To my surprise, upon closer inspection, I realized this pistol is a Type 92, the standard sidearm of the Chinese military. Each magazine holds 12 rounds, and according to the system's description, the pistol comes with 4 magazines. More accurately, it offers 3 opportunities to replenish the magazine's ammunition. Once a magazine is emptied, removing and reinserting it automatically refreshes the rounds, and every morning at 6 a.m., the ammunition resets. In my right hand, I still clutch the faintly red fire axe. Stepping out of the cafeteria, the surroundings remain shrouded in darkness, with only the distant school buildings emitting a faint glow. The zombies that had been pursuing me, now without a target, continue to wander nearby. However, it doesn't take long before they seem to detect something. Roar! The protracted silence was shattered by a guttural growl. I sighed with resignation. A mere 3 or 4 zombies pose little threat to me now. I wouldn't even need to resort to my handgun. The fire axe arced through the air, aimed at the zombie's neck, but it slightly turned, and the axe struck its chest instead, inflicting a grievous wound. A viscous, greenish ichor seeped from the gash. The zombie's nervous system must have been compromised, for it seemed impervious to pain and tireless. Without hesitation, I delivered the coup de grâce. The fire axe descended in a frigid arc, cleaving the zombie's head in twain, unleashing a torrent of repulsive gore. It was as gruesome as ever, but I had no choice but to acclimate. Such was the reality of this world, especially in the apocalypse. If you cannot alter it, then you must learn to adapt. Moving through the night, I soon arrived at the foot of the men's dormitory. Aside from a few solitary zombies, the journey had been uneventful. With my Type 92 pistol as my ultimate trump card, I was confident in my ability to defend myself against all but the largest hordes of the undead. The base of the dormitory loomed in profound darkness, the faint light above barely illuminating the entrance. Corpses were scattered on the ground, those not yet reanimated decapitated. I cautiously entered the men's dormitory, its walls stained with copious amounts of blood, including a desperate SOS signal, revealing their reliance on external aid, oblivious to the global catastrophe. An iron gate soon obstructed my path, the sole access to the second floor, its bloody marks indicating previous carnage. "Open the gate!" I commanded, knocking firmly. "You can't enter." "What if you're infected?" "Indeed, with so many zombies outside, arriving so late, you must be infected," came two rebukes from within, undoubtedly from the gatekeepers. Their apprehension was justifiable, as it concerned the safety of hundreds. A single undetected carrier of the biohazard could rapidly lead to catastrophic consequences in shelters of fewer than 5,000 people, as it had in my past life. "Consider this," I countered, "how could I speak to you if infected?" "That's a point." The iron gate creaked open. The man inside peering at me through the gap, visibly relieved to find me uninfected. "Come in," he said, "this isn't easy, brother, please understand." I nodded, signifying my agreement. "What incentives do you receive for guarding your leader here?" I inquired abruptly. "Nothing much, just some sustenance and armaments." A multitude of individuals are vying tooth and nail for this position, as provisions within the dormitory are scarce. Numerous females are even compromising their dignity to barter their bodies for victuals. Notwithstanding, a considerable number remain famished, one of the lads lamented with a sigh. I shook my head, knowing full well that the resources scavenged from the refectory could adequately sustain 100 survivors for approximately 4 to 5 days. Yet, human nature is inherently egoistical. Benevolence may be feigned under normal circumstances, but when confronted with matters of life and death, how many would genuinely concern themselves with the plight of others? When you ascend, it would be prudent to proceed to the third floor. The second floor is rather perilous, while the fourth floor is under the dominion of Long Xiaocheng, the lad kindly cautioned. Long Xiaocheng is the acknowledged ringleader of our institution, commanding a plethora of henchmen. He habitually exploited his influence to create disturbances in peacetime, and naturally, he would not remain idle now. "By the way, did you happen to observe a male and female passing by?" "They are my acquaintances, and the girl is quite comely," I queried before departing. The two lads exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant to articulate their thoughts. A sense of trepidation washed over me, and an ominous premonition began to permeate my thoughts. I hastily ascended to the second floor, where peals of laughter assaulted my eardrums. Upon the ground lay a disheveled figure, Jing Hao. "Shen Guanting has been abducted by Zhang Xing," Su Xiahong exclaimed with indignation, his body riddled with injuries as he struggled to his feet. Several ruffians loitered in the corridor, cigarettes dangling from their lips, leaning nonchalantly against the door of a dormitory. My mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning, rendering me momentarily paralyzed, my gaze fixated upon them as understanding dawned almost instantaneously. Fury ignited within me, an inferno that grew ever more intense. "Get out!" I bellowed, my voice erupting in a tempest of rage. Inexplicably, a pitch-black handgun had materialized in my hand. Aimed at the ceiling, trembling slightly under the astonishing arc of tension, I pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot reverberated, sending a jolt through my arm. Yet I could not afford to dwell on the pain. Whoever obstructed me would meet their demise. The once carefree ruffians now wore expressions of sheer terror, their faces reflecting a horror that could only be described as extraordinary, as if they had encountered a specter. In a panic, they scattered. Fearing the misfortune of crossing my path, I forcefully kicked open the door to discover a muscular man, bare-chested, brandishing a knife against the throat of a girl. Her attire was disheveled, the upper portion of her uniform conspicuously absent. It was undoubtedly Shen Guanting. Her face flushed crimson, she seemed to languish, murmuring incoherently, oblivious to the blade poised at her neck. If my instincts served me correctly, Shen Guanting had undoubtedly been drugged. The man, without a doubt, was Zhang Xing. The notorious Zhang Xing's ability to remain unscathed over the years clearly indicates his considerable skills. The recent gunshot had already alerted him, and he was well aware of the importance of Shen Guanting to me. From the very beginning, he had seized the most significant leverage. "Let her go!" I shouted angrily, gripping my gun. "Do you think that's possible? If I let her go, I might find a bullet in my head the next moment," Zhang Xing sneered, clearly unwilling to compromise easily. "You beast!" I suppressed my rage. "What do you want? Kick the gun over to me, and I'll let her go." Zhang Xing eyed the gun in my hand. "That's impossible." I refused without hesitation. Agreeing to that would be foolish. Without the gun, I wouldn't stand a chance against Zhang Xing, let alone the thugs outside. "This girl means a lot to you, doesn't she? If you still don't make a move, you'll have to watch Shen Guanting get disfigured," Zhang Xing sneered. "I'll count to 3. After 3, every second I'll make a cut on Shen Guanting's face. Look at this pretty face, what a pity." Zhang Xing waved the knife near Shen Guanting's face, but she remained unresponsive, murmuring indistinctly, her consciousness seemingly fading. "I advise you not to push me," I said curtly, the safety on my gun already off. Any further words seemed futile at this moment. "And I advise you not to think about shooting before I act. Even if your aim is precise, I can guarantee to end her precious life before I'm hit." Zhang Xing gazed at me with an air of indifference, clearly unperturbed. In truth, he had held the upper hand from the very beginning. Chapter 5, a difficult predicament. As Zhang Xing sneered, he relentlessly exerted psychological pressure upon me, seemingly convinced that I would relinquish the gun as soon as he uttered the word "one." "It appears you have been rather naive in your assumptions," I suddenly interjected, the fury that once consumed me dissipating entirely in that moment. "Do you truly believe I would lack for women in this apocalyptic world? Therefore..." I paused for a brief moment. The notion of mutual destruction seemed a rather compelling choice. My finger, poised to pull the trigger, twitched slightly, feigning a decisive action, which caused Zhang Xing to gasp in alarm. Just as he was about to release his grip on Shen Guanting, a figure burst into the scene. "Stop! Brother Long!" Zhang Xing shouted, his hand, which was about to loosen, suddenly tightening, as if bolstered by newfound conviction. Indeed, Long Xiaocheng had arrived. As a leader among the survivors, he undoubtedly wielded significant influence here, flanked by numerous burly men, each exuding an air of bravado, unmistakably loyal to Long Xiaocheng. "I suggest we de-escalate this situation," Long Xiaocheng remarked, casting a glance in my direction. "The root of this conflict lies in Zhang Xing's wrongdoing, which is nothing short of beastly. As his superior, I bear the responsibility to reprimand him, yet there is no need for this to result in loss of life. We are all survivors, in the face of calamity. Each of us represents strength. Perhaps it would be wise for all parties to take a step back." It must be acknowledged that Long Xiaocheng's discourse possessed a captivating magnetism, indicative of a natural order, thus elucidating his election as student council president. Nevertheless, his underlying ulterior motives were quite intriguing. Zhang Xing, in a display of sincerity, had already released Shen Guanting. Casting a glance at Zhang Xing, I emitted a cold snort and subsequently relinquished my firearm. "That's the correct course of action," Long Xiaocheng remarked with a smile, his objective finally realized. I approached and enfolded Shen Guanting in my arms. At this juncture, her countenance remained flushed, her consciousness seemingly blurred. I removed my upper garment and draped it over her, then pivoted and delivered a forceful kick to Zhang Xing, caught unawares by my sudden assault. Zhang Xing stumbled and fell to the ground. I spat, "If there's a next time, it won't be this simple." The dark pistol oscillated near his temple, as if I had completely disregarded Long Xiaocheng's presence. Beads of perspiration trickled incessantly from Zhang Xing's forehead. "Jin Hao, that's sufficient," Long Xiaocheng said with a furrowed brow. "Control your lackey." With that, I ceased my actions and departed, carrying Shen Guanting in my arms. The potency of this drug is quite virulent. If the medicinal properties within her cannot be fully activated, I fear her physical well-being will be adversely affected, Long Xiaocheng commented, observing my receding figure. Brother Long, his gun. Zhangxing began, hesitant, as he laboriously rose from the ground. What is destined to be mine will ultimately be mine, Long Xiaocheng declared, his expression somber. But a temporary relinquishment may not necessarily be a disadvantageous circumstance. Without hesitation, I ascended to the 3rd floor, cradling Shang Guantang in my arms as I made my way to a vacant dormitory. A throng of curious students attempted to peer in, but they were swiftly repelled by Su Xiahong, who stood guard like a formidable sentinel, brandishing an axe and bellowing, "Who dares to approach? I shall cleave him in two." Not a soul lingered in the corridor. Gently, I laid Shang Guantang upon the bed and covered her with a blanket. The words of Long Xiaocheng echoed in my mind as I could not help but gaze upon Shang Guantang's breathtaking beauty, reminiscent of a campus goddess. Her nearly bare form enticingly revealed beneath the sheets. This was nothing short of a provocation to sin. "Jinhao, I want," Shang Guantang murmured, her cheeks flushed, her delicate hands reaching upward before falling back down. A surge of fervor coursed through me, igniting a passion within that was almost overwhelming. The night passed in silence. As the sun's rays streamed through the window the next morning, I stood invigorated on the balcony. The dense clouds that once blanketed the sky had dispersed, and the sun ascended gracefully from the east. This scene mirrored those of yesteryear, yet it evoked an entirely different sentiment within me. Su Xiahong awakened as well, joining me on the balcony to admire the sunrise. "I knew that eternal darkness does not exist," he mused. Our balcony overlooked the campus playground, where the lifeless figures still wandered aimlessly, seemingly undeterred by the passage of time. They appeared tireless, devoid of the need for rest. However, I sensed an unsettling truth. The zombies seemed to have grown stronger since the previous day. I am uncertain if it is merely my illusion, but such a situation would undoubtedly have been inconceivable in a past life. Perhaps all living beings are continuously evolving amidst this apocalypse. Feeling hungry, I retrieved a package of beef jerky and offered it to Su Xiahong, who normally had a considerable appetite. Now, having gone an entire day without sustenance, he remained silent, displaying not a single complaint. Many times before, Su Xiahong had endured suffering in solitude, never revealing his burdens to others. Searching through the dormitory, I discovered a set of school uniforms placed atop Shang Guantang's bedside. She was still in deep slumber. "Jinhao, what shall we do moving forward?" Su Xiahong spoke bitterly. "I have yet to contact my parents, and I truly do not know how they are faring." "I feel the same." My previously stable mood crumbled at the thought of my parents, leaving a pang of anguish in my heart. Due to various circumstances in my past life, fate had conspired to keep me from reuniting with them, and as such, I have never laid eyes upon them. If they are still alive, they must be exceedingly worried about me. Do not fret excessively, all we can do now is trust in their well-being. I sighed, for beyond this, we had no other recourse. At that moment, the dormitory door suddenly buzzed. I shook my head and approached to open it, revealing a rather handsome young man standing at the threshold. Undoubtedly, he was Long Xiaocheng, and it was evident that he was a remarkably impressive youth based solely on his appearance. Indeed, that was the truth. Tall and striking, with delicate features that exude a hint of heroism, he holds a significant position within the school, further accentuated by the fact that his father is a deputy mayor. From any perspective, he appears impeccable. "There's a meeting upstairs, would you care to join?" Long Xiaocheng inquired with a smile. "Of course," I nodded, turning to Su Xiahong. "Take care of her." Upon reaching the 4th floor, we entered a relatively spacious dormitory where nearly 10 individuals were gathered. Zhangxing was undoubtedly among them, and it was clear that all present were prominent figures. A full day had elapsed since the cataclysm. Long Xiaocheng began, his voice possessing an innate magnetism. "Many of our classmates perished in the disaster, yet we remain alive, as long as we breathe, there is hope. Indeed, he is the pillar of our school. Even his speech carries a broadcast tone. But what is it that you intend to say next? Our current situation is stable, with ample food, we can await rescue. A male student scoffed. Ma Tianyu, temper your emotions, we are discussing the forthcoming strategies, not inciting division. Long Xiaocheng slammed the table abruptly. Calm. How easy it is for you to say, when you hold the fates of 100 boys in this dormitory and fear not the end of days. Ma Tianyu retorted candidly. A day has passed, my girlfriend has been dead for a full day, and so have my parents, whose fates remain uncertain. How can you expect me to remain calm? Leave if you do not wish to participate in the meeting. Ma Tianyu huffed, rising to his feet. And with a loud bang of the door, 2 others followed suit. Taking a profound breath, Dragon Xiaoqun knew he must remain composed, lest his authority falter. The assembly shall proceed, he declared. At present, our circumstances are dire. Our provisions are alarmingly scarce. At our current rate, we can endure for a mere 2 days. The genesis of this cataclysm remains obscure, yet preliminary assessments suggest its reach encompasses, at the very least, our entire province. Perhaps it is the result of a hostile nation's biochemical assault, or some other agency. Regardless, our locale is a southern province of significant size. A keystone of the nation's economy. I am confident that the government will not forsake us. Succor is assuredly forthcoming, but it necessitates time. Our window of endurance is a mere 2 days. Should we persist in remaining here beyond that period, annihilation awaits. Dragon Xiaoqun articulated with measured cadence. Casting a glance in my direction, betraying a hint of displeasure, he continued, therefore, I have resolved to initiate a breakout maneuver in 2 days' time. Contingent upon the absence of governmental military intervention, and subject to my command. Dragon Xiaoqun, do you fancy yourself an emperor? A corpulent middle-aged man interjected abruptly. Only then did I take notice of him, and my countenance shifted slightly. It was Zhang Qingyang, our school's principal. I had not anticipated his survival. Principal Zhang. Dragon Xiaoqun responded, a smile playing on his lips, in these extraordinary times, I am confident in my capacity to guide us effectively. As the principal, I am older and more experienced than you. I had numerous interactions with your father back in the day. How could it possibly be your turn now? Zhang Qingyang's attitude was resolute. Principal Zhang, don't push me, Long Xiaocheng sighed, which caused Zhang Qingyang's expression to change dramatically, as if he had already sensed something. Long Xiaocheng, who is it that fully protected you when you were involved in the indecent assault case at school? Do you really have no idea how you became the student council president? If it weren't for my behind-the-scenes manipulations, how could you and your underlings have dominated the school for so long? Do you really think the troublemakers at our school have so little backbone? Zhang Qingyang said angrily. Wasn't it because you took money from my father? Zhang Qingyang, wake up, do you really want me to tear off the mask? Do you still think you have the power to control the school as you once did? Long Xiaocheng said with a smirk, at this point. Do you still see yourself as the principal? How many people do you think will still follow your orders? If I wanted to, I could easily have you lying dead in the streets. Chapter 6, The Clown Sent by the Monkeys. You. Zhang Qingyang's face turned ashen. He couldn't believe that Long Xiaocheng, who once treated him like a son, would say such things at this moment. Zhang Qingyang, face reality, your era has ended. Long Xiaocheng smiled, his seemingly harmless words became the final straw that broke Zhang Qingyang. Zhang Qingyang remained silent, his head bowed, lost in thought. At this point, any further words from him were futile. I glanced at him, and in that moment, his silhouette seemed to age a decade in an instant. So this is what it feels like to truly understand someone. Zhang Qingyang murmured something under his breath. Let's end the meeting here, Long Xiaocheng declared. Seemingly satisfied with the proceedings. His objectives had largely been met, and aside from the disruption caused by Ma Tianyu, everything else was within manageable limits. I did not leave immediately, instead, I waited until everyone had dispersed before approaching Long Xiaocheng. I need food, I stated bluntly. It will be distributed collectively later. As I mentioned earlier, food is extremely scarce now, even I don't have any surplus, Long Xiaocheng replied with a frown. Stop pretending. I've been to the cafeteria. Who else in this entire school could pull off something like this but you? I directly exposed Long Xiaocheng's facade. I can't hide anything from you, Long Xiaocheng chuckled. As expected of someone I've taken a liking to. You're right, I do have a considerable amount of supplies. Serve me, and you'll receive enough to last you a month. I know you're proud, but this is the apocalypse, stubbornness won't get you anywhere. Fine, but you'll have to prove you're worth my loyalty, I replied without hesitation. Don't worry. I won't disappoint you, Long Xiaocheng said with confidence. I have a set of car keys here. A minute later, I left carrying a black suitcase. The space is filled with a plethora of food, including even vacuum-packed biscuits, all of which remain unopened. Long Xiaocheng's assertion holds true. With these provisions, I could sustain myself for at least a month. However, this pertains solely to my personal needs. As for serving Long Xiaocheng, it merely serves as a guise for my acquisition of food. I am uncertain whether he is aware of this. Yet, even if he is, it matters little. Despite his considerable following, although Long Xiaocheng may appear to be the local tyrant here, there are indeed many who defy his authority. Ma Tianyu was a prime example of this. Su Xiahong is currently engrossed in a mobile game to pass the time. Although we have lost signal, offline games remain a commendable choice. Su Xiahong, prepare yourself, in just one day, we shall depart from this place, I stated. Are we leaving so soon? Su Xiahong responded, momentarily taken aback with surprise. Isn't it quite safe here? There haven't been any zombie incursions thus far. We must plan ahead, soon you shall comprehend, I replied, shaking my head. Are you certain? Su Xiahong inquired with concern. Rest assured, I have a comprehensive plan in mind, I smiled reassuringly. Just as Su Xiahong was about to say more, the previously slumbering Sheng Guantang finally stirred, rubbing her bleary eyes. Why are you two still here? Shouldn't you be in class by now? Su Xiahong and I exchanged glances, rendered speechless. After a while, Sheng Guanting glanced at us and suddenly remembered that this was the boys' dormitory and the catastrophe that had occurred yesterday. Her eyes slightly reddened, and her small fists clenched in frustration, pounding the bedboard. How long would this disaster last? Suddenly, Sheng Guanting screamed. As she prepared to lift the blanket and get up, she realized something, her mind momentarily blank, as if recalling something from last night, and quickly wrapped the blanket tightly around herself. You perverts, turn around now! Sheng Guanting shouted, her face flushed. I then realized my impropriety and hastily turned away. Su Xiahong, beside me, muttered as he turned, sister-in-law is really something, Jinghao, you're lucky. What are you mumbling about, kid? I laughed and punched him lightly. Out of the corner of my eye, I barely saw Sheng Guanting carefully putting on the clothes I had prepared for her under the covers, which made me chuckle. I couldn't help but whisper, why so nervous? Didn't we see everything last night? Unexpectedly, my words were a mistake. Without warning, tears nearly spilled from Sheng Guanting's eyes. And I realized my blunder. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Sheng Guanting cried even harder. Damn, is there no justice here? Just as I hesitated whether to say something more, Sheng Guanting had already changed her clothes, wiped away her tears, and whispered worriedly, Jinghao, do you think I'm a very immodest girl? How could I think that? Last night was purely an accident, you handled it very well. I might not have done as well. It is all Zhangxing's fault, but fortunately, you came to no harm. I gently patted Sheng Guanting's shoulder, offering my consolation. Regardless of the circumstances, I do not regret giving you my all. Sheng Guanting replied, her gaze resolute, her eyes shimmering in the sunlight. I was momentarily taken aback, gazing into her eyes without uttering a word. She remained as enchanting as ever. In my heart, she had always been a goddess beyond my reach, eclipsing even Lin Meng. However, despite our acquaintance spanning several years, it had only been a day since we confirmed our relationship. I understood deeply that Shang Guanting had developed genuine feelings. "What are you staring at?" "Your eyes are truly beautiful," I remarked with a smile, "but mine are even more captivating, for they hold only you." Shang Guanting's eyes welled up once more. We seemed to have forgotten that there was another person in the dormitory, yet we paid no heed, leaving Su Xiahong to wrestle with his own turmoil in silence. "Could you perhaps consider the feelings of a single man?" Su Xiahong lamented inwardly, as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his heart. An hour later, I found myself in an unfamiliar dormitory. "I presumed you were well aware of my purpose for being there. So, what do you say? Will you join me or not?" Without any unnecessary pleasantries, I stated my position plainly. Undoubtedly, he was Ma Tianyu, a man capable of standing toe-to-toe with Long Xiaocheng, possessing strength that even the local emperor, Long Xiaocheng, could not afford to underestimate. At present, he possesses approximately 10 formidable warriors, each standing over 1.2 meters tall. In the pre-apocalyptic era, Ma Tianyu was renowned as the second most formidable figure at our school, just after Long Xiaocheng. At that time, his loyal followers numbered over 50. Regardless of the tumultuous trials they had endured. However, these individuals were mostly dispersed across various classes and floors, leaving only those 10 to survive in the boys' dormitory after the cataclysm. Within this dormitory, apart from myself and Ma Tianyu, there are only 2 others, Li Tian and Song He, both of whom are Ma Tianyu's trusted confidants and the individuals he relies on most, aside from his parents. These are the brothers who stood by him from the very beginning of his journey. Long Xiaocheng possesses the car keys, which serve as his trump card, indicating that he will undoubtedly make his way to the parking lot during the impending breakout. I was preparing to articulate my plans. After all, how significant could a mere set of car keys be? Ma Tianyu chuckled, dramatically producing a set of keys from his pocket, clearly an Audi key. My expression shifted in surprise. I had not anticipated that Ma Tianyu owned a vehicle. No wonder he could face Long Xiaocheng with such confidence. He held a card that was equally formidable. If this were indeed the case, then perhaps my plans would require some adjustment. While I was lost in thought, Li Tian suddenly remarked with exasperation, "Brother Yu, must you always bring this up? We've been together for nearly 3 years, and your little collection of keys has probably deceived close to 100 people by now." Ma Tianyu looked at me awkwardly and offered a faint smile, playfully jesting to alleviate the tension in the air. "Don't pay attention to his nonsense, please continue." Clearing my throat, I coughed a couple of times, my impression of Ma Tianyu improving significantly. I endeavored to calm my thoughts. Thus, the key serves as the paramount breakthrough. Once we acquire the car key and discern its corresponding model, everything will fall into place. It's quite simple, we can simply send someone to seize the key. Ma Tianyu declared confidently, waving his hand. As for the corresponding model, surely half the school is aware, right? That conspicuous Mercedes van in the parking lot belongs to Long Xiaocheng, does it not? If it weren't for the circumstances, I would have relished the opportunity to smash that Mercedes. Not so fast, I shook my head, fully aware that Ma Tianyu was jesting, yet unable to suppress the thought that perhaps he was a fool sent by a monkey. The notion that we could forcibly seize the vehicle with such limited manpower seemed ludicrous. Even if we attempted a blitz attack, how could we ascertain the hiding place of the key? Wait, are you implying that Long Xiaocheng possesses only one vehicle? A sudden realization dawned upon me. What other option is there? Ma Tianyu countered. Even if his family is affluent, there's no necessity for him to acquire 10 Mercedes for school, is there? How many individuals can a single Mercedes van accommodate? I understood then that the collective breakout planned for the day after tomorrow was merely a facade to provide cover for his own escape. I gritted my teeth, realizing he never intended to bring us with him when he escaped from this school. All of us were merely cannon fodder, sacrificed to achieve his goals. Chapter 7, Dormant memories. After prolonged deliberation, I departed Ma Tianyu's dormitory and ambled along the 4th floor, where I observed many familiar visages. Several were former classmates. Individuals whose social standing once varied greatly. Yet, at this juncture, they were equal solely survivors of the apocalypse. Occasionally, calamity achieves what peace cannot, the disparities of wealth, which nations strive to resolve, are effortlessly eradicated in a single cataclysmic night, leaving everyone destitute. Jinghao, it's astonishing that you also survived, a figure exclaimed with some agitation. Likewise, I responded, casting a glance at him as recollections surfaced in my mind. He was Zhao Zilong, a classmate of mine for a year. Our relationship was lukewarm, with minimal interaction. Zhao Zilong began, somewhat embarrassed, I haven't eaten anything all day. I heard you have a substantial amount of food. Could you possibly spare some? Long Xiaochang had not allocated provisions to these individuals. Despite possessing a veritable mountain of food, he evidently felt no obligation to do so. Nor did he see the necessity of playing the benevolent altruist. After some contemplation, I extended a package of chocolate to him, an extravagant item in this post-apocalyptic world. Chocolate boasts a long shelf life and rapidly replenishes expended energy. A glint of fervor ignited in Zhao Zilong's eyes. He was taken aback by my immediate generosity. Though in truth, it was but a trifle compared to the provisions within my system's inventory. Good brother, he exclaimed with heartfelt gratitude, henceforth, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall brave hellfire for you. Likewise, my actions caused the eyes of the other students in the corridor to gleam with covetousness. Their gazes fixed upon me like a pack of famished wolves. They had been starving for the better part of the day, and whatever supplies had been in the dormitories had been plundered by Long Xiaochang's men before their arrival. Even the remnants were but a drop in the ocean. However, many recognized me as the audacious figure who had held a gun to Zhongxing's head, and for a moment, none dared to approach. Yet, as fate would have it, an ignorant soul emerged. A lad of considerable stature, emboldened by his physique, strode towards me, uttering a menacing threat, "Laddie, hand over your victuals, and I might consider sparing you. Are you lost in reverie?" I responded with a mirthless smile. In the ensuing moment, the mirth on my face morphed into a fierce scowl, and I unleashed a swift kick. With my augmented strength and celerity, I was at least on par with the hulking figure before me. Caught unawares, the lad tumbled to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he felt an icy chill upon his brow, as if a rigid object had been pressed against his skull. It was a firearm. His complexion turned ashen almost instantaneously, as he recalled the plight of another who had faced a similar predicament the day before. The sun blazed with ardor, yet the muzzle of the gun was as frigid as ice. The entire corridor fell into silence, the previous exclamations had vanished, and in this moment, it was truly as quiet as a graveyard. Even the rapid breathing of the boy could be heard distinctly by dozens of people. "Do you realize that with just a flick of my finger, I could end your life right now?" I spoke softly, my tone devoid of any chill, as if merely engaging in casual conversation. "I know," the boy stammered, "please give me another chance, I won't dare to do it again." At this moment, he was as humble as an ant, but for survival, he had no other choice. Living is more important than anything else. Get lost. I am not a killer by nature, and incidents of forcibly seizing resources occur all over the world, at any time, though they are most frequent in times of apocalypse. He did nothing wrong, he was merely trying to survive. But this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Behind me, Zhao Zilong's body trembled slightly. He was just an ordinary, honest man, and this was the first time he had witnessed such a scene. In daily life, he had rarely even seen a real gun. The 92 style pistol with its astonishing curve disappeared from my palm, and I left the place with a calm demeanor, as if nothing had happened. No one dared to ask me for food anymore, not even to let their gaze linger. Even those who were once familiar with me kept their distance, fearing to provoke my wrath and bring trouble upon themselves. As I turned to leave the 4th floor, a girl suddenly grasped my arm. She was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features and a short hairstyle, clad in a black miniskirt that revealed a considerable expanse of her fair thighs. "Jinhao, would you allow me to be your girlfriend?" she inquired, introducing herself as Shuyue Wu, my class monitor from freshman year. "Have you experienced some sort of revelation?" My once esteemed class monitor, to utter such words to me? I exclaimed in surprise, surveying Shuyue Wu closely. 2 years had passed, yet she had hardly changed. "I wish to survive, I have numerous dreams yet to fulfill, and I do not wish to perish here without understanding," Shuyue Wu asserted firmly, pressing her lips together. "What of the promise we once made?" Eventually, I succumbed to my emotions and handed Shuyue Wu a love letter, an act that felt rather kitsch. This incident rendered me the subject of ridicule among my classmates, with many of Shuyue Wu's suitors vowing to teach me a lesson in hopes of winning her favor. "Believe me, one day I will be strong enough to protect those I cherish," I declared, gritting my teeth as I slowly rose from the ground. I awaited that day with anticipation. Shuyue Wu smiled gently. "But we can start anew." A glimmer of confidence shone in her eyes. "I am aware of your ambiguous relationship with Shangguanting, yet I remain hopeful. Suit yourself." In the presence of my first love, I ultimately refrained from well. "Jinhao, color me surprised. I never pegged you as having the wherewithal to charm even our former class president," Su Xiahong exclaimed, his expression a sight to behold. As my comrade of 3 years, he unmistakably recognized the girl before us a veritable goddess in our class, the object of countless dreams. Alas, though cheerful, Shuyue Wu maintained a certain aloofness from the male contingent, remaining unattached. After we were separated into different classes, we lost touch. "Su Xiahong, it has been a while." Shuyue Wu greeted with a smile. "Indeed, quite some time. You seem to have gained a bit of weight, haven't you?" Su Xiahong floundered, unsure how to respond to Shuyue Wu's remark, and could only nod, feigning ignorance. "Jinhao, what are your plans for the moment?" Shuyue Wu inquired, her refined eyes fixed upon me. "What else can we do but await news of Long Xiaocheng's breakthrough?" "Rest assured, I have unwavering confidence this time," I asserted, refraining from divulging Long Xiaocheng's scheme, as it was unnecessary. "Jinhao, you wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Shuyue Wu suddenly implored, her demeanor pitiable. I faltered, my intuition screaming that Shuyue Wu's words were far from groundless. A chill ran down my spine as I stiffly turned to find Shangguanting standing at the doorway. Clad in a school uniform that ill-fitted her figure, her eyes practically ablaze with fury. "This, let me explain." As a fledgling in the realm of romance, I was at a loss for words, stammering before Shuyue Wu interjected, "Are you daring to call me a seductress? You yellow-faced woman!" The anger on Shangguanting's face deepened. For she was still in the bloom of youth, and to be insulted as a yellow-faced woman was a bitter blow to her spirit. One could only imagine the tumult of emotions swirling within her. "And you dare claim you are not a seductress? You are so quick to ensnare Jinhao. Who else possesses such cunning?" Shangguanting scoffed, knowing well that the words she had learned left Shuyue Wu at a loss. Shuyue Wu gritted her teeth and gazed at me with profound affection. "Jinhao, you clearly promised to cherish me for a lifetime. Are you truly so swift to renege on your vow?" Shangguanting's fury nearly made her choke, and I could envision the vitriol she was undoubtedly directing at me in her mind. Yet she feigned calmness, returning a gaze filled with the same depth of feeling. "Jinhao, have you forgotten your words from last night, vowing to love me until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble?" Su Xiahong and I exchanged glances of exasperation. Palace intrigue is always a treacherous game, undoubtedly favoring the men involved. Nevertheless, my internal scales still tipped in favor of Shangguanting. "Enough, Shuyue Wu. Is this performance truly necessary?" I cast a reproachful look in her direction. While she donned an expression of feigned innocence, her exquisite beauty a tantalizing allure to the less fortunate. However, I steeled myself, some principles must be upheld. I could attest that Jinhao had never uttered such words to Shuyue Wu. At a crucial moment, Su Xiahong delivered a decisive blow, and at last, Shen Guanting's countenance softened somewhat. Chapter 8. In a perilous state regardless of the outcome, this dramatic struggle for dominance had finally reached its conclusion. Undoubtedly, Shen Guanting emerged victorious, albeit not without considerable difficulty. What took me by surprise was the revelation that the seemingly delicate Shu Weiwu possessed such cunning within. Her depth of scheming rendered me almost ashamed. It is no wonder that I had often heard from a young age that the more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deception. Shen Guanting cast a somewhat smug glance at Shu Weiwu, resembling a regal empress surveying her domain. I looked at her with a heart full of regret, preparing to utter something, only to be met with her fierce glare. Jin Hao. I do not agree with her residing here any longer, Shen Guanting suddenly declared, her tone laced with discontent. I turned my gaze toward Shu Weiwu, remaining silent yet silently questioning her. Must there ultimately be a choice to be made? Jin Hao, I am but a girl, and it is not easy to navigate this apocalypse. Can you truly bear to leave me alone in a dormitory? Tears shimmered in Shu Weiwu's eyes. Stop pretending, you actress. Given your circumstances, you could easily find a stronger man and live just fine. Shen Guanting unhesitatingly pierced through Shu Weiwu's facade. Let it be, Shen Guanting. Allow her to stay here. After all, time is of the essence. I finally relented, softening my heart. This elicited a glimmer of hope in Shu Weiwu's gaze. But in the next moment, I grit my teeth and asserted, trust me, I will not harbor any inappropriate intentions toward Shu Weiwu. What appeared to be a mere statement demanded an immense amount of courage from me. This is an apocalypse, a far cry from the lawful society of yore. As long as my strength is formidable enough, the future could easily accommodate a harem of 3,000 beauties. Yet, for now, I could not afford to disappoint Shen Guanting. And this declaration served as a pledge to Shen Guanting. Abruptly, a surge of pandemonium erupted downstairs, with cries of terror piercing the air. My countenance underwent a swift alteration. As a premonition of ill omen surged forth from the depths of my being an intuition that had proven unerring since the cataclysmic dawn of the apocalypse. In the ensuing moment, a guttural roar, akin to that of a feral beast, reverberated, assailing our eardrums. If my conjecture held true, then the undead had infiltrated the confines of the men's dormitory. My composure regained its equilibrium, for indeed, the sanctuaries of this post-apocalyptic world were destined to be ephemeral. Su Xiahong, accompany me, I exclaimed, upon departing the dormitory. We were met with a scene of widespread panic as throngs of individuals stampeded from their rooms. From below, the echoes of terror and lamentation mingled with the guttural growls of the undead. Many ascended the stairs, their faces etched with sheer fright. Amidst the chaos, I espied the figure of Zhang Sheng. The zombies have emerged, someone vociferated. Within my field of vision, a disheveled zombie lurched forward, its flesh a grotesque tapestry of gore. Its eyes a chilling shade of gray-white, devoid of pupils. The veins on its face bulged grotesquely, and its skin peeled away in macabre layers. Its pace was sluggish. Yet its quarry was a student ensnared in the throes of terror. The student sprinted with desperate abandon. Yet the entrance to the third floor remained a distant 5 or 6 meters away. In relentless pursuit was the ravenous zombie. Secure the entrance, a voice bellowed. And in their collective terror, the crowd hastily barricaded the door. Through the widening fissure, I witnessed the student's descent into utter despair. Ah! Accompanied by the anguished cries of students, the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground reverberated ominously. If my conjecture holds true, he has been overpowered and felled by the pursuing zombie. Help me! I beg you, save me! I do not wish to perish! The man uttered his final pleas in desperation, yet they bore no fruit, as the door remained steadfastly shut until his vital artery was mercilessly bitten through, leaving him mortally wounded. Quickly, move the bed to barricade the door, I exclaimed suddenly, prompting several individuals to rush forth and comply. Everyone hastily made way, transforming the area before the door into a veritable vacuum. My past experiences informed me that this iron door alone would prove inadequate to withstand the onslaught of the undead. By now, nearly the entire male dormitory was familiar with my presence. I may not command their respect, but I undoubtedly instilled a sense of dread within them. For I possessed formidable strength. The expressions on everyone's faces were akin to those who had narrowly escaped death, particularly among the survivors who had rushed up from the second floor. Most of them were accustomed to the school's environment, possessing a courage that few could rival. Yet such a scene was truly rare in a lifetime. Zhang Xin collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, "They're all dead, all dead." An infected individual had infiltrated the dormitory. He had only just been contaminated, and thus his body had not yet undergone any transformation. He had staggered up here directly after the incident, the very zombie that had mutated within one of the dorm rooms, and before the inhabitants could even react. They were all bitten to death. Zhang Xing spoke, his complexion pale as he recounted the grim reality. Initially, our numbers were quite formidable, and I had envisioned eliminating the progenitor first, followed by the disposal of the corpses that had yet to undergo mutation. However, events transpired with such abruptness that everyone was solely focused on escape, with no one confronting the zombie progenitor. The rate of viral transmission was exceedingly rapid, and the situation deteriorated precipitously until the entire second floor was overrun. Those were my comrades with whom I shared daily life. Zhang Xin lamented, then heavily struck the floor with his right fist. Perhaps Zhang Xin does possess an extreme facet, but undeniably, from this standpoint alone, he is a competent leader, genuinely considerate of his subordinates, lacking the feigned humility of Long Xiaocheng. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rally so many followers. I sighed, patting Zhang Xing's shoulder in silence. Words were futile at this juncture. The unfolding of events was too sudden. The seemingly secure men's dormitory now teetered on the brink of peril. Indubitably, the individual initially infected was cognizant of their condition, as the excruciating pain and wound would not deceive. However, the dread within suppressed all their humanity, and upon discovering a place where hope still lingered, they recklessly barged in, utterly disregarding the consequences they would bring. I sighed, and Su Xiahong evidently apprehended something as well. "Jing Hao, must the plan be altered?" Before I had the chance to speak, a figure suddenly emerged. It was Long Xiaocheng, clad in a tailored black suit that accentuated his striking handsomeness. However, his expression was anything but pleasant, suggesting a troubling turn of events. I had gleaned the gravity of the situation. Our initial plans were no longer viable. Consequently, an impromptu meeting became unavoidable. 5 minutes later, we arrived on the 5th floor, which, apart from Long Xiaocheng and his few trusted aides, was utterly devoid of inhabitants, this being the state of affairs in the post-apocalyptic world. The former training dormitory appeared remarkably spacious, thus serving as our makeshift conference venue. The circumstances had spiraled beyond our control. Long Xiaocheng began to speak, stating that our original timeline for a breakout was set for 2 days hence, under the assumption that rescue was futile. However, the urgency had escalated, as the recent anomalies were evident to all present. An early escape was now imperative, and many matters required my clarification. After a brief pause, Long Xiaocheng continued, revealing that he possessed the car keys, thus indicating that our ultimate destination for evacuation would be the school parking lot. Yet, I must responsibly inform everyone that there were only 2 keys available, limiting our capacity to a mere 14 individuals at most. As his words hung in the air, the table trembled slightly as Long Xiaocheng slammed a set of keys onto its surface, capturing the attention of all assembled. Without vehicles, our exodus from the school would be utterly impossible. Therefore, we must learn to make sacrifices. Presently, there are 10 individuals gathered here, each possessing friends and brothers. Thus, I offer you this piece of advice: living is more important than anything else. As long as we are alive, any relationship can be rekindled. And as long as we draw breath, there remains the possibility of resurgence. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly solemn. Few could foresee the eventual outcome. Even among Long Xiaocheng's trusted allies, who only comprehended the gravity of the situation at this moment. The breakout is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. And prior to that, I will ensure that everyone is prepared. There is nothing more to discuss. Let us conclude here, Long Xiaocheng stated with a serious demeanor. Should the breakout fail, the remaining 70 survivors in the male dormitory will perish, and even in success, at most only 14 will survive. In either case, the repercussions are exceedingly dire. Jing Hao, please remain. Just as I was about to leave, Long Xiaocheng's voice called me back. Is there something else? I turned calmly to inquire, my face betraying no emotion. Nothing of great importance, Long Xiaocheng replied with a smile, merely recalling that your situation is rather unique. If I am not mistaken, you currently have one brother, one old friend, and 2 girlfriends, correct? Long Xiaocheng posed the question knowingly. You have investigated me? I said with a frown, my expression revealing a hint of displeasure. Many events have transpired only recently, yet Long Xiaocheng seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of them, indicating that he is an exceedingly formidable adversary. Indeed, but this is for your own good. He chuckled and remarked, you know, I possess 2 keys. If you so desire, I can readily grant you one. However, it is not as simple as it appears. To enlighten me regarding the price I must pay. I refrained from elaborating further. Astute. Indeed, a quality I admire. A peculiar gleam flickered in Long Xiaocheng's eyes as he stated, the terms are straightforward, relinquish your firearm, and all matters can be effortlessly resolved. Chapter 9, The Fall of the Tyrant. I sensed that the situation was not as uncomplicated as it seemed. My eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, a black handgun materialized in my palm. I doubt you possess the capability to confront me alone, I said calmly, the weapon pressed firmly against Long Xiaocheng's forehead. Have I ever claimed to be alone? He replied with a faint smile. In the next moment, without any forewarning, a dagger plunged into my abdomen, sending an icy sensation coursing through my nerves as my strength rapidly ebbed away. With a resounding thud, my arm fell limply to my side, the handgun clattering to the ground. He did not immediately retrieve the fallen weapon. Instead, he regarded me with a condescending gaze and coldly declared, Jing Hao, you remain too naïve. Do you genuinely believe I possess 2 keys? That was merely a ruse to lure you in. Infuriated, I collapsed to the ground, glaring fiercely at Long Xiaocheng as excruciating pain tore through my abdomen, and I felt the remainder of my strength swiftly dissipating. The dagger that had been plunged into my body had been extracted. I turned my head, vainly attempting to locate the true culprit. The result filled me with immense astonishment. Zhang Sheng, who had returned, gazed at me with frigid eyes, holding the still bleeding dagger in his hand, devoid of the previous dejection. I offered a wry smile. Even after experiencing rebirth, my thinking was still too simplistic. Zhang Sheng had associated with Long Xiaocheng for 3 years, a renowned figure under his command. How could he easily set aside past grievances due to my mere words? The intense pain in my lower abdomen caused me to inhale sharply. Although the location where the dagger had penetrated was not fatal, it could instantly deprive me of combat capability. Fresh blood slowly seeped from the gaps between the fingers of my hand that clutched my stomach, dripping and spreading towards the outside of the door. Jing Hao, you didn't expect it, did you? From the beginning, I had no intention of taking you in. Your eyes betrayed an untamed spirit, and coupled with possessing a gun, how could you easily obey me? Those provisions were merely to dispel your concerns. Long Xiaocheng inserted his hands into his trouser pockets, appearing extremely confident. In his view, he had already secured victory in this contest. This is the key to that car, and there's only one. A resplendent key dangled before me. Even without raising my head, I could imagine Long Xiaocheng's smug expression. My face was somewhat pale, and I remained silent. It was all over. Jing Hao, pay the price for your actions. Rest assured, I shall attend to your paramours with utmost care, ensuring they experience a pleasure beyond compare. As for those individuals, such as Su Xiahong, fret not. Their descent into the infernal abyss shall swiftly follow yours. Long Xiaocheng spoke with a chilling smile, his demeanor that of a man triumphant. With that, he stooped to retrieve the Type 92 pistol. It was at that precise moment that a metal bar, whistling through the air with violent force, crashed upon his skull. The sudden, excruciating pain robbed him of his composure. Summoning his remaining strength, I seized the opportunity to snatch the firearm. Daring to bully my brother? Have you grown weary of life? The familiar words resonated in my ears. I looked up to see a somewhat corpulent figure standing before me, his presence exuding an indomitable aura. Zhang Xing, faring even worse, was subjected to a brutal assault by Ma Tianyu and his cohorts, who rained blows upon his head in quick succession. Blood splattered across the floor as Zhang Xing collapsed, his eyes wide and unblinking, seemingly unable to comprehend his sudden demise. You finally arrived, I sighed in relief. We encountered a slight delay en route, apologies, Ma Tianyu said, wielding a steel pipe with a hint of remorse. Impossible. I sealed off the 4th floor and the entrance to the 5th, deploying nearly 20 men there. How could you have breached it so quickly? Long Xiaocheng's face was contorted with disbelief, blood streaming down from his head, painting a grotesque tableau upon his cheeks. Do you underestimate our numbers? Su Xiahong wielded the steel pipe with an air of authority. At the entrance stood no fewer than 10 formidable men, with Li Tian and Song He, 2 loyal confidants of Ma Tianyu, at the forefront. To my astonishment, Zhang Qingyang, our school's principal, was among them, brandishing a bloodied steel pipe. Each individual bore visible wounds, undoubtedly the aftermath of a fierce battle. The outcome was already determined. The ability to assemble such a formidable group in such a short span indicated that I had underestimated them. Long Xiaocheng, his complexion ashen, remarked that he was acutely aware of his lack of options for a comeback. The events of that morning had inflicted severe damage upon his forces, not to mention the successive downfall of his subordinates. Throughout his life, he had committed few errors, yet this time marked his gravest miscalculation and, ultimately, his last. When exactly did you come to this knowledge? Long Xiaocheng inquired, his gaze fixed upon me, suppressing his agony. The timing was no longer significant. You merely need to understand that you are about to embark on a one-day excursion to the underworld, I retorted with a cold smirk, gritting my teeth as I rose from the ground. The pain in my abdomen persisted, though it had begun to diminish, allowing me to gradually regain enough strength to grasp my weapon. I recalled your own words, you must ultimately pay the price for your actions. My expression remained composed as I tightened my GR. The bullet pierced directly through Long Xiaocheng's forehead, exploding into a bloody hole. Without any suspense, his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Zhang Qingyang also entered, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ma Tianyu, witnessing this scene. The student he once held in such high regard had finally reached this end. There was no trace of reluctance on his face. Long Xiaocheng's words from yesterday had already extinguished any lingering hope in Zhang Qingyang's heart. Now, he merely felt a sense of melancholy. It must be acknowledged that Long Xiaocheng was indeed formidable, both in cunning and strength, far surpassing the average person. Fortunately, he was just an ordinary man, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Had I allowed Long Xiaocheng to continue growing, he would have become a formidable adversary in the future. Sooner or later, he would have risen as a dominant figure, just as he had in a previous life. With his profound strategic mind and formidable strength, he had built a powerful force within mere months, annihilating hordes of zombies and establishing his dominion. In my past life, I would have stood no chance against him. But alas, there are no what-ifs. Long Xiaocheng met his end here. A would-be hero who never had the chance to rise and showcase his terrifying talents in this apocalyptic world. It is finally over. I exhaled deeply, and the gun in my hand vanished. My hands were now drenched in blood, and it was imperative to clean them before the blood dried and became troublesome. Each step I took tugged at my wounds, sending waves of unbearable pain through me. Although Zhang Xing's strike was not fatal, it nonetheless inflicted substantial harm. especially in this resource-scarce apocalypse where the lack of sufficient medical supplies meant that my wounds were likely to become inflamed and infected. Setting aside the pain, my combat effectiveness was severely compromised. On our way back, we encountered the former subordinates of Longshao City, who were undoubtedly all incapacitated, stripped of their fighting capability. However, our group refrained from delivering lethal blows. Their injuries amounted to mere superficial wounds. After all, we were from the same school, and there was little enmity between us. What shall we do next? Ma Tianyu inquired. I had become the intellectual pillar in our group. Drawing upon months of survival experience from my previous life, perhaps I was boasting a bit too grandly. Let us take it step by step. Now that we possess the car keys, everything will be manageable. I shook my head and explained that the keys had been retrieved from the corpse of Longshao City. What about all the people in the dormitory? There aren't enough vehicles, Ma Tianyu pressed on, his concerns rather simplistic, lacking deeper contemplation. We will make every effort to bring everyone along for the escape. However, if there's not enough space, there's little we can do. Their survival will ultimately depend on their own abilities, I replied with resignation. After pondering for a moment, Ma Tianyu nodded. This seemed to be our best option for the time being. After all, we were not their guardians, nor did we share profound friendships. Their lives, to be frank, were of little concern to me. Offering assistance out of humanitarianism was already stretching my limits. I informed my comrades in advance that we would make our collective escape at 7 o'clock the following morning. All right, Ma Tianyu nodded in agreement. At this moment, we were akin to crickets bound by the same string, and following the incident in Longshao City, our mutual trust was gradually deepening. Suddenly, Shen Guanting rushed over, visibly anxious, and questioned, Jinhao, what on earth happened? How did you sustain such severe injuries upon your return? You're not in any mortal danger, are you? Her gaze immediately fell upon the wound on my abdomen. Though not extensive in length, it was notably deep, with dark brown blood slowly seeping from it. Alarming both Shen Guanting and Shi Yuowu, the two innocent girls who had never encountered such grim sights before. Indeed, Jinhao, you are the cornerstone of our group. If anything were to befall you, what would become of us? Shi Yuowu's eyes, gleaming like precious gems, were filled with concern. But what about me? Su Xiahong was tempted to interject, yet he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of these two young women. He silently calculated that with his eloquence, he would barely manage to hold his own against even one of them. What do you mean, what will we do? Jinhao's injuries have nothing to do with you. Shen Guanting retorted sharply, casting an irked glance at Shi Yuowu, the tension palpable. How can it not concern me? Shi Yuowu was about to respond, but I interrupted her. Chapter 10. The breakthrough begins. The dark crimson blood nearly enveloped my entire palm. This was merely the residue staining my hand. As I turned on the faucet, I hastily washed it away, glancing down at my shirt which was already soaked with blood at the right side of my abdomen. Upon removing it, a pungent metallic scent filled the air. I furrowed my brow. Zombies are exceedingly sensitive to the scent of blood. Their vision is quite impaired. Yet this very limitation endows them with an olfactory acuity surpassing that of a dog. I had experienced this in my previous life after sustaining an injury. I had fled hundreds of meters from a horde of zombies, only to be pursued again shortly after I paused to catch my breath. This shirt held no necessity for preservation. Without a second thought, I cast it off the balcony. To my surprise, it wasn't long before 2 or 3 grotesque zombies, their bodies a grisly mess, gathered around. I had not anticipated this method of diversion. Squinting, a notion sparked in my mind. Upon returning to the dormitory, as I prepared to find a suitable replacement shirt, I noticed the simultaneous gazes of Shen Guanting and Shi Yuowu directed at me. It dawned on me that I was bare-chested, revealing a fairly robust physique. I had always enjoyed exercising, thus my stature, though not tall, had spared me from ridicule. What a deep wound! Shi Yuowu exclaimed, as if observing a piece of art. I was rendered speechless, realizing my own naivety. They were indeed scrutinizing my injury. Just a moment. As I was about to don a black t-shirt I had hastily found, Shen Guanting's voice echoed in my ear. I just discovered some bandages in the dormitory. Although we lack antiseptic, they should suffice to staunch the bleeding. Shen Guanting said with concern, clutching a white bandage in her hand. I nodded. Indeed, girls tend to be quite attentive. Shen Guanting carefully wrapped the bandage around my abdomen. I found a certain enjoyment in this process, yet the moment the bandage grazed my wound, I couldn't help but gasp in pain. I'm sorry, Shen Guanting murmured, her hands trembling slightly. Why do you say that? You haven't done anything wrong, I reassured her. Don't worry, we will leave this place tomorrow. Everything will be all right, I said gently, stroking her back for comfort. Time swiftly passed, and night fell. Darkness gradually enveloped the sky, shrouding the entire earth in its embrace. The school was engulfed in this pitch blackness, rendering it nearly impossible to see a hand before one's face. Since early this morning, the school had experienced power outages. The boys' dormitory, the last bastion of tranquility within the school, now felt eerily silent. In the darkness, only the occasional growls of zombies echoed from below. Everyone had received news of tomorrow's impending escape, making this their final night of calm. Yet, this tranquility was merely superficial. The thought of breaking through the encirclement of the undead sent shivers down many spines. The zombies left an indelible impression of terror, their pale, hollow eyes, desiccated, blood-red skin, and the overpowering stench of decay, not to mention their grotesque, twisted faces. At that moment, Shiyuo was asleep on the opposite bunk. Her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, leaving no one privy to her thoughts. Entrenched in close proximity, Shen Guanting and I shared a bed. Much to the chagrin of Shiyuo, who had hoped her ardent efforts would at least culminate in a shared slumber. Shiyuo, petite in stature, standing at nearly 1.6 meters, possessed a curvaceous figure that accentuated her youthful charm. Her attire was equally endearing, yet I resisted the allure of her presence. Occasionally, relinquishment can prove advantageous. Su Xiahong occupied the upper berth, a custom we had maintained for 3 years. Despite Shen Guanting's apprehension that Su Xiahong's considerable weight of nearly 170 pounds might cause him to plummet from his perch in the middle of the night, he remained there. Jinghao, she inquired, her face drawing near in the darkness, do you believe we shall successfully break through tomorrow? In times past, she had been the object of countless male classmates' desires, and now she lay beside me. The surreal nature of this circumstance evoked a complex array of emotions within me. Perhaps this was the fabled reversal of fortune, albeit one wrought by a cataclysm that claimed numerous lives. Does it still ache? She asked with concern. A little, I replied, as the wound is rather deep. I shook my head, though the reality was far more severe than my words conveyed. Despite the bandage that bound the laceration, temporarily warding off bleeding and infection, the healing process remained sluggish. In the post-apocalyptic world, the air teemed with bacteria and viruses, rendering injuries prone to infection and inflammation, and attracting the attention of the undead. We are relatively safe now, but what of the future? She continued. Pray, recount the events of today. Shen Guanting inquired of me. I nodded, recounting everything to her in hushed tones, our voices barely audible, as I slowly unfolded the tale. I spoke of my clandestine conversation with Ma Tianyu from the previous day, narrating the gripping saga of our confrontation with Longshao City. I even embellished the story considerably, merely fabricating characters like the Jade Emperor and the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. As I continued, I realized that Shen Guanting had succumbed to slumber. With a sigh, I noticed her long eyelashes fluttering gently in the darkness. When the radiant morning sun streamed into our dormitory, we were already prepared for action. In truth, we had risen early to make our arrangements. Each of us was assigned a weapon. In my grasp was a trident military dagger, acquired from the dormitory raid in Longshao City. As the name suggests, its blade bore 3 sharp edges, capable of inflicting devastating harm upon humans once pierced. The blood would be nearly impossible to staunch. Furthermore, the trident dagger proved highly effective against zombies as well. The previously crimson fire axe had found its way into Su Xiahong's hands, while Shang Guanting and Shi Yuewu wielded steel pipes. My decision to offer them pipes rather than iron rods was straightforward. Their sufficient length would allow them to inflict damage on zombies from a safe distance. Even though I doubted their potential contributions in the chaos of battle, it was imperative that they possessed the means for self-defense, for despite my own strength, I could not guarantee their safety at all times. From Long Xiaocheng's dormitory, I had gathered a substantial amount of supplies. That scoundrel had hidden so much food before his demise, and without hesitation, I stuffed it all into my system backpack, nearly filling it to capacity. This was after I had already distributed half to all the survivors. Everyone was now assembled on the third floor. The number was not large. As the survivor camp had dwindled to less than 60 people after a series of upheavals, they stood in orderly rows along the corridor of the third floor, with me at the forefront, scrutinizing them. The death of Long Xiaocheng and his men had spread throughout the male dormitory, and undoubtedly, I was the instigator and had thus become the leader here. The number of girls was exceedingly scarce, only 5 or 6, each now accompanying a male. Everyone held weapons that were somewhat decent: steel pipes, chair legs, and even mops and clothes rods. Many faces showed signs of tension, for this was a moment of life and death. I raised my hand to check my watch. The hands showed 6:57, 3 minutes before the scheduled breakout time. Classmates, please halt whatever you are doing and listen to me in these brief 3 minutes. I believe you are well aware of what we are about to do next. The commanding opening words silenced the crowd, and after a brief pause, I continued. It has now been a full 2 days since the cataclysm, and within these 48 hours, we have endured unimaginable trials, witnessing the deaths of countless familiar faces. We have watched as once beloved friends and family were transformed into mindless zombies, stripped of all consciousness, reduced to grotesque shells of their former selves. These abominations now lurk just beyond our doors, mercilessly slaughtering our brethren, tormenting those we once knew. They are brutal, bloodthirsty, tearing apart bodies into mere fragments, and now they have us cornered here. We are devoid of supplies, and if we do not muster the courage to break free and fight our way out, we shall surely perish within these confines. My demeanor shifted to one of fervor. To die of starvation, what a pitiful fate! Rather than succumb to such a disgrace, we must bravely charge forth and make a stand. Once, we were sheltered blossoms, nurtured under layers of protection, but now the world has crumbled, the government has fallen, and there is no one to rescue us. All that remains is to exert every ounce of our strength and carve a bloody path to survival. What are we waiting for? Forward! Let us fight for the future of our homeland. I raised my arm in a rallying cry, igniting the spirits of those around me. The door, previously barricaded with wooden beds, was swiftly flung open, and a multitude surged forth, wielding an array. All amidst the overwhelming commotion, countless individuals surged down from the third floor, engaging in fierce combat with the zombies. It was almost a scenario of 2 or 3 people fighting against a single zombie. Over the past few days, apart from the zombies that had mutated on the second floor, many others had been drawn by the scent of blood, creating a scene of utter chaos. At times, the strength of an army is not solely determined by its inherent power but also significantly influenced by the prowess of its leader. Simple yet fervent words can remarkably enhance the combat effectiveness of a troop. Chapter 11, A Desperate Stand Before Hell. Gripping the pistol tightly, even I felt a surge of excitement. Positioned at the rear, I continuously aimed and pulled the trigger. With each gunshot, a zombie that nearly pounced on a girl was instantly headshot. Ding! Congratulations on killing a first-tier zombie, you have gained 10 experience points and 10 GP. Continuously pulling the trigger, the immense recoil numbed my arm. Su Xiahong also charged forward, battling a zombie. Although it was challenging for him, he had no other choice. This was a path he had to traverse. A magazine was quickly emptied, and within that brief minute, I had killed over 4 zombies. No fewer than 50 people were engaged in combat with the zombies, yet people kept falling in agony. Fighting zombies is akin to dancing with wolves, the danger is palpable. Even a slight scratch from a zombie could infect one with a terrifying biochemical virus, with no possibility of a cure. As modern medical technology is far from capable of producing an antidote, only by becoming an extraordinary being, or even attaining a higher level, is there a possibility of immunity against biochemical viruses. However, the odds are lamentably low. Such specific DNA is destined to be possessed by but a few. And while fate bestows upon them formidable power, how many lives can they truly safeguard? Jing Hao, if we continue to fight, our people will perish here. Ma Tianyu shouted, wielding a machete to fend off the zombies that approached him amidst the fierce battle. I momentarily paused my shooting, casting my gaze across the battlefield, which essentially comprised the second floor of the dormitory. The number of zombies in the hall exceeded our expectations, and despite having dispatched a considerable number, there remained nearly 30. Soon, those we had lost would inevitably join their ranks. Retreat, do not linger in battle, I urged with all my might, my voice rising above the chaos, mingling with the growls of the undead. In the midst of my exhortation, a zombie lunged towards me, its ashen eyes and grotesque visage momentarily stunning me. This zombie bore a striking resemblance to the gatekeeper from the second floor, who had once engaged me in casual conversation. Now reduced to a mindless husk in the wake of catastrophe. Gritting my teeth, I kicked it away and, without hesitation, fired my handgun. Bang! The bullet erupted against its skull, a gruesome spray of greenish-gray matter and crimson blood splattering in an instant. Many, amidst the tumult, began to rally around me. As I had undoubtedly become their pillar of strength, their hopes resting entirely upon my shoulders. Follow me! Gritting my teeth, I spoke with a mix of relief and tension. Su Xiahong and Ma Tianyu were still alive and had caught up with us, while Shang Guanting and Shiyue Wu, two girls with almost negligible combat strength, had stayed by my side throughout. Some zombies had pursued us but were quickly repelled by Ma Tianyu and the others. Wielding a machete stained a ghostly green with blood, he resembled a god of slaughter. The descent down the stairs was far from smooth. The fierce battle in the dormitory had drawn numerous infected, who now clawed their way toward us, attempting to surge upward. Damn it! I snorted coldly, my Type 92 pistol firing repeatedly. At such close range, I could almost guarantee headshots, and soon the zombies tumbled down the stairwell, finally reaching the first floor. Many of us barely had a moment to catch our breaths when we were confronted by 5 or 6 mutated rats, lured by the scent of blood. For most of us, it was the first encounter with such monstrosities: blood-red eyes, razor-sharp teeth, and unnaturally massive bodies that sent shivers down our spines. The rats screeched, their bizarre cries assaulting our eardrums. Each rat, over 3 meters long, possessed formidable combat strength. The sounds of battle from upstairs grew fainter, and it wouldn't be long before a horde of zombies closed in on us from behind. Faced with enemies on both sides, we had no choice but to fight with our backs to the wall. Kill! I roared, my pistol erupting with brilliant flashes of gunfire. The bullet struck the massive heads of the mutated rats but failed to kill them instantly, only enraging them further. They had evolved. I was inwardly alarmed, initially. I had also encountered mutated rodents in the cafeteria, but they did not possess such formidable vitality. In the past, subduing a mutated rat was almost a matter of 2 axe strikes. The mutated rats pounced simultaneously, causing the 2 young ladies, Sheng Guanting and Shiyue Wu, to be petrified with fear, clutching steel pipes in their hands yet unable to advance. Alas! With a cry of agony, a student was instantly knocked to the ground by a mutated rat, his body swiftly lacerated, revealing the bloody entrails within, a scene of extreme gore and brutality. The evolved mutated rats had become astonishingly more powerful in both pouncing and biting, while we humans had made virtually no progress in recent days. I had already switched the Type 92 pistol to my left hand, and in my right hand, I wielded a short, sharp triangular bayonet. The mutated rat that I had shot in the head had already lunged in front of me, nearly knocking me off my feet. The close proximity was no longer suitable for firearms. The mutated rat opened its blood-soaked maw to bite me, while its arm, grown countless times larger, simultaneously lashed out. Either strike would have undoubtedly resulted in severe injury. Damn it, they've become so powerful, I muttered coldly, narrowly evading the twofold assault. Immediately, I brandished the triangular bayonet without hesitation, tearing a bloody gash on the rat's head. The intense pain caused the rat to wail, temporarily disrupting its attack. Bang! Bang! The pistol in my left palm suddenly unleashed a torrent of flames, 2 bullets piercing through the head of the mutated rat in succession. Its blood-red eyes stared at me, sending chills down my spine, yet its massive body finally collapsed to the ground. Damn! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier mutated rat. You have earned 30 experience points and 30 GP. Merely 5 mutated rats had rendered our escape exceedingly arduous. Fewer than 20 survivors had managed to descend from the second floor, and amidst the chaos, at least 5 bodies had been shredded by the rats. Aside from my slight initial success, the others found themselves ensnared in a prolonged struggle, typically 3 individuals against a single mutated rat. Even so, the advantage remained tenuous, especially in the absence of any zombie incursions. I was acutely aware that if this continued, death awaited us. The cacophony of our fierce battle had already attracted numerous zombies from outside, their grotesque FO as the sunlight once again graced our faces. I let out a slight sigh of relief, turning to observe the pitifully small number of us remaining reduced from over 60 to merely 12. Zhang Qingyang had managed to break through to this point, his body drenched in blood yet seemingly undeterred. It was at this moment that I recalled the rumors of our principal's military service. It was abundantly clear that an increasing horde of zombies was converging upon us. The deaths of dozens were not a trivial matter. With their acute sense of smell, the undead could distinctly perceive our plight. Jinhao, what shall we do next? Su Xiahong inquired anxiously, her face betraying her concern. Before us, within a 100-meter radius, there were at least 30 to 40 grotesquely contorted zombies. The stench of decay assaulting our senses. Maintain formation, and head to the parking lot. I commanded, my expression grim, yet I endeavored to project calm. Despite possessing greater strength than others, I bore a heavier burden. The 2 girls beside me were a considerable liability. One misstep in the chaos could lead to infection by the zombies. In that instant, I could easily choose to abandon them, enhancing my own chances of survival. However, I was not a heartless individual. Throughout this apocalyptic journey from my past life to the present, I had never relinquished anyone solely for my own benefit. The parking lot lay at least 1,000 meters away, and we would have to navigate past the library and the complex building to take the shortest route, otherwise a detour would add at least another kilometer to our distance. In this additional kilometer traversed, I cannot fathom the multitude of unforeseen circumstances that await us. Soon, we commenced our run, our pace not particularly swift, yet we endeavored to maintain our formation. It was a simple arrangement, the girls positioned in the innermost ranks while the more capable boys took the lead or guarded the rear. A small horde of zombies loomed in the distance, but our choices were limited. Forward could lead to perdition, while retreat was an inevitability. Each face bore the resolute expression of a last stand, even the girls were no exception. When humanity is driven to the brink, the potential unleashed is unimaginable. Even a petite figure like Shiyu brandished a steel pipe against the undead, though its impact was minimal, while Ma Tianyu unleashed a sweeping blow with his machete, demonstrating an unprecedented force that cleaved a zombie in 2. In mere moments, the threat posed by this small horde dissipated. Yet, countless zombies were already encroaching upon us. Their speed was unremarkable, yet the pressure they exerted upon us was immense and palpable. As we ran, I continuously aimed and fired at the zombies approaching from our front. And one by one, they fell, many succumbing to a single shot to the head. I scarcely believed my marksmanship had reached such proficiency. Alas! Even the most skilled artisan struggles without materials, and my 92 style pistol finally fell silent, yet another magazine expended, leaving me with only Chapter 12, a turn of fortune in desperation in the midst of chaos. I hastily replaced the magazine of my pistol and continued to fire at the zombies not far away. Just then, a sudden flash of white light enveloped me. Doom! Congratulations! You have been promoted to Private Second Class. Your physical attributes have increased by 20%, with an additional 20 points added to your strength. Doom! The system has gifted you a hand grenade and an M16 rifle. My previously exhausted energy was almost instantly restored, and even the wound on my abdomen felt mostly healed. I quickly handed the pistol to Su Xiahong beside me. Remember how I taught you? Ammo is scarce, use it sparingly, don't let me down. Su Xiahong nodded with excitement, clutching the Type 92 pistol I had just handed him as he jogged. I had already taught him how to shoot and aim back in the dormitory. The next moment, a sleek, silver-black rifle appeared in my hand. Its slightly heavy feel only heightened my excitement, and the gun's cold, lethal curves reassured me that the system wouldn't leave me in dire straits. The M16, essentially a compact version of the M401 rifle, boasted impressive performance. After a brief moment of familiarization, a grin of exhilaration spread across my face. The next instant, the rapid staccato of gunfire erupted, and distant zombies fell one after another, their heads exploding. Doom! Congratulations, you have killed a common zombie. You have gained 10 experience points and 10 GP. The M16 is equipped with 5 rifle magazines, which means that for the time being, I need not concern myself with the issue of ammunition. With the addition of the rifle, we pressed forward without incurring any casualties along the way. Soon, the sight of the comprehensive building loomed before us. We decided to enter through the back door, only to find that the glass door was fortified and locked. However, it proved to be no match for our fully armed presence, and before long, the glass shattered, sending fragments cascading to the ground and attracting the attention of numerous zombies. During the outbreak, many individuals remained within the comprehensive building, which boasted the most opulent decor in our entire school. Yet, when disaster struck, the bloodshed here was no less than in other places. In fact, the gruesome scene was even more pronounced. Maintain formation, do not panic, I instructed calmly as we entered the premises. A cacophony of monstrous howls echoed from all directions. Perhaps due to sanitation concerns, we found no mutated rats in this vicinity. Zombies of various shapes and sizes, their eyes a ghastly gray, charged toward us. Truth be told, their speed resembled that of a 3-year-old child. For their bodily functions had deteriorated significantly, the only thing sustaining their movement was a fraction of their altered brain cells. This explains why targeting the head is paramount when confronting zombies. We advanced with purpose, opting not to run this time, as the narrow terrain would inevitably restrict us to a fierce confrontation. Standing at the forefront, I calmly squeezed the trigger of the M16, unleashing a torrent of flames that struck the nearby zombies. The considerable recoil somewhat affected my shooting accuracy, however, with the advantage of long-range firepower, I swiftly dispatched 5 of the undead. In contrast, Su Xiahong, positioned to my side, was met with an unfortunate performance. He gritted his teeth, nervously pulling the trigger. Yet for every 3 bullets fired, at least 1 missed its mark. Even when he did hit, it was merely superficial, serving only to hinder the zombies' advance rather than effectively vanquish them. Casting a glance at Su Xiahong, I felt no inclination to complain. Everyone must traverse their own path of initiation. In my previous life, I too struggled when first acquainted with firearms, no better than he. To our left, a multitude of zombies was slowly converging, imposing immense pressure on Ma Tianyu and the others tasked with defending that flank. Lacking firearms, they could only wait until the creatures drew closer, a perilous predicament indeed. Seizing the opportunity presented by the zombies I had just felled, I swiftly aimed my weapon at the left flank, the sound of gunfire erupting in rapid succession. A volley of bullets poured forth, and several zombies collapsed, never to rise again. The system notification informed me that I had just eliminated 4 zombies in that wave, and my experience points surged along with my GP. Although the system shop remained inaccessible for now, my confidence in its eventual opening was unwavering. Unbeknownst to me, at some point, several green monstrosities began to appear on the walls of the second floor. Their bodies seemed to have undergone a grotesque transformation, endowed with an extraordinary ability to scale surfaces. Each pore on their bodies was expanding outward, revealing glimpses of a green bioweapon enveloping them. Could these be mutated frogs? Ma Tianyu exclaimed in shock. It was not so simple. I sighed, astonished that such peculiar zombies had emerged so swiftly. They could not possibly be the result of mutation. Even logic defied such a notion. How could a pristine complex house frogs before the apocalypse? Let us refer to them as crawlers. In my previous life, these aberrations only began to manifest at least a week after the calamity struck. Past experiences informed me that they moved with remarkable speed, twice that of ordinary zombies. Capable of scaling a smooth 10-meter wall with ease. Humanity had faced countless sieges by zombies, and these crawlers were always the initial assailants. The visages of the crawlers were far more menacing than those of standard zombies. Their bodies resembled the grotesque form of a mutated toad, with every inch of their skin harboring toxins far exceeding that of a cobra's venom. They were alarmingly swift, and within mere seconds of their initial appearance, they leaped down from the wall, charging towards us. Be cautious! I hastily cautioned, the M16 rifle in my hands abruptly escalating its rate of fire. Bullets swiftly piercing through the air. Yet, the distant creeper evaded them with extraordinary velocity. Foreknowing this outcome, I unhesitatingly continued to discharge bullets, one of which penetrated the creeper's cranium. Even aberrant mutated monsters suffer grievous trauma when struck in the head. The creeper's previously rapid sprint faltered instantaneously. Immediately following, another bullet bored into its head. The ghastly green head burst open, its bizarre blood splattering, painting the ground in extreme gore. Su Xiahong, too, concentrated all his attention on the creeper charging towards him, albeit to little avail. 4 consecutive bullets discharged, yet only one found purchase in the creeper's abdomen, causing it to falter momentarily. Damn it! Su Xiahong muttered under his breath, his marksmanship so deplorable that even he could scarcely bear to witness it. Nonetheless, he swiftly supplemented with a few more bullets. The final bullet finally pierced the creeper's head. As Su Xiahong prepared to seek out other targets, he was dismayed to discover that his pistol had run dry. Just as he was about to attempt reloading the magazine using my method, he discovered to his dismay that the magazine was already empty. I told you to conserve your ammunition. I sighed, the ammunition was already scarce, and in Su Xiahong's hands, it dwindled to less than 2 magazines. Our defensive firepower had significantly weakened due to Su Xiahong's influence, yet there was nothing I could do. Once the firearms magazines were empty, I would have to wait until 6 o'clock the following morning for them to replenish. Gritting my teeth, I persevered, continuously firing rounds. In the blink of an eye, another crawler fell victim to my aim, but my M16 had finally exhausted its magazine. Ultimately, it was merely a rifle, lacking the sustained firepower of a machine gun. I hastily sought to replace the magazine, but in that brief moment of vulnerability, the zombies advanced considerably. The situation I had dreaded most had come to pass. 2 crawlers lunged toward Ma Tianyu and Song He almost simultaneously. Ma Tianyu managed to fend off his assailant with a bloodied machete, but Song He was knocked to the ground. The entire formation fell into disarray as we had only traversed halfway through the complex. Brother you. Song He struggled on the ground, attempting to utter more. But it was too late. A crawler had brutally inflicted a gaping wound on his neck, even severing the carotid artery, blood gushing skyward like a crimson fountain. Damn it! Just as Ma Tianyu repelled the crawler that had lunged at him, he witnessed the fountain of blood erupting from Song He's neck. This scene left him momentarily dazed. As reality struck him, his brother of THRE the creeper lunged toward a new target. The muscular man wielding the steel pipe was utterly defenseless against the onslaught. His abdomen brutally pierced, and he collapsed lifelessly. Jinghao, what in damnation are you waiting for? Ma Tianyu roared, brandishing his machete to fend off the creeper before him. He was in dire straits, despairingly witnessing another creeper wreaking havoc within their ranks. In a flash, bullets tore through the air, instantly piercing the rampaging creeper's skull. I had just managed to reload my magazine. The preceding events had unfolded in an incredibly brief span. Ma Tianyu, with every ounce of strength, managed to slay the creeper. In close quarters, the creeper's advantage waned, unable to fully exploit its superior speed. The sudden loss of 2 comrades plunged the group into disarray. One of the fallen was among Ma Tianyu's closest confidants, igniting his fury, his eyes turning bloodshot with rage. I resumed firing my M16, targeting creepers and zombies encroaching upon the group. Visually confirming the absence of creepers in the immediate vicinity brought a modicum of relief. A small number of creepers was manageable, but a horde would be insurmountable. Had 5 or more additional creepers appeared, our group would have faced certain annihilation. Amidst the incessant rat-a-tat-tat of gunfire, our journey, though past its 2/3 mark, seemed to escalate in peril. The encroaching cadavers were scant meters away, as we navigated a relentless throng, having drawn the entire complex's undead denizens. A rear guard, a young man, succumbed to injury, his visage contorted in agony, unmistakably tainted by the virulent contagion. "Break through!" I bellowed, the M16's cadence intensifying. Felling the obstructing ghouls, as I surged forth from the edifice without hesitation. A handful trailed in my wake. I scanned the assemblage, a mere 10 souls remained. Beyond Xu Yuowu and Shang Guanting, no other women survived. The skewed gender ratio, though stark, was unsurprising. Men, by nature, possess superior strength and stamina, their courage often surpassing that of women, affording them an advantage in this apocalyptic epoch. Hasten your pace, lest the undead overtake us. My gaze fixed upon the looming library ahead, my initial composure waned, the fervor diminished. The building's portal was swiftly sealed, as a multitude of the infected assailed the glass. Their ignorance of entry mechanisms evident, their ichor rapidly staining the expanse verdant. Ah! A young man suddenly emitted a harrowing shriek of agony, as his arm wound incessantly discharged blood interwoven with a ghastly verdant hue. His strength ebbed away with alarming rapidity, and his consciousness gradually succumbed to the throes of pain. "Wang Yu!" A distraught voice cried out. The infected young man was indeed Wang Yu, his dearest comrade, who had stood by him since the calamitous events at the school. Witnessing his cherished brother's gradual transformation into a zombie, his heart was rent with unbearable anguish. A sharp report echoed through the air. An instantaneous crimson aperture materialized on the head of the mutating young man, and he collapsed lifelessly onto the ground, the grotesque transformation finally arrested. "Jinghao! What have you done? You shot my brother!" Lu Ming exclaimed, consumed by fury. He, the very young man who had previously been writhing in despair, had finally lost his composure upon witnessing his brother's execution. He was already infected. Even if I hadn't, he would have become a zombie. I paid no heed to Lu Ming's emotional outburst, for I had witnessed such displays countless times in my previous life. He charged toward me with a blade. His countenance contorted with rage, and the cleaver descended upon me without hesitation. Lu Ming had undoubtedly lost his senses, but his actions had crossed my inviolable boundary. Another gunshot reverberated through the air. I observed the scene with an icy demeanor. The cleaver slipped from Lu Ming's grasp and clattered to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend that I would resort to such measures. A crimson stain blossomed on his chest, and his body crashed heavily to the earth. "Let us depart. Time is of the essence," I uttered, shaking my head, as though I had merely performed a trivial task. Su Xiahong and the others stared in astonishment at the scene before them, utterly unprepared for the brutal reality that I had just taken Lu Ming's life in a moment of conflict. Yet, I am not one who revels in bloodshed. Lu Ming had succumbed to madness brought on by the apocalypse, his mind shattered essentially, he had become deranged. If I had not acted decisively, he would undoubtedly have posed a significant threat to us. Jing Hao, have you lost your mind to fire your weapon like that? Shang Guanting admonished, her inability to comprehend my actions evident in her voice. Su Xiahong and Ma Tianyu remained silent. They understood that my actions were far from reckless. The library's grand doors stood ajar, and even before we stepped inside, we could faintly hear the eerie growls emanating from within. The bloodstains stretched ominously to the entrance. A once sacred temple of knowledge now ravaged by the apocalypse. Not even a reincarnated Shakespeare could halt the spread of this contagion. As we crossed the threshold into the library, the zombies seemed to sense our presence, twisting their bodies in grotesque manners, their grayish eyes devoid of pupils. They instinctively detected the essence of the living. Run! Everyone dashed forward in haste. I refrained from firing immediately upon their discovery. Such an act would only hasten the arrival of more of the undead. The sound of gunfire was deafening, each shot reverberating in my ears, akin to the sensation one feels when a whistle is blown too close. In close proximity were the ravenous undead, yet we surged forward, covering at least 20 meters in a matter of mere seconds. Subsequently, our pace diminished considerably, and the M16 in my grasp was compelled to unleash another torrent of fiery projectiles. The resounding clamor echoed through the air, supplanted by an escalating chorus of discordant howls. Even a handful of mutated rodents materialized, their colossal, ebony forms possessing formidable combat prowess. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, I gritted my teeth and propelled the group forward several more meters, even at the risk of considerable peril. For soon, traversing even a single meter would prove exceedingly arduous. Countless zombies surged toward us, much as before, while the lurid, toad-like crawlers proved to be congenital predators. They traversed the 50-meter expanse along the library wall in a mere 2 or 3 breaths, their lightning-like velocity manifesting itself in its full glory at that moment. Maintain formation! I bellowed amidst the cacophony of bizarre cries emanating from all directions. The M16, firing in rapid succession, bore the telltale signs of overheating along its barrel. Several crawlers nearly breached my defensive barrage, but met their demise at my hand just as they were on the verge of pouncing. Xu Yuewu and Shang Guanting were left vulnerable at that moment, as everyone was engrossed in the intense combat, leaving no capacity to safeguard them. Under duress, the 2 captivating young women wielded steel pipes, endeavoring to thwart the onrushing zombies to the best of their abilities. The corpulent Su Xiahong was also engaged in a desperate struggle, gripping a fire axe tightly as he repelled a mutated rat that lunged at him time and again. The rat's body was already riddled with wounds, its massive size simultaneously impeding the advance of other zombies toward Su Xiahong. In the genesis of their encounter with such a being, they never envisioned attaining the prowess to contend with mutated monstrosities. Progressing incrementally, each meter advanced amidst the encroaching horde of the undead was fraught with peril. The collective had already expended a significant portion of their energy merely engaging the zombies. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. They advanced gradually, each passing second an eternity. Their current predicament was akin to the plight of Xiangyu, the hegemon king of Western Chu, besieged on all sides. At least 50 zombies had materialized, rendering their defense increasingly arduous. Clutched within their grasp was a verdant grenade, their ultimate recourse. Failure would consign them to oblivion. With gritted teeth, they seized an opportune moment to disengage the grenade's safety pin and hurl it forward. Fall back! The others, engrossed in their life-or-death struggle, were initially unresponsive to the utterance, yet instinctively retreated a fraction, prioritizing their safety. A deafening explosion reverberated in the vicinity, the grenade's detonation unleashing a formidable shockwave that nearly upended them. Zombies proximate to the epicenter of the blast were instantly reduced to fragments, the ensuing concussive force toppling numerous others. Limbs were severed, and blood flowed freely. The grenade, procured from the system's emporium, possessed a potency far exceeding its real-world counterpart, inflicting augmented damage upon zombies and other biomutated entities. At least 10 zombies succumbed to the explosion. Breakthrough! The area near the gate momentarily transformed into a vacuum. Upon regaining their composure, they surged outward without delay. A beam of white light flashed over me, accompanied by the demise of numerous zombies, and I leveled up once again. Ding! Congratulations, you have been promoted to Private First Class. Your physical attributes have increased by 40%, and your agility has been augmented by an additional 20 points. Ding! You have received an upgrade package. Would you like to claim it immediately? Without hesitation, I chose to accept it, and in the next moment, two sleek, silver-black pistols materialized in my palms. Compared to the Type 92, they were more compact, and based on my previous experiences, I instantly recognized these firearms as foreign-imported USP handguns. Each magazine contained 12 rounds, and their firepower surpassed that of the Type 92 slightly. Most importantly, there were two of them, their cold contours resting in my hands. The system designated them as USP Dual. As before, I hurriedly shut the back door of the library, and before I could revel in my good fortune, an enormous creature appeared before us. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, its physique was far more terrifying than that of a mutated rat. With two massive canine teeth bared to the air, and a tail exceeding 1 meter in length standing erect, its powerful limbs were firmly planted on the ground, its skin shimmering in a dark golden hue. I immediately recognized this dark golden entity as the Dark Golden Hound, possessing combat prowess several times greater than that of a typical zombie hound. In my previous life, I encountered it only after struggling for over a month following the apocalypse. During that time, even as an ability user, I barely managed to escape with my life, let alone in the early days of the apocalypse. Woof! The Dark Golden Hound emitted a low, hoarse sound, reminiscent of a throat obstructed by phlegm. The familiar barks of your head transformed into a death knell, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 14, The Turn of Events, Infection. Go ahead. I will hold it off, I shouted urgently, aware that the parking lot was just nearby. It would take less than a minute to dash there. I tossed the keys directly to Su Xiahong, and before I could react, a gust of wind rushed toward me as the Dark Golden Hound lunged directly at me, its powerful forepaws seemingly capable of tearing anything asunder. Bang! Bang! I swiftly retreated, repeatedly pulling the trigger of my USP handgun. The bullet struck the Dark Golden Hound but inflicted minimal damage, merely leaving a few bloodstains on its golden fur. Jing Hao, if we are to live, let us live together. If we are to die, let us die together. Su Xiahong's gaze was resolute, despite his considerable weakness and the high likelihood of perishing here. You fool, what good will it do for you to stay? I gritted my teeth, questioning him as I continued firing my USP to thwart the hound's assault. Su Xiahong remained silent, his Type 92 pistol had run out of ammunition, and he stood firm with a fire axe, refusing to move. Seizing a momentary lapse, I glanced back, noticing that Ma Tianyu and his group seemed intent on remaining to fight, which left me utterly exasperated. If everyone stayed, not only would it bear little fruit, but it would also exacerbate our casualties. Ma Tianyu, take Shangguanting and the others and leave, I declared with unyielding determination. Understood. With gritted teeth, Matt looked at me, and without hesitation, bid farewell. Take care. He understood that without firearms, his presence here would be ineffectual. Heading to the parking area was the judicious course of action. Just as Su Xiahong, wielding a fire axe, was preparing to engage the Dark Gold Hound, I promptly halted him, tossing him an M16 rifle. Though its magazine was nearly depleted, it was better than nothing. It would be absurd to engage the hound in close combat, as even in its juvenile state, its power far exceeded our capabilities. Our only recourse was to weaken it from a distance until it no longer posed a threat. Su Xiahong fired the M16 from the rear, each shot deliberate, akin to a sniper's, thereby enhancing accuracy. He could hardly withstand the recoil of the M16's rapid fire. Bullets struck the dark gold fur of the hound, causing crimson blood to splatter. Unlike zombies, the blood of these creatures, transformed by the biovirus, was not as thoroughly altered as that of humans. A plaintive howl, seemingly tinged with pain, emanated from the hound's throat. It was capable of experiencing pain, which was not surprising considering its status as an advanced bio-creature. We continued to maneuver around the hound, but firearms inevitably run out of ammunition. As the last bullet left the magazine, the hound felt the reduction in firepower, and baring its fangs, it lunged toward me. Its speed was slightly swifter than that of a mere crawler. In a moment of carelessness, I found myself unceremoniously knocked to the ground. The terrifying force of the dark golden hound's forepaw pressing down upon me. If it were to bite down now, grievous injury would undoubtedly be my fate. The strength of a private was utterly insufficient for my escape. Su Xiahong, in a state of anxiety, fired desperately at the dark golden hound. But his accuracy was woefully inadequate, especially when his nerves were frayed. Even the creature's massive form proved elusive as a target. "Damn it!" I muttered under my breath, my complexion paling. After the dark golden hound tackled me, it pinned my arm down, rendering me powerless and allowing me to behold it up close once more. Its bloodthirsty gaze was a deep crimson, and its dark golden fur was marred with splashes of blood, alongside lurking, ominous green substances. If my conjecture was correct, those were indeed biohazardous viruses. The dark golden hound had yet to fully assimilate the virus. Once it completed this process, it would transition beyond its juvenile stage. A low, eerie growl resonated before me as it opened its cavernous maw, exposing two enormous canine teeth to the air. I struggled with all my might, but to no avail. Though I possessed greater strength than the average person, I found myself utterly defenseless in this predicament. Was this truly the end? I couldn't help but contemplate in my mind. Is it possible that on only the third day of my rebirth, I am destined to meet a gruesome end at the hands of an advanced bio-beast? I am supposedly a savior candidate, with a plethora of unfulfilled ambitions, parents yet to rescue, and countless damsels in distress awaiting my aid. The cavernous maw inched closer to my head, a mere 8 inches away. I could vividly envision the ghastly scene of my skull being pulverized in a single bite. I painfully shut my eyes, realizing that at this final moment, all aspirations were rendered futile. However, the force restraining my arms seemed to dissipate in an instant. Accompanied by an agonizing wail, I abruptly opened my eyes, and my gaze fell upon Su Xiahong, who was gritting his teeth as he plunged a fire axe into the head of the dark golden hound. Roar! Like zombies, the head was also the hound's vital point, and a successful hit would inflict, at the very least, a severe injury. However, even bullets struggled to penetrate the hound's robust skull, making it difficult to imagine the sheer force that Su Xiahong, an ordinary man, had unleashed in that strike. I swiftly rose to my feet, the brief seconds feeling like an eternity. The dark golden hound, seething with rage, turned to pounce on Su Xiahong, the axe still lodged in its head. My eyes turned frigid in an instant. At almost point-blank range, I unloaded the USP pistol, which I had reloaded, into the hound's head. The first volley of bullets dented the hound's skull, the second shattered it, and the third pierced through the hound's head. In a fleeting moment, as Su Xiahong was being tackled to the ground, the dark gold hound's head was bombarded with a hail of bullets. Its movements faltered, and as it struggled to turn its head, Jinghao emptied the magazines of his dual-wielded USP pistols. The pistols vanished from his grasp, replaced by a slender dagger, a triangular bayonet. Without hesitation, he plunged the bayonet into the hound's skull, inflicting a critical blow upon its already shattered cranium. Withdrawing the weapon, the hound's body crashed to the ground, disintegrating into dark gold fragments that dissipated into the air. Damn! Congratulations! You have slain a juvenile dark gold hound. You have been awarded 500 experience points and 500 GP. Without Su Xiahong's intervention, I would have undoubtedly met my demise. In desperate situations, even ordinary individuals can unleash unimaginable strength, as demonstrated by Su Xiahong's actions. As I helped him up, he coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood. My expression shifted to concern as I noticed a bloody gash on his arm, with faint, greenish, worm-like entities wriggling within. I suspected that this wound was inflicted when the dark gold hound pinned him down, its powerful claws pressing against his arm. Su Xiahong, I began, but hesitated. unable to find the right words. Jinhao, you need not utter a word, I comprehend everything. Hurry and pursue Ma Tianyu and the others. Do not concern yourself with me. Su Xiahong sighed deeply, turning his back to me, obscuring his visage. He must be feeling immense despair now. Perhaps exacerbated by the spread of the biovirus, as his body began to tremble. My eyes, too, turned crimson. Had he not chosen to remain for my sake? Had he not dared to confront the dark golden hounds to divert their attention, he would not be in this predicament. The sudden turn of events filled me with profound guilt. Su Xiahong could have safely departed this place, yet he had contracted the biovirus because of me. I was acutely aware that this situation was irrevocable but the odds of that were exceedingly slim. Meanwhile, in the distance, the faint sounds of zombies' roars began to rise. I cast a glance at Su Xiahong, whose face was ashen, the virus wreaking havoc within him. Yet, if we did not leave soon, I feared I would find myself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Su Xiahong, let us go, first, join them. This was the only consolation I could offer. An attempt to deceive myself. Su Xiahong did not respond to my words, his pallor intensified, and with a despondent gaze, he inquired, Jinhao, be honest with me. Is there any possibility of recovery in my condition? I paused, taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, I finally uttered, there is, but. Su Xiahong sighed deeply, stating, in truth, it matters little, many have perished since the onset of the disaster, and my absence will not be felt. In fact, I had contemplated this before rushing forth to confront the dark golden creature. I am but a mere individual, my demise would hold little significance, however, if I must perish, let it be with purpose. Jinhao, you are far superior to me, your survival offers hope for all of us to endure longer in these apocalyptic times. Chapter 15, Human nature is such it is all my fault. I blame myself, my heart heavy with sorrow. I watch helplessly as my longtime companion undergoes this horrifying transformation. Feeling utterly powerless, as if I am gasping for breath. Take this, and live on for me. Su Xiahong handed me the key and an M16. If it is not too much to ask, please look after my parents, they are advancing in age, and I hope I will certainly do so. With a heavy heart, I accepted these items from Su Xiahong. At that moment, an unprecedented warmth surged through Su Xiahong's body, a remarkable force stirring within him. Su Xiahong, you. I watched in astonishment as the once gaping, eerie green wound on his arm began to heal at an astonishing rate. This was clearly beyond the realm of normalcy, suggesting that, in mere breaths, Su Xiahong's grotesque injury had completely mended. Externally, there was no trace of harm, and even his previously pale complexion regained its rosy hue. Congratulations, my brother. I patted his shoulder, sincerely expressing my joy for Su Xiahong's miraculous revival. Having arrived at the parking area, the ambience was particularly somber due to the dim illumination. The faint echoes of monstrous roars reverberated through the space. The scene was hardly an improvement over the outside, with bloodstains omnipresent and several zombified corpses strewn upon the ground. In the distance, 6 or 7 automobiles were entangled in a collision, the undead occupants within exhibiting agitation upon noticing our presence, pounding against the windows, their egress impeded by the seat belts. Our objective was to locate Long Xiaocheng's erstwhile Mercedes-Benz, as well as the vanguard team. We advanced expeditiously, and soon a group of individuals came into view, standing beside a luxury vehicle, awaiting anxiously. Upon sighting me, their countenances brightened with fervor, exclaiming my name. As I was about to approach them, I felt a frigid grasp on my left leg. Looking down, I beheld the decaying hand of a male zombie, its sanguine digits clutching my thigh with force. The disheveled male zombie contorted his face as he endeavored to crawl out from under the vehicle. With a guttural growl, the zombie bared his fangs, attempting to bite my leg. As soon as his grotesque head emerged, the triangular stiletto, which had materialized in my palm, was immediately thrust into his skull, repeated twice, until the zombie's grip on my leg relinquished entirely. The zombie before me was undoubtedly not lurking to ambush me, rather. It had succumbed to infection in the parking lot during the outbreak and, in a panic, sought refuge beneath a vehicle, only to undergo transformation with the passage of time. Faced with this sudden turn of events, I felt a twinge of surprise, yet not fear. My current abilities rendered the confrontation with ordinary zombies effortless. As long as I was not besieged by a horde, self-preservation seemed quite feasible, provided I did not exhaust my ammunition. I nodded, and at that moment, Ma Tianyu, visibly concerned, inquired, "Jinghao, what about that mutated creature?" "Rest assured, it has perished," I replied calmly, then directed my gaze toward Shang Guanting, offering her a reassuring smile as she looked back at me. Before us stood an extraordinarily luxurious Mercedes-Benz van, its exterior suggesting a value of no less than $1 million. Upon opening the door, an awkward question sprang to mind. "By the way, does anyone here know how to drive?" I scratched my head in embarrassment. In my past life, I had struggled to survive for months during the apocalypse, yet I had never developed an interest in automobiles. Not only was I incapable of driving, but I also lacked the time to learn, and many vehicles had been rendered inoperable due to the catastrophe. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, and even Ma Tianyu, who had earlier boasted about owning an Audi, appeared quite helpless. His family background was not affluent, and his success in school was solely due to his own efforts. "I can drive," Zhang Qingyang interjected, stepping forward. As the principal of our school, he was no stranger to luxury cars, and thankfully, he had survived this breakout. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits. We soon settled into the spacious 9-seater Mercedes-Benz van. To be honest, I had never experienced such luxury in my life, however. The thought that this vehicle would belong to me after Long Xiaocheng's demise filled me with a somewhat petty exhilaration. Sitting in the passenger seat, my eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement as the car swiftly began to move, gradually departing from the parking lot and cruising along the campus pathways. We encountered several zombies along the way, clawing and lunging at us, only to be forcefully repelled. I must admit, as a luxury vehicle, its defensive capabilities were quite impressive. The car soon navigated onto the school playground, where numerous zombies and mutated rats took notice of our presence. Yet their attempts to harm us were rendered futile by our rapid speed. Upon reaching the school entrance, we found the gates tightly secured, and within the guardhouse, a zombie clad in a security uniform was locked inside. The intelligence of these transformed beings had plummeted dramatically, rendering them incapable of grasping the concept of opening a door, thus leaving them trapped since the onset of the apocalypse. "What now?" Zhang Qingyang inquired, turning to me. "Ram through," I declared, my confidence unwavering. The vehicle reversed approximately 10 meters before accelerating forward in a powerful dash. "Hold on tight." The Mercedes-Benz crashed through the school gates and onto the street. It was only then that we beheld the scene before us. In just a few short days since the catastrophe, the area lay in utter disarray, with nearly dried blood flowing everywhere. Being situated in a remote suburb, the population density was quite low, which naturally resulted in a scarcity of zombies. The denizens residing in the city center faced an even more dire predicament. The dense population in the urban core led to a surge in fatalities following the cataclysm, with a crimson tide of the undead forming in less than half an hour. This relentless wave threatened to engulf the city center within mere hours. "Where shall we proceed next?" Zhang Qingyang inquired. I had now succeeded Long Xiaocheng as the linchpin of the group, a position earned not solely through my capabilities. "Let us depart from this city," I responded with a shake of my head. "There is no military presence here, and the local constabulary is incapable of rescuing survivors or establishing temporary safe havens." My past experiences, coupled with the multimedia reports during the outbreak, indicated that temporary sanctuaries would be established in prefecture-level and provincial capital cities. These havens, fortified by substantial military deployments and defensive walls erected around key structures, would serve as humanity's true refuge. Although larger sanctuaries would inevitably attract larger hordes of the undead, they would undoubtedly provide greater security than venturing out alone. My home was not far from the school, and recollections of my past life began to surface. The journey, under normal driving conditions, would take approximately 10 minutes. I delineated the route to Zhangqingyang, and the vehicle once again navigated the streets, revealing the surrounding panorama. En route, we encountered a multi-car pileup involving at least 30 vehicles, a consequence far surpassing the scene I had witnessed in the parking lot earlier. Countless flames engulfed the city, growing ever more ferocious, as if intent on incinerating every vestige of sin within its bounds. The traffic, in this apocalyptic scenario, is more paralyzed than ever. Impeded not only by abandoned vehicles obstructing the thoroughfare but also by the relentless advance of zombies and the gruesome spectacle of bloodied limbs strewn about. Help me! A desperate voice suddenly pierces the air, seizing our attention. At that moment, a mature woman on the right side of the street is frantically waving, as though striving to catch the last bus home. Jinhao, should we? Zhang Qingyang suggests, reducing our speed. Let us keep moving. She stands no chance. I reply, shaking my head. Behind her, a mutated rat is in pursuit, and soon she is toppled to the ground, followed by scenes of unspeakable carnage. Jinhao, could we possibly stop by my home? I am so anxious to know about my parents. Shang Guantang implores, her eyes brimming with tears. I hesitate, torn about whether to acquiesce, but upon learning that her residence is situated in an upscale district at the city's heart, I resolutely decline. Absolutely not. The distance is the least of our concerns, the dangers within are beyond your imagination. It is absurd to jeopardize our entire group for the sake of rescuing Shang Guantang's parents. After all, the city center is notoriously regarded as a forbidden zone for humanity. A place where entering often equates to a death sentence. Even the most formidable of ability users would face a perilous fate if they ventured alone, as the population density within those confines is alarmingly high. Just envision the chaos of a crowded bus or a bustling supermarket during a sale. Now imagine those throngs replaced by zombies, and the mere thought sends shivers down one's spine. In stark contrast, individuals residing in the suburbs or rural areas experience a significantly elevated chance of survival, as the dangers they encounter pale in comparison to those in the city center, rendering them almost trivial. Tears streamed down Shang Guanting's face like a waterfall, and Su Xiahong found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless in his attempt to comfort her. Although his powers had surged to extraordinary heights since becoming an ability user, both his intelligence and emotional quotient remained conspicuously lacking. In truth, I harbored a considerable degree of selfishness. Our vehicle could accommodate only 9 passengers, with a cramped maximum of 11. If everyone were to rescue their parents, how would the seating arrangements be justly allocated? In this apocalyptic world, I had no grounds to accuse others of selfishness, for at this critical juncture of life and death, human nature reveals its true colors. Chapter 16, A Man's Tears. The vehicle sped through the suburbs, encountering numerous zombies along the way, all of whom were unceremoniously crushed beneath the wheels. By now, at least a double-digit number of zombies had perished. And if their demise could translate into experience points for me, it would be utterly exhilarating if only the system allowed for such loopholes. Familiar scenes continuously shifted before my eyes, and the city, now shrouded in blood and flames, had lost its former gentleness. Upon the appearance of a once familiar building, my heart quaked with trepidation. The walls of this apartment building were already stained with mottled blood, evoking a sense of both familiarity and strangeness within me. The mere thought of my parents, still unaccounted for, drained the color from my face. I will accompany you, Su Xiahong stated as she fell into step beside me. The 2 girls in the vehicle had already dissolved into tears, the earlier bravado reminiscent of palace intrigue long since vanished. Shuyu's home was located in a luxurious neighborhood in the city center, a fact that robbed her of the courage to even ask me to search for her parents. As I stepped into the building, a triangular military dagger materialized in my palm, its blade reflecting a silvery gleam under the sunlight. Su Xiahong wielded a crimson fire axe. However, the anticipated growls of the undead did not resound. Instead, I was taken aback to find several lifeless corpses of zombies, exuding the stench of decay, clearly long deceased. Yet, we remained on high alert. Compared to open ground, zombies within a building posed a far greater threat, as they could emerge from any shadowy corner at any moment. Upon reaching the third floor, the sight of more zombie corpses ignited a bold notion within me, even restoring some color to my complexion. Standing before a door on the third floor, I inhaled deeply and, with a tense expression, slowly pushed it open. All suspense would be unveiled in this instant. Yet, the next moment, my pallor deepened. The home remained achingly familiar, yet devoid of the acrid smoke and the unmistakable presence of my parents. In that fleeting moment, all negative emotions erupted, and the facade of strength I had so desperately maintained dissipated into thin air. The entire being collapsed onto the ground, trembling. As my eyes instantly turned red, moist as if something had fallen upon my hands. Lowering my head, I discovered that it was tears. How long had it been since I had encountered such a phenomenon? Even during the most desperate struggles of my previous life amidst the apocalypse, I had never felt such profound sorrow. In my former existence, despite not reuniting with my parents, I had never found myself in such a predicament. I had always clung to a glimmer of hope. Yet now, that fragile hope seemed to have shattered. A man seldom weeps, except when truly heartbroken. Jinhao, do not rush into despair, there is still a no here. Su Xiahong suddenly interjected. My eyes brightened at once, as if a few flickering fireflies had appeared in the darkness of my heart. I took the note from Su Xiahong's hand, my heart quaking. Huzi, when you read this letter, immediately head to the temporary protection zone west of Bamboo Sea City. Do whatever it takes to survive and await my arrival. It may take a long time, but one day, you will understand. Jing Mingxian, Jun Shifu. Upon finishing the message, my eyes grew moist once more. The familiar nickname and the vigorous script in the signature revealed to me that my father was still alive. Reflecting on the deceased zombies we had encountered earlier, a sense of clarity enveloped me. Yet, a new question arose. What was it that I would eventually come to understand? Carefully folding the note and placing it into my system backpack, I exhaled and slowly rose from the ground. At least from this letter, it appeared that my father was safe and sound, and my mother likely remained unharmed as well. Certainly, this is merely my conjecture. Yet I fervently wish for it to manifest into reality. Although I am not reunited with my parents at this moment, it is far preferable to the agonizing wait devoid of hope. Before departing, I took one last lingering gaze at this former abode. Everything appeared so familiar. Yet it had irrevocably changed. As we resumed our journey in the vehicle, the absence of other individuals was palpable, and many matters were understood without the need for words. Thus we refrained from idle chatter. Let us proceed to the Bamboo Sea Protection Area, I stated with a calm demeanor. The vehicle sped along the street, encountering dozens of scattered mutated rats, yet they posed little threat to us, despite the fact that a mere 2 or 3 could easily rend our car apart. After navigating a sharp turn, we finally entered the national highway, where the number of zombies on either side was remarkably sparse. Gazing into the vicinity, one could see nothing but desolate hills, dotted with a few villages. In truth, the survival rate in rural areas has proven to be significantly higher than in urban settings following the apocalypse. Many individuals there manage to be self-sufficient, stockpiling supplies at home. And due to the sparse population and vast mountainous terrain, the threat of zombies to humanity is considerably diminished. After an hour of travel, the visage of a city gradually unfolded before us. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and the sights were rife with blood and zombies. In the distance, a towering building was engulfed in seething flames, as if it sought to obliterate everything in a conflagration. Here lies Bamboo Sea City, perched on the edge of the ocean. Once, this city was renowned for its prosperity within the province. Now, it is a desolate site, marred by devastation. With ruins scattered throughout and the presence of zombies roaming the streets, exhibiting their bloodthirsty ferocity. According to my past experiences, a temporary sanctuary has been established in the western suburbs of Bamboo Sea City, where government officials and military forces have congregated, relentlessly striving to rescue survivors. Bolstered by sufficient military strength. At the helm of the vehicle, Zhang Qingyang drove the Mercedes with a steady hand. Despite its formidable defenses, the car had sustained damage along the way, with a piece of metal sheared off the front, bitten away by a mutated rat. Jinhao, how do we get to the sanctuary? Zhang Qingyang inquired, turning to me. Head west into the suburbs. We should arrive in less than half an hour, I replied. Momentarily taken aback as I realized I had yet to inform Zhang Qingyang of the sanctuary's location, leaving him bewildered as we traversed the route. The surroundings transformed continuously. And after an indeterminate passage of time, several dark green armored vehicles emerged in the distance, accompanied by the faint sounds of gunfire, igniting a spark of excitement within me. Follow them! I exclaimed eagerly. After a swift acceleration, our car gradually came to a halt beside the armored vehicles. I LED'd the way out, pondering how best to engage in conversation with the soldiers when suddenly, the cold muzzles of firearms were pressed against my forehead, and not just one. Who goes there? Barked the leading soldier, Captain Huang Jie of this squad. Relax, we are survivors from Huicheng, I responded. I endeavored to calm my tone, fully aware that these soldiers would never engage in actions that threatened our lives. Shao Li, conduct a thorough examination, Captain Huang Jie commanded with a grave expression. And soon 5 or 6 soldiers approached to inspect our bodies. Report to the captain, everyone is normal, with no signs of infection, Shao Li announced. At that moment, the ominous muzzles of the guns were lowered, and a collective sigh of relief escaped our lips. It was then that Huang Jie spoke. I apologize. I was merely fulfilling my duty. I hope there are no hard feelings regarding the earlier events. Huang nodded, acknowledging that we were originally stationed at the border of Zhuhai City. Following the disaster, we established a temporary sanctuary, tasked with rescuing any survivors with a glimmer of hope. Could you share the current status of the sanctuary? I inquired. Huang Jie frowned, as though hesitating over something. Never mind, if it's not possible, that's all right. I discerned the difficulty in his eyes. It's nothing, after all, it's not a military secret. And sharing it with you is of no consequence. Huang chuckled lightly. Initially, our garrison in Zhuhai maintained a standard strength of 10,000 troops. After the catastrophe erupted, a small number of our comrades were transformed into monsters, which posed a significant threat and resulted in casualties exceeding 2,000. However, the higher echelons of the military quelled the uprising with an iron fist, realizing that anyone bitten by a zombie would undergo mutation. Consequently, all infected individuals were executed. Subsequently, senior military officials reached out to local government dignitaries, only to discover that this phenomenon was not confined to the Bamboo Sea, it was manifesting globally. We then dispatched troops to rescue the government officials, managing to save some survivors while eliminating numerous zombies, albeit at the cost of increased casualties. As far as my understanding goes, the military strength within the protected zone currently amounts to a little over 4,000. With the majority of heavy weaponry preserved in commendable condition, while the number of survivors remains under 20,000, certainly, we are still striving for improvement. My gaze flickered as the state of the protected zone aligned with my expectations. Even in the face of an apocalypse, the military exhibited remarkable combat capability. For the early stage zombies were largely not formidable, meeting only a gruesome end against heavy firepower. However, as time progresses, the undead will continually evolve, giving rise to an increasing number of advanced zombies, potentially capable of exhibiting a degree of intelligence. It is at that juncture that humanity will truly face its demise. Chapter 17, The State of the Protected Zone. Under Huang Jie's guidance, we arrived at the protected zone. In just a few days, this suburban area had constructed rudimentary defensive positions, even resurrecting long-absent city walls. The walls, crafted from reinforced concrete, stand a modest 4 meters tall. Yet their establishment is a considerable achievement. A contingent of soldiers stood guard at the city gate, accompanied by medical personnel in white coats. An array of advanced diagnostic equipment was arrayed at the entrance, in accordance with protocol requiring all newcomers to the protected zone to undergo a medical examination and registration. This was to prevent the infiltration of infected individuals, the consequences of which would be catastrophic. At that moment, a woman carrying a child was identified as infected. A significant laceration marking her back. There was no doubt she had been infected. I regret to inform you that you have been infected with the biohazard virus and cannot be admitted, the commanding officer declared, his expression grave. The dark muzzles of firearms were trained on the woman, poised to neutralize her at the slightest sign of aggression. The woman shuddered. Having long been aware of the searing pain in her back and recognizing that it was caused by a zombie. The protected zone was so close, and she was unwilling to concede defeat. She believed that the military forces within could ensure her safety, freeing her from the torment of the virus. Clinging to this last vestige of hope, she had come here. Alas, death was her only recourse. With such an abundance of medical expertise, can you not cure me? The woman asked, her face ashen. I am deeply sorry, but we are powerless to assist you, the officer replied, his face an impassive mask. For the safety of the survivors, we have no choice but to terminate you. Then please, care for my child, he is still so young, the woman said. Her voice trembling. She cast one last, profound look at the infant in her arms, who, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was smiling and giggling at his mother. Rest assured, we will exert our utmost efforts, the officer affirmed. Promptly, an individual received the male infant from the woman's grasp. The infant remained uninfected, however. Should the woman have undergone transformation prior to reaching the sanctuary, she would, in a state of unawareness, have consumed her cherished offspring. Several soldiers escorted the woman to an isolated locale, and shrouded her head with a dark sack, and with the report of a firearm, her body slumped heavily to the earth. They had, in the end, carried out the execution. This scene was witnessed with stark clarity by those of us undergoing medical examination, each harboring sentiments of varying intensity. Of particular note, Sheng Guanting, her eyes tinged with crimson, murmured something indistinctly. We gained entry to the protected zone without incident, though regrettably. The Mercedes-Benz van was requisitioned by the military, much to my chagrin. My newfound affluence had evaporated overnight, leaving me a commoner once more. After we had each completed the registration process, the officer broached the subject, if you wish to ascertain whether your relatives are within the confines of the protected zone, please state their names. With a modicum of hope, I submitted my parents' names, whereupon the officer swiftly initiated a search on the computer. Not registered. I offered a wry smile. The outcome being far from unexpected. Everyone present entertained a glimmer of hope, including Zhang Qingyang, a man well into middle age. Alas! The capricious hand of fortune does not favor all. Ultimately, only two individuals' eyes lit up with elation. Shu Qingchen and Luo Xiaoya, are they? They are together. Residing in tent number 1107. I shall have someone escort you. The officer spoke calmly, and soon soldiers escorted the agitated Shu Yuowu away. I cast a helpless glance at Shu Yuowu, this enigmatic girl whose intentions in approaching me were indeed ulterior. After securing her own safety, she turned to leave. Though not before casting a glance at me filled with complex emotions. Su Xiahong also found her family, although it was only her mother. The reunion was still a source of great excitement. Her family had already settled in the Bamboo Sea City, so their reunion was hardly surprising. With the soldiers' assistance, we quickly set up camp with military tents, and given our numbers, we were provided with 2 tents. Once we had established our rudimentary shelter, I decided to venture out alone for a stroll. The area where we resided resembled a survivors' concentration camp, essentially a refugee zone filled with the homes of the homeless. Along the way, I witnessed many individuals whose spirits were twisted by despair. A man brandished a portly middle-aged man clutches a black box in his right hand. its edges protruding with exposed red bills, while his left hand grips the leg of a young and beautiful woman, his face adorned with an expression of desperate pleading. Xiao Li, you promised to love me for a lifetime. How could you abandon me like this? He implores from his kneeling position. Wang Baocheng. Are you foolish or simply naive? The only reason I ever tolerated you was your wealth. I found our previous encounters repulsive, and now that you possess nothing, what right do you have to claim me? She retorts coldly, her laughter dripping with disdain. But I still have plenty of money, I can protect you, Wang Baocheng laments, kneeling like a forlorn stray dog. Is that filthy money of yours even worth the effort of wiping oneself? A man with a pompadour suddenly interjects, delivering a kick that sends Wang Baocheng sprawling to the ground, seizing the box from his grasp. The man flings the box open, and the red bills cascade down like a torrential rain. Many onlookers witnessed this scene yet remain utterly indifferent, for since the onset of the calamity, money has lost all semblance of value. I shook my head in resignation and departed from the scene, in a previous life marked by apocalypse. I had witnessed individuals burning money to cook their meals. Thus, I felt little shock, only a profound weariness towards the hypocrisy of human nature. Wandering aimlessly through the refugee zone, I spotted a child seated on the ground, wailing inconsolably, beside him an elderly man on the brink of death. Little one, what troubles you? I inquired as I crouched down beside him. The boy wept for a long time before he choked out, Grandma hasn't eaten for 2 days. I finally managed to find a bag of chocolate for her, but it was snatched away by a villain. I sighed, in this apocalyptic world, food is a coveted prize, fiercely contested by countless souls. At times, a mere bag of biscuits can turn once inseparable brothers into bitter foes. In the palm of my hand, a bag of Dove chocolate materialized, an item I had previously obtained in the boys' dormitory. Currently, I lacked for nothing, at least for a month, my sustenance was assured. Here, take this, I said as I handed the chocolate to him, my tone earnest, be strong. Surviving is more important than anything else. The boy stared at me, astonished by the seemingly magical appearance of the chocolate, wanting to express something but faltering in his speech. Suddenly, panic filled his eyes. Big brother, be careful. Without warning, a tremendous force struck my back, and before I could react, I was knocked to the ground. In my line of sight, 3 men regarded me with predatory amusement, gleaming knives in hand, like ravenous wolves eyeing their prey. Hey there, starting off with a bag of chocolate? Quite the wealthy lad, aren't you? The leader sneered. We're all having a tough time, hand over all your food, and we might let you go today. I slowly rose from the ground, dusting myself off. The wind is a bit strong today, what did you just say? Don't play tricks with me, kid. I suggest you behave, in an instant. A sharp trident dagger materialized in the palm of my hand, its 3 edges refracting a dazzling light under the direct rays of the sun. Without a moment's hesitation, the trident plunged into the abdomen of the leading man, swiftly withdrawing just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, he collapsed to the ground, his expression one of shock as he gazed at me. His right hand, having dropped the knife, pressed against the wound in a futile attempt to staunch the bleeding. Yet, the trident is renowned as a bloodletting artifact, torrents of crimson flowed through his fingers. Kill him! The fallen man shouted weakly, his strength rapidly ebbing away. I had felt the searing pain of a similar wound myself, and even I had lost all combat efficacy for a time. How much more so this pitiful wretch before me? I met the gaze of his 2 henchmen with a calm stare, sending shivers down their spines. Yet they gritted their teeth and charged at me. In short order, I had them both sprawled on the ground. This time, I refrained from employing the trident, for there was no need to escalate the situation. I am not a cruel person. Oftentimes, I prefer not to wield weapons against humanity. Yet every individual possesses their own limits. Take your leader and leave swiftly. Linger any longer, and you may find your lives in jeopardy. My words were not mere bluster. Though the trident strike was not to a fatal area, it was sufficient to inflict significant harm, and the considerable blood loss could indeed prove life-threatening. If I am not mistaken, you must be an ability user, correct? A voice whispered softly in my ear. Chapter 18, The Trials of Military Service. I abruptly raised my head, only to realize that the individual before me was none other than squad leader Huang Jie. My gaze flickered as I regarded him, yet I remained silent. Do not be too surprised, I am merely speculating, Huang Jie remarked, observing my astonishment. I witnessed everything that transpired just now. You possess a power far superior to that of an ordinary individual, and you can conjure weapons seemingly out of thin air. This seems incongruous with your identity and appearance as a student, does it not? What are you implying? I slowly articulated, exhaling a few words. I harbor no ill intentions. Although our protective zone is modest in size, we do have several individuals with extraordinary abilities, each of whom far exceeds the capabilities of the average person. If our sanctuary could boast a few more endowed individuals, it would bolster our capacity to safeguard the survivors, would it not? Huang Jie smiled as he explained. My superior, the temporary commander of the protection zone, Wang Kai, holds a high regard for those with special abilities and has therefore extended an invitation for you to meet him. It appears you have already discerned this, correct? I inquired indifferently, my expression inscrutable. You could interpret it that way, he chuckled. So, are you interested in paying him a visit? Certainly, I nodded. 10 minutes later, before me stood a relatively grand edifice. The words Temporary Command Center of the Protection Zone prominently emblazoned upon it. Within these walls resided not only Commander Wang Kai but also high-ranking officials from both the military and government. A contingent of guards stood at the entrance, each possessing prowess rivaling that of elite soldiers, fully armed and ever vigilant. Upon entering the command center, we ascended to the 4th floor and arrived before a door. Huang Jie knocked gently, announcing, "Commander, the individual has arrived." A robust voice responded from within, "Come in." As the door swung open, I was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged man seated on a sofa, clad in a dark green military uniform adorned with a golden emblem of wheat and stars on his shoulders, signifying his rank as a major general. Undoubtedly, he was Wang Kai, the paramount authority in the protection zone, unparalleled in his influence. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, young man," Wang Kai said with a warm smile. "Please, do not stand on ceremony, take a seat." "Thank you, Commander." I nodded and settled into a chair. My gaze fixed upon Wang Kai as I scrutinized him. A major general of his stature would have held a significant position within the military even before the apocalypse. And this was the first time I had the opportunity to engage with someone of such rank. "Jing Hao," he continued, "I am rather straightforward and will get right to the point. At your young age, you have already become an ability user, which undoubtedly bodes well for your future. Given the circumstances, why not enlist in the army? In times of calamity, those with capabilities are naturally considered for rapid promotion. If you are willing, I can appoint you as a company commander with the rank of major immediately." The prospect of becoming a company commander, thereby acquiring an entourage of 400 to 500 well-armed subordinates, was undeniably enticing. However, I couldn't help but wonder, what would I have to give in return? I stifled my excitement and inquired, fully aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. "Do not worry. All you need to do is charge into battle alongside your comrades. Without military orders, you must never abandon any line of defense, and remain steadfastly loyal to me." "That is all that is required," Wang Kai stated. "Is it really that simple?" I gazed at him, incredulity evident in my eyes. "Very well, I accept," I replied through clenched teeth, excitement bubbling within me. Wang Kai handed me 2 sets of military uniforms, and without hesitation, I donned them on the spot. He personally bestowed upon me the rank of major. Looking at my reflection in the mirror, clad in uniform and brimming with vigor, I murmured to myself, "I must admit, I look rather dashing." Wang Kai nearly toppled over. Had this been an animation, one could imagine crows flying overhead. With the death of the former commander of the 11th Battalion, you shall take his place, Wen Kai said with a smile. Come, let us meet your new subordinates. I can grant you this title, but they are a headstrong bunch. Whether you can tame them depends entirely on your abilities. Indeed, I replied, forcibly suppressing my excitement as I nodded. Transforming into an officer, albeit merely a battalion commander, was already a significant fulfillment for me. Little did I know, the reality behind all this was far from simple. In a vast expanse within the protection zone, a makeshift training ground had been erected. Though the facilities were rudimentary, countless soldiers were diligently practicing there. Under Wang Kai's personal guidance, I soon arrived at a section of the training field. Before me stood a group of soldiers, drenched in sweat from their rigorous training, undoubtedly members of the 11th Battalion. In front of them was an officer in charge of the drills, his insignia revealing him to be the deputy commander of the battalion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jing Hao, your newly appointed commander. From this moment forth, you are required to comply with my directives. Is there any dissent? I inquired, my voice growing increasingly assertive. What qualifications do you possess to assume the role of our commander? Our deputy commander has diligently led us for many years, one soldier retorted. Indeed, why should we accept you as our leader? Look at this kid, so audacious. My expression darkened, and beside me, Wen Kai remained silent, seemingly harboring some ulterior motive. If you harbor any discontent, feel free to come forward and witness whether I possess the requisite authority, I declared, my irritation mounting as I fixed my gaze upon the group of soldiers, each one brimming with defiance. I cast a sidelong glance at the deputy commander, who maintained a serene demeanor, his eyes calmly observing me as though nothing was amiss, though a hint of mockery seemed to linger in his gaze. As soon as I finished speaking, a multitude of soldiers began cracking their knuckles, their faces alight with smug anticipation, as if they had already envisioned me sprawled on the ground. If you're going to fight, then let us do it all at once. Why are you hesitating? I could no longer contain my frustration. Suddenly, over a dozen individuals surged forth, each towering over 175 meters and possessing physiques as robust as that of a bull. Do not blame us for showing no mercy. The leading ruffian sneered, spare me the superfluous verbiage, let's commence. I endeavored to maintain an even tone. Before my words had fully dissipated, a multitude of individuals surged towards me, with the aforementioned ruffian spearheading the assault. A weighty blow was aimed directly at my cheek. My countenance underwent a subtle alteration, followed by an instantaneous lateral movement of my head, while my right arm extended without the slightest hesitation. A cacophony of fractured bone reverberated, and the ruffian's complexion metamorphosed into a bilious hue, as he unleashed another punch without delay, the interval between attacks barely exceeding a fleeting moment. Subsequently, the ruffian collapsed backward onto the ground, his hands clasped to his chest in agony, his gaze fixed upon me with a mixture of torment and incredulity. I was confident that my blow had shattered at least a pair of his ribs. Before I could avail myself of even a moment's respite, a contingent of robust men charged towards me, a chorus of wind displacement heralding their approach, as they employed both fists and feet, virtually obliterating any avenue for evasion. However, my present velocity defied quantification, perhaps approximating 2.5 times that of an ordinary individual. An utterly terrifying celerity erupted within me, my body adroitly evading the majority of the onslaught, followed by a swift extension of my right leg, its velocity catching them unawares. The craniums of 2 men, upon encountering this kick, reeled as if struck by a thunderbolt, their entire beings collapsing to the ground in a state of bewilderment. This particular leg maneuver is known within the realm of Taekwondo as a hurricane kick. In my previous existence, I had endured months of tribulation amidst the apocalypse, during which I had become acquainted with a plethora of combat techniques, and now my strength and speed had undergone astonishing amplification. Despite my velocity being considered formidable, I am, in essence, still mortal. Confronted with the constricting assault of 4 or 5 men, I sustained a heavy blow. A suppressed groan escaped my lips, the soldier's punch, undoubtedly more devastating than that of a common man, inflicted considerable harm even upon my constitution. Employing both fists and feet, I resolved to expedite the conflict. The portrayals in television dramas are deceptive. The notion of generals single-handedly vanquishing hundreds amidst chaotic battles once seemed impressive and authoritative. However, upon confronting a mere 10 adversaries, the true difficulty became apparent. Even with my current capabilities surpassing those of these soldiers, I am still flesh and blood, and the disparity is not drastically significant. After incapacitating all who charged at me, rendering them temporarily unable to fight, I found myself disheveled, with blood trickling from the corner of my mouth. Nevertheless, I had prevailed. I glanced at Wang Kai, who nodded, offering an affirming look. Turning my gaze towards the troops, I observed that everyone was regarding me with a mixture of astonishment and reverence. The dozen or so soldiers who had initially confronted me were among the elite of the 11th Battalion, each capable of taking on at least 2 opponents. And even fellow soldiers. Yet, these individuals, fighting in unison, had been defeated by one who appeared to be a mere youth. I reiterated my previous declaration, henceforth, I am your commander. Abide by my directives, and from this moment forward, we shall share fortune and adversity alike. Are there any objections? I stated through gritted teeth. None. The resounding cry shook the heavens. Since ancient times, warriors have held a deep respect for the strong, and everyone aspires for their leaders to possess extraordinary abilities. When I demonstrated my formidable strength, it naturally garnered the trust of the troops. However, there was one individual who harbored dissent, Lieutenant Li Lei, who had remained silent until he witnessed me effortlessly topple several hardened fighters. The mockery in his gaze vanished, replaced by a complex array of emotions. I was acutely aware of his inner turmoil. He had been on the verge of promotion to commander, only to see his aspirations dashed by my arrival. I approached Li Lei and gently patted him on the shoulder, inquiring if he harbored any discontent. None, he replied with a forced smile, yet his expression betrayed him. With a sigh, I feigned gravitas and remarked, sometimes, ambition is commendable, but it must be tempered by one's abilities. The implicit meaning was a thinly veiled criticism of Li Lei's lack of competence. In truth, I had a more audacious thought swirling within me. But I sensed that voicing it would be somewhat inappropriate. If he were truly dissatisfied, he could challenge me. Defeating me would earn him the position of commander. If he lacked the courage, he ought not to wear such a sullen expression. Chapter 19, The Ever-Changing Tides. Thus, I became a soldier within the protected zone. And my career progressed smoothly. Wang Kai even confided in me privately that as long as I performed well, I could very well become the second in command of the protected zone. It would be disingenuous to say I was not tempted. Although I was not the supreme commander, I would still rank above countless others. Unbeknownst to us, 3 days have quietly elapsed. During this time, our lives have been remarkably tranquil, although sporadic hordes of the undead have invaded the sanctuary. Their insignificant numbers pose no real threat. Ever since Shi Yuelan departed, Sheng Guanting has visibly relaxed, as the formidable rival in her eyes has finally dissipated. Upon learning of my promotion to camp leader, Sheng Guanting was taken aback, playfully pinching my cheek as though gazing at some extraordinary creature. Has a mere position become as commonplace as cabbage? I nearly choked on my own blood at the absurdity of it all. If these positions are indeed as trivial as cabbage, what then are the lowly soldiers, mere cabbage leaves? Fortunately, during these days, I unexpectedly encountered my uncle. And to my astonishment, his entire family has managed to survive. However, when he mentioned my mother, a bitter expression clouded my face, prompting him to refrain from further inquiries. For many matters remain unspoken yet mutually understood. In this apocalyptic reality, locating family members is more challenging than gathering 7 Dragon Balls. While the latter can summon a divine dragon, we are left with the grim task of summoning biohazardous beasts. On this day, I received a mission to lead half a battalion of brothers away from the sanctuary into the city to rescue survivors and simultaneously eradicate some zombies that posed a threat to the safety of the sanctuary. We were not alone in this endeavor. The sanctuary had mobilized over 1,000 troops for a significant operation. Under the command of Colonel Qiu Zhendong, the second in command of the sanctuary, we departed in armored vehicles, gradually dispersing as we entered our respective operational zones. Prepare for battle. I issued the command. And soon a line of individuals swiftly disembarked from the armored vehicle, each grasping their respective weapons and meticulously organizing themselves. Although we were far from the city center, the number of zombies was not low enough to allow us to lower our guard. The streets were teeming with approximately 20 zombies, who lunged at us with outstretched claws as we exited the vehicle, the stench of decaying corpses assaulting our senses and provoking a wave of nausea. The sound of gunfire erupted. The soldiers of the 11th Battalion, well-trained and disciplined, swiftly assumed their designated combat positions within mere seconds. Raising my weapon, I began to fire relentlessly. The vitality of the zombies was astonishingly resilient, even gunfire inflicted minimal damage upon their bodies. Even a shot to the heart proved ineffective, as, in a strict sense, the zombies no longer possessed functioning hearts. Their hearts had long since deteriorated due to the cessation of blood circulation. Only the remnants of certain structures within their brains retained a semblance of life. I must admit, I felt a twinge of inadequacy regarding my shooting skills. The ongoing battle gradually revealed the impressive marksmanship of the surrounding soldiers, far superior to my own. My shooting had not been honed through formal training but rather developed through self-discovery over time. In comparison to these well-trained warriors, I was woefully outmatched. A high-ranking government official once remarked that a skilled soldier is forged through countless bullets. Within a span of just 2 minutes, the zombies on the street were utterly vanquished. Even the mutated rats could not withstand the concentrated firepower of our 20-person unit for long. The potency of firearms is far beyond what these mindless creatures can withstand, at least for now. Nevertheless, our group remained vigilant, for this was merely the beginning. Bring it out! I commanded, and swiftly, soldiers boarded the vehicle, hauling forth a barrel of dark crimson liquid. Of course, it was not human blood. It was the blood of poultry, chickens and ducks. Even in the apocalypse, soldiers would not stoop so low as to engage in such brutality. The blood was quickly poured onto the street, its crimson essence spreading and extending nearly 10 meters. The putrid stench of decaying bodies mingled with the metallic scent of fresh blood, tormenting my stomach. The air was filled with the low, guttural roars of the monsters, emanating from the surrounding buildings, growing increasingly cacophonous as several zombies descended from above. Change the magazine and prepare for combat, I whispered. This was part of the plan. The blood would attract the zombies' attention, luring them away from the buildings, allowing us to eliminate them on solid ground, thereby significantly reducing the danger. In a flash, a dozen grotesque creatures, their bodies cloaked in an eerie green hue, scrambled down the walls of the buildings. Undoubtedly, these were the crawlers, moving with an alarming swiftness. The soldiers were no strangers to such monstrosities, they were prepared. 2 machine gunners crouched low, rapidly squeezing the triggers, attempting to suppress the crawlers' speed with their formidable firepower, thus creating an opportunity for their comrades to dispatch them. In my palm rests a Type 95 automatic rifle, a commendable weapon of domestic manufacture in China, boasting a commendable power nearly on par with the M16. To vanquish a crawler, one must typically deliver at least 2 shots to the head. Bang! With a rapid succession of trigger pulls, flames erupt from the rifle in my grasp, and soon, no fewer than 4 crawlers have perished at my hands. A number that continues to escalate. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a Tier 1 crawler, you have earned 10 experience points and 10 GP. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a Tier 1 zombie, you have earned 5 experience points and 5 GP. Perhaps my marksmanship is not particularly exceptional, and hitting a rapidly advancing crawler is no easy feat. However, 2 machine gunners provide ample firepower to suppress their advance as much as possible. The bullets unleashed from the machine guns almost entirely obstruct the crawler's trajectory, a relentless barrage raining down upon them. Several crawlers are nearly perforated. Yet they persist in their desperate sprint forward. Unless struck in the head, they will continue their relentless charge until every last one of us lies dead. As the number of slain monsters increases, a radiant white light envelopes me, a peculiar yet gentle force coursing through my being. And the weariness that plagued me seems to dissipate in an instant. Dim! Congratulations, you have been promoted to corporal. Your physical attributes have increased by 30%. And your energy points have received an additional boost of 20. Dim! You have received an upgrade package. Would you like to claim it immediately? Was there ever any doubt? Of course, I silently affirm. Dim! You have acquired an M401 rifle and have additionally unlocked a combat backpack. After the upgrade, I felt as though I was undergoing a profound transformation. Both my strength and speed had remarkably surged, leaving me bewildered by the mysterious system that bestows such formidable power upon me. As the intensity of the battle escalates, over 60 zombies have emerged onto the battlefield. To my astonishment, this seemingly tranquil building harbors such a multitude of monsters. Mutated rats frequently make their appearance, and among them, I even spotted several hounds with blood-red eyes. Each one snarls menacingly, their crimson gaze piercing, and their speed rivals that of the crawlers. Fortunately, they are merely ordinary mutated hounds, not the dreaded dark gold hounds. Otherwise, we may have suffered casualties. The growth potential of dark gold hounds is immense. Even a mere juvenile dark gold hound once posed a lethal threat to me. Though I have significantly strengthened, they too are evolving. Coldly squeezing the trigger of my M401, I realize that the battlefield's rapid fluctuations allow no time for hesitation. A barrage of bullets is unleashed, striking the mutated hounds and eliciting a chorus of wails. The overwhelming firepower swiftly suppresses their advance, drawing the attention of the gunners to these monstrous interlopers. The emergence of the mutated hounds has drawn the majority of firepower, allowing other zombies to advance swiftly. Soon, no fewer than 10 zombies were within a mere 3 meters of us, so close that I could see their decaying skin, peeling away like withered leaves. Die! I gritted my teeth, pulled the pin from a grenade, and hurled it with all my might. The grenade traced a cold parabola through the air before landing and detonating, sending several zombies sprawling to the ground, their bodies nearly obliterated. Yet, these grenades, crafted in the realm of reality, were ultimately inferior to those in the system. A single grenade from the system's inventory would have sufficed to reduce the zombies at the epicenter of the explosion to mere dust in the air. The battle raged on, this scenario unfolding across the vicinity as the zombie horde was swiftly decimated. Just when we believed the conflict was nearing its conclusion, the ground began to tremble slightly. I suddenly lifted my head, casting my gaze into the distance, where a monstrous figure, exuding a putrid stench, was slowly advancing towards us. Its entire form was a ghastly shade of green, adorned with several massive bone spines protruding from its back, and its eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light. My previously calm expression shifted dramatically. The creature before me was none other than the mutated green giant, infected by the Makarov ray, as depicted in films. No one could ascertain why it had appeared here. A low, raspy roar echoed, distinct from any ordinary sound, sending shivers down our spines. Most of the ammunition rained down upon the green giant. Yet it merely scratched the thick, emerald skin of the behemoth. In the face of the Hulk's formidable defenses, even the rapid-fire suppression of machine guns could only marginally reduce its mobility. Chapter 20, The Nonchalant Fat Man. Gripping the M401 in my hands, I unleashed a barrage of fire upon the green giant. Standing over 3 meters tall, its defenses were astonishingly fearsome. Countless bullets struck its form, inflicting only negligible damage. This green giant could be classified as a high-grade zombie, possessing a modicum of intelligence though exceedingly limited. It heralded a dire omen. In my previous life, such advanced zombies would not emerge until at least 2 weeks into the apocalypse, yet now, they had appeared much earlier. The same could be said for the dark golden hound's life on Earth was evolving amidst this cataclysm. Provide me with covering fire. I gritted my teeth, as the M401 in my palm vanished, replaced by a gleaming silver trident. With the velocity granted by multiple enhancements, I charged forward without a hint of hesitation, sweeping the trident outward. Simultaneously, the green giant emitted a deafening roar, its blood-red eyes glimmering with a strange light as it swung its massive fists towards me. The trident collided with the giant's fist, only to be repelled in an instant. The sheer force sent me reeling backward. The strength of this green giant exceeded my wildest imaginings. Even my own amplified power struggled to withstand its ferocity. Due to inertia, I staggered back 7 or 8 steps before finally stabilizing my center of gravity. The appearance of such advanced zombies on the battlefield is akin to the emergence of natural weapons of war. Without them, it would not be long before the defensive line is torn asunder. Even the relentless barrage of machine gun fire failed to inflict significant damage, merely leaving superficial bullet scars. How infuriating! Why must I encounter such a formidable adversary? I muttered a curse under my breath, then grasped the triangular bayonet once more and charged forward, only to be confronted by a colossal fist, accompanied by a deafening rush of wind. I was acutely aware of the power behind that punch and knew I could not withstand it again. Instead, I swiftly evaded the blow, plunging the bayonet into the giant's skull. The green giant's cranium was horrifically tough, even the cerebral cortex resisted penetration. With all my strength, I barely managed to pierce half of its skull, yet this was sufficient to inflict considerable injury. The excruciating pain provoked a furious roar from the creature. Perhaps it was merely my perception, but the wounded giant seemed to possess even greater ferocity. As it swung its weapon, a violent gust of wind rushed past my ear, and my chest felt as though it had been struck by a train. Oh! I let out a pained scream, and my body fell backward like a marionette with severed strings. The force of the giant's blow nearly shattered my ribcage. Indeed, he also enlisted in the military, and under my insistence, he became a soldier in my battalion. Due to his inadequate foundation, he had to start from scratch. Is it feasible? If not, then do not overexert yourself. Ma Tianyu inquired anxiously. Nonsense. If I do not act now, the entire defensive line will be utterly obliterated. I gritted my teeth, the excruciating pain causing my strength to wane rapidly, to the extent that I could scarcely maintain my grip on the triangular bayonet. Yet, confronted with formidable foes, I found myself bereft of alternatives. In my field of vision, the unimpeded green giant advanced across the battlefield like a colossal tank. Most of the zombies had already perished. Yet the remaining ones, under the green giant's command, mounted a fierce counterattack. Drawing the majority of the troops' firepower towards itself, the green giant, despite sustaining injuries to its head, still exhibited an appalling level of strength. The barrage of gunfire proved insufficient to hinder its advance. With a thunderous roar, it delivered a devastating blow to one soldier's forehead, causing blood to splatter profusely. However, this was merely the beginning. Soon, another soldier fell victim to the green giant's merciless strike. Though its speed was not remarkable, its astonishing power and extraordinary resilience rendered it a terrifying harbinger of death. I bore the agony and charged once more, though my pace had considerably slowed. To withstand a strike from the enraged green giant and still draw breath was a testament to my remarkable vitality. With my right hand gripping the M401, I maintained a grim countenance as I relentlessly opened fire. I would not permit such a monstrosity to massacre my subordinates. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the green giant, whose immense physique rendered him nearly a living target. Anyone possessing even a modicum of marksmanship could easily strike him at such close range. Alas, the bullets were utterly incapable of breaching the green giant's formidable defenses. Occasionally, a few rounds would graze his head, inflicting only minor injuries, yet this was sufficient to incite his wrath. He roared and charged at me like a heavy tank, and it was evident that even a united front of all present would stand no chance against him. If I had not been injured, I might have fought back. But as it stood, even evading his onslaught had become a farcical notion, unless some unforeseen circumstance intervened. I was destined to be crushed by the brute force of the green giant's fist. The deafening rush of wind seemed poised to tear my face asunder. But just at that critical moment, a few bullets struck the green giant's head, diverting his attention and granting me the opportunity to escape with all my might. Suddenly, I looked up to see a dapper figure in the distance, a portly man wielding 2 pistols, firing incessantly, his bullets finding their mark on the green giant's head. "Jin Hao, can you hold on?" A familiar voice rang out. Undoubtedly, this stylish figure was Su Xiahong. Since becoming an extraordinary being, his physique had not slimmed down but rather grown more robust, his ample frame brimming with strength. Over the course of these days, with my assistance, Su Xiahong had successfully become a soldier, and through his formidable prowess, he had risen to the rank of platoon leader. Yet, I had kept the news of his extraordinary abilities a secret from everyone, including Wang Kai. It remained a trump card in our hands. Standing at a distance, I could clearly perceive the remarkable ascent of Su Xiahong's prowess. Armed solely with the dual-wielded USP pistols I had bestowed upon him, he adeptly maneuvered against the formidable green giant, inflicting a series of wounds. In stark contrast, my previous attempts with the M401 had been futile, failing to penetrate the defenses of the giant. This was a manifestation of one of Su Xiahong's extraordinary abilities, judgment, which allowed him to disregard 30% of the enemy's defensive power. Remarkably, this was merely the initial effect of his ability, functioning almost as a passive skill. Should he continue to evolve, this power would undoubtedly reach divine heights. Bullets rained relentlessly upon the green giant, soon leaving its colossal form marred with injuries. With Su Xiahong successfully restraining the beast, the others swiftly exterminated the remaining zombies on the street. "Judgment," Su Xiahong uttered coldly, as an ominous strength surged through his USP pistols. He abruptly squeezed the trigger, and the bullet penetrated the giant's skull, causing its massive body to collapse like a landslide. At that moment, Su Xiahong activated the proactive aspect of judgment, enabling him to disregard 60% of the enemy's defenses in an incredibly brief span of time, a truly godlike skill. Finally, it was over, Su Xiahong murmured to himself. Witnessing his battle against the green giant, I realized that the Su Xiahong who had become an extraordinary being was far more formidable than I had anticipated. If we were to engage in a duel, I would possess no absolute certainty of victory over him. "Su Xiahong, how did you arrive here?" I inquired of him, reasoning that he should be leading his troops in the eradication of zombies and the search for survivors. "Was it not you who requested assistance?" Su Xiahong countered my question. And it was then that Ma Tianyu quietly remarked, "In light of the dire circumstances, I feared unforeseen events might arise. So I contacted Su Xiahong via radio to summon reinforcements." "And what of your soldiers?" I casually asked. "In this recent street battle, we suffered the loss of 3 warriors. In the war against the undead, there are no injuries, only fatalities, for those infected by zombies are destined to perish and undergo transformation. Of course, this excludes those with special abilities. Yet, time does not permit us to waver. After a brief moment of respite, our party of 17 divided into 3 separate buildings. The small group I led, which included myself and Ma Tianyu, comprised merely 4 individuals. As we entered the building, our expressions turned grave. The combat within these walls proved far more perilous than that on open ground, for at any corner, we might encounter a grotesquely disfigured zombie. The first floor lay eerily vacant, save for a few patches of dried blood on the ground. Most of the undead had been decisively eliminated in the recent skirmish. Treading cautiously to the second floor, an unsettling silence enveloped the corridor, so profound that it felt almost unnatural. As I walked along the hallway, I gently knocked on a door and called, "Is anyone there?" A guttural, raspy growl emanated from within, and I shook my head in resignation. It was inconceivable that any humans remained inside. After so many days, if zombies lingered in the room, any survivors would have long since transformed into their kind. A line of 4 individuals tread cautiously within the confines of the room, striving to ensure that their movements produce no sound. At that moment, even the fall of a needle to the floor would resonate clearly. The atmosphere in the space sent a shiver through me, an ominous premonition unfurling within my heart. A feeling that had proven remarkably accurate since the apocalypse began. Suddenly, a soldier let out a blood-curdling scream, revealing a ghostly green streak of blood that had mysteriously appeared on his back. Strangely, there were no zombies in sight within the room. Chapter 21. The eve of battle. My expression shifted to one of grave seriousness in an instant. Without any warning, and without even glimpsing the shadow of a monster, one of my soldiers had been infected, heightening the tension in the air. Commence indiscriminate saturation fire, I shouted, and without hesitation, I pulled the trigger of my M401. Bullets swiftly filled a significant area of the room, while Ma Tianyu and the remaining soldier joined in the fray, the sound of gunfire ringing incessantly. The relentless barrage of bullets enveloped the entire room, leaving no refuge for the creature. A figure draped in black veils began to materialize, revealing itself to be a female monster, her form alluring yet her eyes a terrifying crimson. Her elongated nails were a dire testament to her lethal nature, stained with ghostly green virus and blood, awakening us to her true identity. Concentrate fire, I bellowed in fury, quickly aiming my M401 at the creature. Before me stood the phantasm, an elusive monster capable of vanishing into thin air, often lurking in the shadows to deliver a deadly strike against its foes. Yet, amidst the hail of bullets, it inadvertently revealed its position. Projectiles incessantly rained upon it, although many missed their mark, at least half found their target. The phantom moved with astonishing speed, its form barely materializing before us, yet in the blink of an eye, it surged forward, its head still blooming under the onslaught of gunfire. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a second-tier phantom, earning 100 experience points and 150 GP. The phantom's body swiftly collapsed to the ground, gradually disintegrating into shadowy fragments that vanished into the air. I exhaled in relief. In truth, the phantom's invisibility was not absolute. Its form could become terrifyingly transparent, yet with careful observation during daylight, one could discern subtle clues. Had the room not been dimly lit, and had the phantom not concealed itself in the shadows, we might not have lost a warrior. The infected soldier did not transform into a zombie in agony. Instead, he took his sidearm and ended his own life. I collected his weapons into my system pack and sighed as I exited the room. We needed to proceed with caution, especially in the presence of such stealthy creatures. I offered a reminder before leading the group to continue our sweep of the unknown building. Ma Tianyu, the rugged companion who had fled the school with me, trembled at the sight we had just witnessed. The hidden enemy proved far more terrifying than anticipated. Fortunately, no further mishaps occurred, and the phantom did not re-emerge, as the likelihood of encountering such high-tier zombies was exceedingly low. However, due to the recent events, our nerves have become increasingly taut. It was not until we swept through to the 4th floor that we finally encountered survivors in a room. They had fled to the balcony long ago upon hearing the gunfire below, bearing witness to our valiant battle. There were 2 survivors, a middle-aged man and a woman, who felt a glimmer of hope upon seeing us. They had endured a long wait of nearly a week, and at last, they believed salvation was at hand. Commander, are you part of the government forces? The man asked, trembling, his face pale and lifeless from the ordeal he had faced. Yet, as my words fell, their hopes began to crumble. How could this be? The woman murmured, her face ashen, collapsing to the ground under the weight of despair. Let us proceed with the mission, I instructed Tianyu and the others, turning away. The subsequent actions unfolded with relative ease, save for a near-fatal encounter with a crawler that had attempted to ambush us from within a wardrobe. The remainder of the undead posed little threat, merely typical zombies. It is worth noting that the crawler had not intentionally taken refuge within. Despite its minuscule remnants of intelligence, its cognitive faculties had not reached such a level of awareness. If my conjecture holds true, this crawler must have been infected prior to its transformation, seeking shelter in the wardrobe to evade the onslaught of the undead, but alas, it was too late for it to escape its fate. Upon reaching the 5th floor, I found myself on the rooftop, where a few zombies, trapped by the locked door, wandered aimlessly. However, devoid of any advanced zombies, we swiftly dispatched them with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Standing on the rooftop, my gaze swept over the expanse below, revealing nearly half the city within my sight. This once thriving bamboo sea city now lay in ruins, transformed by the cataclysm. In that moment, the distinction between the affluent and the impoverished vanished, for wealth could not secure survival in the face of the apocalypse. The vast area was engulfed in the chaos of war, smoke billowing into the air. Thousands of soldiers could eliminate tens of thousands of zombies in a brief span, thanks to our ample firepower and meticulously organized strategies. Yet, far in the distance, I noticed a crimson tide gathering, slowly advancing towards us. At first, I mistook it for some beverage or fire, but as the scarlet deluge approached, my nearly tripled vision allowed me to discern its true nature. The tide consisted entirely of zombies. "Look, what is that?" I exclaimed, hurriedly alerting Ma Tianyu and the others. My anxious demeanor prompted them to peer into the distance. Yet they could only perceive a myriad of minute red dots. "What are those?" Ma Tianyu inquired, puzzled. "They are zombies," I replied solemnly. My goodness! How did such a person ascend to the position of the second in command of the safe zone? No wonder Wang Kai remarked that I would eventually succeed him. It appears his words were not unfounded. Subsequently, I promptly established contact via radio with the task force and Su Xiahong's contingent. Under the sagacious and unified command of Qiu Zhendong, we swiftly boarded the armored vehicles and expeditiously departed from that location. The sanguinary horde of the undead advanced at a deliberate pace, approximating the velocity of ordinary human locomotion. However, the expanse of the cadaverous surge progressively augmented with the passage of time. Presuming this rate of expansion persists, by the time it reaches our position, it will have metamorphosed into an overwhelming biohazard of unprecedented magnitude, one that we would be unable to resist. Qiu Zhendong had already communicated with Wang Kai via radio. Upon receiving the intelligence, he was understandably taken aback. Nevertheless, being a seasoned veteran, albeit with limited practical experience, he possessed a composure that belied the gravity of the situation. He promptly mobilized 2,000 soldiers from the training grounds to fortify the ramparts. Furthermore, he commanded the opening of the city gates, extending a welcoming ingress to our party. With a military force of 3,000 stationed along the defensive perimeter, coupled with the rapid deployment of numerous heavy armaments, Wen Kai's apprehension began to abate. Upon returning to the training grounds within the protected zone, there was no immediate dispersal. Instead, a meticulous headcount of the fallen was conducted. The expeditionary force had suffered considerable losses. Preliminary estimates indicated that at least 60 individuals had perished. Within the 11th Battalion, 16 soldiers had been killed in action. Given that only half of the 11th Battalion's strength, approximately 200 soldiers, had been deployed, the casualty rate approached 1/10. This occurred despite the engagement being of relatively short duration. The preponderance of casualties were incurred within the confines of the buildings. Several other units had encountered spectre-like advanced zombies, resulting in numerous fatalities amidst the ensuing pandemonium. However, none had confronted behemoths akin to the Hulk, otherwise, the casualty figures would have escalated exponentially. "General Cho, what shall we do next?" During our moment of respite, I inquired of Qiu Zhendong. His gaze drifted toward the distant front lines of the protective wall. Feigning profundity, "It appears we are inevitably faced with a formidable battle ahead." I was nearly tempted to deliver a kick to this old rascal. Has the rank of colonel and years of experience been utterly wasted? What he said was no different from silence. Once the news broke, who was unaware of the impending vast tide of corpses poised to invade? At the temporary command center of the protective zone, Wen Kai was more anxious than anyone else. Yet he could not reveal this to others, for he was the commander-in-chief. The troops required his steady presence. If he succumbed to chaos, there would be no point in continuing this defensive battle. Even the tank units had been ordered by Wen Kai to remain at the ready for combat, which constituted his most significant advantage. With over 40 heavy tanks at his disposal, he possessed a semblance of confidence. Albeit one predicated on the assumption that the enemy was not overwhelmingly powerful. Wang Kai's expression fluctuated between dark and light, his eyes glimmering under the sun. No one could discern what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. Chapter 22, The Undead at the Gates standing atop the city wall. Wang Kai gazed gravely at the scene before him. In the distance, a crimson torrent gradually emerged, a biochemical frenzy formed by the countless beings transformed into monstrosities. While there had been numerous incursions of undead into the protective zone in the past, their scales had never been significant, rarely exceeding 5,000. Against the thousands of soldiers defending the zone, they were hardly worth mentioning. Yet now, this colossal wave of biochemical chaos was gradually undermining Wang Kai's long-held confidence. As time progresses, the tide of corpses draws ever closer to the defensive line of the sanctuary. On the city walls, over 3,000 troops have been strategically deployed, accompanied by heavy weaponry such as artillery and rocket launchers. A low, eerie roar resonates, coalescing into a cacophony that assaults the soldiers' eardrums. Each face reflects palpable tension. The sight of countless zombies sprawling in every direction casts an oppressive atmosphere over the battlefield. The nearest wave of undead is now less than a kilometer away. And this distance is diminishing rapidly. Open fire! Wang Kai commanded, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. This order swiftly reverberated throughout the ranks, amplified by an efficient loudspeaker. The heavy artillery, including howitzers, took the lead. Upon receiving the command, these weapons, already loaded, unleashed their terrifying wrath. Countless shells and missiles traced elegant arcs through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! An unfathomable number of shells detonated within the horde, sending numerous zombies sprawling lifelessly to the earth, while those at the epicenter of the explosions were utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. This barrage of missiles temporarily staved off the advance of the undead. Rat-a-tat-tat! Various firearms erupted in a symphony of gunfire, as bullets from thousands of weapons coalesced into dense lines of suppressive fire. Any zombies that ventured within range were mercilessly riddled with holes. A comprehensive barrage of firepower ensued. A military officer clad in dark green uniform bellowed, wielding an unidentified black submachine gun, unleashing a torrent of fire. Surrounding him, soldiers crouched in the trenches, each gripping their own machine guns. They formed the Machine Gun Company, the unrivaled architects of the most formidable fire blockade in the protection zone. Amidst this tidal wave of corpses, countless zombies surged forth, comprising not only hundreds of thousands of grotesque, disfigured ordinary corpses but also a variety of mutated beasts, including crawling green giants, mutated rats, and aberrant hunting dogs. Even some colossal mutated lizards, their bodies expanded tenfold, wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Over 3,000 soldiers frantically pulled their triggers, yet they remained unable to stem the relentless advance of the horde. In such a zombie-infested environment, precision aiming was rendered unnecessary. Merely pointing the weapon forward and firing ensured a hit. However, if shots did not find their mark in the head, all efforts were in vain. Bullets striking the bodies of the zombies inflicted no significant damage, merely delaying their assault. But how much time could the soldiers afford to take careful aim under such circumstances? Orders were dispatched for the missile units to commence indiscriminate, all-encompassing saturation bombardment. Wang Kai's expression remained deceptively calm as he issued the command. Soon after, the missile units launched yet another ferocious onslaught, various types of shells departing from their chambers, tracing cold arcs across the sky. They descended upon the horde like blossoms of death, each shell claiming at least 10 zombies. In the face of such a densely packed assault, the shells proved to be devastating weapons. However, the vast majority of the deceased were merely ordinary zombies. Even the slightly more advanced ones, such as the crawlers, would only sustain severe injuries when caught at the epicenter of an explosion. It would require a secondary bombardment to pose a genuine threat to their existence, as their vitality was astonishingly formidable. At that moment, Wang Kai could not help but ponder in his heart that if he were to possess a nuclear bomb, Even just a single one, it would be sufficient to obliterate over 1 million undead in an instant. No matter how powerful the zombies may be, they could not withstand the terrifying might of a nuclear weapon. After all, nuclear warfare is the greatest taboo among all nations. The destructive power of a single nuclear bomb is enough to reduce a flourishing metropolis to mere rubble. In this apocalyptic era, nuclear weapons are coveted by all factions, as they represent humanity's ultimate armament. In my previous life, I encountered numerous terrifying bio-beasts, whether they were hellish or heavenly in nature. Any of them subjected to a nuclear strike would be utterly annihilated, even if they were not at the blast's core. Yet, in the absence of nuclear armaments, a single hellish bio-beast could easily decimate an entire army group. As time progressed, the battle grew increasingly intense. The recent tide of zombies was now less than 30 meters from the defensive line, allowing every soldier to clearly see the grotesque expressions on a company commander nearly roared as he witnessed his nearly 20 subordinates being swiftly overwhelmed by the assailants. Rendered nearly impossible to survive in that fleeting moment, the sudden onslaught caught these men completely off guard. In the next instant, countless grenades were hurled forward, their explosions stirring a cloud of dust, annihilating dozens of the assailants while the shock waves buried the fallen soldiers beneath. The commander, his face etched with anguish at the scene unfolding before him, found himself powerless, armed only with a rifle, firing at the creatures scaling the walls. Such is the nature of war, an inevitable consideration for the greater good. If grenades were not employed to swiftly eliminate these attackers, they would undoubtedly threaten the safety of the remaining troops. The unexpected assault by thousands of these creatures shattered the once impregnable defenses of the stronghold. No one could ascertain when these monstrosities had orchestrated their strike, as if it had been premeditated all along. Increasing numbers of assailants and other beasts relentlessly assaulted the walls, which, at a height of 4 meters, seemed inconsequential to them. It was intolerable. At this rate, the defensive line would inevitably crumble. Cho Jindong, his expression grim, remarked as he too found himself amidst the fray, albeit positioned further back. The battle had raged on for 4 hours, and as the chief of staff for the protective forces, he had to temper any thoughts that might arise at such a critical moment. So, what now? Are you still planning to conceal your trump card? A soft voice echoed from behind Cho Jindong. He turned in astonishment, only to discover Wang Kai had appeared at his back without him noticing. Commander, Cho Jindong stammered, momentarily taken aback. Do not disguise it. I am well aware of the formidable abilities of the extraordinary individuals under your command. If you do not unleash them to confront the monsters now, when do you intend to do so? Will it be when the defenses collapse? Wang Kai inquired with a somber expression. Certainly not, Cho Jindong hastily shook his head. I shall dispatch him immediately. Old Cho, after all these years, you remain unchanged, Wang Kai murmured, watching Cho Jindong's departing figure. On the battlefield, the defenses were subtly teetering on the brink of collapse, as an increasing number of monsters surged toward the city walls. In such a brief span, casualties had surged by over 200, a staggering figure indeed. The fierce conflict had only just begun, and the zombies below continued to flood onto the battlefield without end, resulting in nearly 1/10 of the defending forces suffering losses. Damn it, I will fight with you, a soldier exclaimed as he was knocked to the ground by a crawler. As he struggled to rise, he discovered deep gashes across his chest, and his previously pale visage erupted with an overwhelming fury. Grasping 2 grenades secured at his waist, he unhesitatingly pulled the pins, bringing the crawler down before charging into the horde of zombies. Boom! A brilliant flash illuminated the sky as 4 or 5 zombies were obliterated in an instant, while the soldier himself was consumed by the flames. This was merely a trivial occurrence on the battlefield, yet it served as a golden example. An increasing number of infected soldiers, still possessing their consciousness, were embracing their grenades and plunging into the tide of corpses. Such a desperate gamble for survival remarkably stabilized the defenses in a short span of time. However, he ultimately had underestimated the situation. Accompanied by a deep, resonant roar, a dark golden hound suddenly leapt into the fray, its bloodthirsty eyes seemingly radiating murderous intent. As soon as it made its entrance, its powerful claws tore through the bodies of several warriors. Yet, in the next moment, several clusters of flame descended upon it, strangely blue flames that danced upon the dark golden hound's fur, intensifying its fury. A youth, whose pupils mirrored the color of the eerie flames, emerged onto the battlefield, observing the scene with a playful glint in his eyes, as azure flames continuously surged from his palms. Chapter 23, A State of Anxiousness. Are dark golden monsters truly this feeble? The boy murmured to himself. In the next instant, the flames in his hand surged exponentially, hurtling directly towards the dark golden hound, akin to a miniature sun igniting upon its form. The hound howled in agony amidst the flames, baring its teeth as it lunged at the boy. This dark golden hound was indeed stronger than the one I had encountered earlier. Despite being in its juvenile phase, it had matured considerably. Yet, even so, to the boy, the hound remained nothing more than a plaything. With a mere step back, he effortlessly evaded the hound's attack, continuously bombarding it with fireballs. Each individual fireball was not particularly formidable, but when combined, they unleashed a far more terrifying force. The conflagration's amalgamation is far from a mere arithmetic equation of 1 plus 1 equating to 2. Soon, the dark golden fur of the hound was entirely consumed by flames, leaving it on the precipice of death. It is noteworthy that such a dark golden-grade biochemical beast possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Yet it lay nearly lifeless beneath the onslaught of fire. Secret art, incinerate, the youth spoke calmly, and in the next moment, the flames engulfing the dark golden hound erupted violently, along with its body disintegrating into mere fragments, vanishing into the ether. However, in a fleeting moment, countless zombies ascended the city walls, with a notable presence of advanced monstrosities among them. Thus commenced a brutal melee of blood and fire. A single strike may not guarantee the demise of a zombie, yet a mere claw could spell doom for any unfortunate soul it struck. The savage close-quarter combat against the undead was merciless, yet for the sake of victory and the survival of the thousands behind them, they had no alternative. Nearly 5 hours have elapsed since the onset of war, with the relentless sounds of gunfire and cannonade echoing from the front line, instilling a palpable sense of dread among the survivors. Some unscrupulous individuals sought to incite panic, attempting to rally everyone to flee. However, these individuals no longer deserved such a designation, for the very concept of law had become obsolete in this world. While fierce battles raged on the front line, we refrained from joining the fray, instead focusing on maintaining order. To be precise, not fewer than 2,000 soldiers had yet to participate in the conflict. And the rationale was uncomplicated: the safe zone required a reserve force. No one knows how long this battle will last, as the overwhelming tide of zombies has rendered Wang Kai incapable of making any judgments about the situation. However, his keen military instincts indicate that this is undoubtedly a protracted war. The best strategy is to prepare for an extended fight and to assemble a reserve force in advance. Even the strongest warrior cannot endure prolonged combat forever, yet the defense must not falter. The zombies, akin to perpetual engines, exhibit no signs of fatigue. Their energy remains relentless, whether by day or by night, contributing to the current predicament. Everyone listened attentively as the voice from the wireless broadcast reached the ears of every survivor, providing some solace to their anxious hearts. Please do not panic. The defensive line of our sanctuary is currently enduring a lengthy invasion of biochemical chaos. However, trust that our military possesses unwavering confidence in safeguarding all citizens. Zhenghao, do you think we can hold the line? The delicate features of Shang Guanting were etched with tension. Since arriving at the sanctuary, she no longer wore the ill-fitting school uniform but instead donned a fashionable mini-skirt, her fair thighs swaying before me. Do you want the truth? My expression turned serious as I gazed at Shang Guanting with a complex look. Yes, she replied softly, nodding her head. Do not worry, with me here, nothing is impossible. My previously grave demeanor vanished as I smiled and spoke. Su Xiahong donned a military uniform that, though somewhat snug, accentuated the few handsome features he possessed. His mother, standing nearby, smiled warmly and remarked, "After all these years of anticipation, Xiahong has finally achieved something." "How is the situation in the protected area, Hao Ge?" a youth inquired with evident concern. He was none other than Zhao Zilong, the young man who had once sought food from me in the boys' dormitory, and he had managed to survive thus far. "People are anxious, the situation has become increasingly unpredictable." I sighed. If it weren't for these circumstances, the higher-ups wouldn't have stationed us here. At present, I was merely a soldier slightly superior to a special forces operative. My overall capabilities not nearly as formidable as one might imagine, even if I were considered a so-called candidate for salvation. I found myself powerless against the onslaught of the undead. Perhaps I could single-handedly confront 10 zombies, but what would that achieve? Currently, my strength did not even match that of a single Hulk, let alone those more powerful monstrosities. No matter how great an individual's power may be, it is seldom enough to alter the tide of an entire war. As night gradually descended, time slipped away unnoticed until it was deep into the night. Nevertheless, the fierce battles along the front line continued unabated. Each soldier, having endured a day filled with conflict, was utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, the zombies thrived. This was precisely when the majority of them exhibited their greatest combat prowess. Zombies are largely averse to light, their decaying bodies unable to withstand the harsh rays of the sun. Particularly for advanced zombies like the Spectre, the cover of night allowed their full combat potential to be unleashed. As we arrived at the front line, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Under Wang Kai's command, we began the handover of border defense. The weary soldiers were replaced, yet the meager 2,000 reserves were utterly insufficient to cope with the current situation, leaving a small number of soldiers to grit their teeth and persevere. Upon finally reaching the front line, my expression bore no semblance of relief. The darkness was pierced only by a few flickering lights that allowed the soldiers to barely discern the silhouettes of the undead. Hours earlier, the zombies that had surged onto the walls had been entirely dispatched, granting us temporary control of all positions. Yet, the relentless tide of corpses continued to mount, amplifying the pressure upon us. Crouched in a strategically elevated trench, I coldly squeezed the trigger, not wielding an M401 or similar rifle, but a sleek, black semi-automatic sniper rifle. Known in China by the resounding name of the M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle, it felt remarkably light in my hands due to its special construction, which rendered it far from cumbersome. Through the night vision scope, I could distinctly observe the horde of zombies in the distance, my gaze capturing their movements until I soon spotted a massive green giant among them. A faint gunshot echoed, and a colossal hole appeared in the giant's head. The intense pain unleashed a howl from it, yet it remained oblivious to the sniper concealed in the tranquil darkness. The M99 sniper rifle was equipped with an advanced silencer, ensuring that the bullets flew discreetly, allowing for solitary operations in the wilderness without drawing the enemy's attention due to excessive noise. With a cold smile curling at the corners of my lips, I unhesitatingly pulled the trigger once more. An orange-yellow bullet swiftly sliced through the sky, striking the green giant's head, which erupted violently, revealing the terrifying power of the sniper rifle in that moment. Damn! Congratulations, you have slain a second-tier green giant, earning 100 experience points and 100 GP. I am not a proficient marksman. The fastest sniper is said to require merely 2 seconds per shot, while I take a minimum of 5. Yet, I possess an exceptionally keen vision that allows me to accurately detect the silhouettes of advanced zombies even in the depths of night. Within this trench, 2 other snipers are also on the hunt for their targets. However, the sniper reserve is poorly prepared, and the energy expended by each sniper after a day of fierce combat has reached its limits. Aside from a few snipers who are barely holding on, the rest are a ragtag assembly. At this moment, no fewer than 60 snipers occupy the battlefield, all united in a singular mission, to seek out the shadows of high-level zombies amidst the tide of corpses, and eliminate them upon discovery. Our primary focus lies on super zombies such as phantoms and green giants, followed by various oversized mutated creatures, and lastly, if necessary, the crawling beasts capable of traversing mountains and valleys. The prowess of the green giant is self-evident. Should more than 10 green giants breach the defenses and remain unscathed for even a brief period, a gaping hole will be torn in our lines, allowing countless zombies to surge through. Yet in the darkness of night, their shortcomings were effectively compensated for, even through night vision goggles. I found it exceedingly difficult to discern the presence of these phantoms. This does not imply that the tide of corpses lacked phantoms. With hundreds of thousands of undead surging forth, even a mere 1% chance of mutation into a phantom would yield an unfathomable terror. Chapter 24, Holding out until dawn. The night, shrouded in darkness, did not present a semblance of tranquility. The air was rife with the thunderous roar of machine guns as countless bio-zombies recklessly charged towards the city walls, assaulting the defenses only to be swiftly repelled by a hail of gunfire. Waves of zombies fell in unending numbers, yet the soldiers too suffered grievously. The immense casualties weighed heavily on Wang Kai's heart, yet he found himself powerless. A war devoid of losses is an impossibility, its essence defined by brutality and bloodshed. Countless artillery shells rained down upon the horde, with each shell claiming the lives of at least 10 zombies amidst the dense throng. However, the ammunition was depleting at an alarming rate, with a third of the stock exhausted within a single day. The intensity of the combat even resulted in several howitzers bursting, needlessly sacrificing a dozen soldiers. High-level zombies continually leapt over the defenses. The 4-meter-high walls were but a trivial obstacle for them. Each high-level zombie possessed astonishing agility, particularly the smaller phantoms, which reigned supreme over all living beings in the night. With each leap, a careless moment could easily result in the demise of no fewer than 5 soldiers. However, we were utterly helpless. Even with 60 snipers exerting their utmost effort to locate and eliminate the phantoms, their cloaked state rendered them formidable adversaries, especially when concealed within the throng of cadavers lurking in the shadows. Even I was unable to subdue these specters. The entire defensive line reverberated with the clamor of firearms, while a chorus of guttural roars, akin to those of wild beasts, assailed our eardrums. Dozens of hulks surged towards the ramparts, met by a tempest of bullets. The sheer volume of firepower proved insurmountable even for these behemoths, their putrid green bodies gradually perforated. Yet, prior to their demise, scores of soldiers were annihilated by the hulks' devastating blows. These hulks effectively diverted the majority of the onslaught, enabling the zombies below to swiftly ascend the fortifications, their grotesque visages exuding a sanguinary aura. A dense barrage of gunfire formed an impenetrable barrier, tearing apart the mangled remains of countless zombies. Nevertheless, an inexorable surge of the undead persisted, causing the defensive line to recede rapidly. A plethora of grotesque entities emerged, with mutated rats and other abominations lunging at the human warriors with bared fangs. Damn it! I cursed through gritted teeth, as my M99 sniper rifle discharged repeatedly, eliminating a rat with a dark golden hue. The consequences of allowing such a creature to infiltrate the defensive line were simply unimaginable. Even the dark golden tier mutated rats have emerged, and the evolution speed of these aberrant creatures has exceeded my imagination. Based on my past experiences, one would anticipate that the evolution of lower tier organisms would be slower, yet here we are, witnessing even the rats evolving to such an extent. With no time for further contemplation, I continued to unleash the fiery breath of my M99, striving to maintain my composure. A proficient sniper remains impervious to emotional turmoil. At that moment, the phantom began to extend its malevolent grasp towards the besieged forces, as an increasing number of these shadows, previously concealed in darkness, launched their assault. In the ensuing chaos, the soldiers found themselves caught off guard. The phantom became a veritable nightmare for the defenders. For ordinary individuals unable to resist the biochemical virus, merely contemplating the lurking shadows sent shivers down their spines. In no time, casualties surged, and the defensive line was compelled to retreat by several dozen meters. Countless machine guns roared in a frenzy, relentlessly shredding the bodies of the zombies, yet they could only barely stem the tide of the advancing horde. More and more zombies descended the city walls, intensifying the pressure on the defenders. At this juncture, Su Xiahong also made his appearance on the battlefield. Dual-wielding revolvers from the armory of the refuge, systematically dispatching one zombie after another, but it was merely a drop in the ocean. Indeed, the guard promptly departed. Just then, a figure hurriedly entered the command center. "Guanting Fei, what brings you here?" Wang Kai inquired, somewhat taken aback. Guanting Fei, a seasoned veteran who had accompanied Wang Kai for many years and currently served as the deputy chief of staff of the refuge, was well aware that his visit was far from trivial. "Commander, the situation has grown increasingly tense," Guanting Fei remarked with a furrowed brow. "The pressure on our defenses is mounting, and I fear." He hesitated, then continued, "If I recall correctly, you still have a tank division at your disposal." "Don't you?" Wang Kai sighed heavily. "We have not yet reached the most critical juncture of our defense. Should we deploy the tank division now, we might find ourselves devoid of hope in the near future. To be candid, while it appears we have nearly 50 tanks at our command, our resources, both ammunition and diesel, are alarmingly limited. With our current reserves, we can only afford to deploy the tanks once. If we cannot turn the tide, what is the point of such action?" On the front lines, the thunderous cacophony of gunfire seemed interminable. The carnage had not ceased since the onset of battle, with an ever-increasing tide of zombies falling, only to be swiftly replaced by more grotesque, bloodthirsty creatures that sent shivers down one's spine. Time had become an abstract concept as relentless artillery rained down upon the city below, each explosion blooming like a flower of death, claiming throngs of undead. The bombardment could not reach the walls themselves, it merely served to disrupt and annihilate those zombies daring to scale them. The frail fortifications could scarcely withstand such concentrated firepower. Without the walls, our defenses would crumble. Even I had lost count of the number of zombies. I had the relentless gunfire of the machine gun unleashed a torrent of ferocious flames, bullets penetrating the flesh of the zombies with alarming speed. Even when reduced to a sieve, the undead persisted in their existence unless struck in the head. In desperation, I hoisted the machine gun to a position close to my shoulder and unleashed a frenzied barrage, a stance known in the game as the headshot level. "Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a Tier 2 crawler. You have gained 20 experience points and 20 GP. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a Tier 2 phantom. You have gained 50 experience points and 50 GP. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a Tier 3 mutated rat. You have gained 30 experience points and 30 GP. The bullets continued to sweep forth incessantly, and as the reinforcements of the undead were systematically obliterated, the situation on the city walls began to ease. The soldiers roared and shouted, engaging in a brutal confrontation with the countless grotesque and bloody zombies. Time stretched infinitely in that moment, each second a torment for both body and soul. Once more, we drove the zombies down from the walls, reclaiming our defensive line. The sky had taken on a grayish hue, a harbinger of the impending dawn, yet the light of day remained elusive. I continued to pull the trigger of my machine gun, the tremendous recoil rendering my arm nearly numb. At least 10 spent magazines lay strewn across the ground. Surrounded by the blood-soaked warriors of the 11th Battalion, who fought valiantly without retreat, I lost count of how many zombies I had dispatched, but with each system notification, a radiant light enveloped me once again. Ding! Congratulations on your promotion to Sergeant. Your attributes strength, defense, agility, and vitality have each increased by 100 points, with an additional 30 points added to your vitality. Ding! You have activated the system shop, where GP serves as the currency for purchases. Ding! You have automatically opened an upgrade gift pack, which contains a melee sword and 10 high-explosive grenades. With every upgrade, your physical condition is completely restored. And this time is no exception. My previously exhausted body rejuvenated significantly in an instant, reminiscent of the vigor I possessed at the onset of battle. However, the fatigue within my spirit remains unrelenting. When will this war ever conclude? I shook my head and continued to relentlessly pull the trigger of my machine gun. In truth, I was unaware of the specific model of this firearm, yet its performance was indeed commendable. Every magazine could hold 120 rounds. With a range of 300 meters, an impressive distance for a machine gun. The battlefield did not alter due to my presence alone, amidst the relentless hail of gunfire. Zombies continued to perish, yet their numbers were astonishingly overwhelming. These undead creatures were employing an ancient military strategy from Huaxia, a tactic reminiscent of the human wave assault, where sheer numbers crush all opposition. As civilization has advanced, such tactics have long been rendered obsolete, for no one is willing to charge into a storm of bullets. That would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, these zombies could do so, lacking individual consciousness while possessing a relentless tenacity that humans do not. To phrase it optimistically, they are fearlessly reckless. To put it bluntly, they are merely fodder. The strategy of the sea of corpses is perfectly illustrated in this scenario. The intensity of the battle leaves everyone on edge, with ammunition being rapidly depleted. Modern warfare hinges on financial resources. Nations lacking sufficient funds find it exceedingly difficult to sustain a war. Historians have noted that during the Second World War, an average of 10,000 bullets were required to eliminate a single enemy combatant. As the first rays of scorching dawn break through the horizon, day finally arrives. Chapter 25. The steel torrent continuously. Formidable zombies attempt to scale the city walls, yet before they can inflict significant casualties, countless sniper bullets accurately strike their heads. However, for humanity, exterminating the zombie onslaught proves to be no simple feat. The landscape is awash with a crimson tide of corpses, though the ferocity of the assault has diminished. With fervor, I relentlessly pull the trigger of my machine gun, dispatching one zombie after another. Even the massive mutated rats cannot withstand the barrage for long. These zombies seem fragile and easily vanquished under my firepower. Yet, I soon awaken from this dream. To speak of the matter, even the corpulent green giant is beyond the capabilities of a machine gun. After a full minute of sustained fire, I was unable to bring it down, only for a sniper to ultimately end its life. The efficacy of machine guns is ultimately insufficient, though a single bullet may be fatal to humans regardless of the weapon. The same cannot be said for zombies. Even a hail of headshots from a machine gun may not be enough to kill a high-level zombie. And machine guns are far less accurate than rifles, despite their undeniable effectiveness in suppressing enemy fire. After a protracted and fierce battle, the situation at the defense line remained unchanged. The horde failed to breach our defenses, but we were equally unable to wipe them out. The zombies continued to die in droves, yet their numbers seemed inexhaustible. Various artillery shells rained down upon the horde, instantly obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius. The resulting shockwave reduced thousands of zombies to fragments, creating a temporary vacuum that was quickly filled by countless more. The relentless slaughter numbed my senses. Discarded magazines littered the ground. When the reserve unit arrived to relieve me, I was surprised to realize how much time had passed. My taut nerves finally relaxed, leaving my body feeling weak and on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, several soldiers caught me. "Commander, are you all right?" a soldier asked anxiously. He was one of the 11th Battalion, a familiar face whose name escaped me. "I'm fine," I replied, shaking my head and walking away, my face pale. The entire night had been spent in fierce combat, leaving me utterly exhausted. I staggered toward the refugee area, encountering the equally weary figures of Su Xiahong and Ma Tianyu along the way. "I'm fine, but I'm so tired," I murmured softly and then succumbed to sleep. Never having experienced such profound fatigue, my body alternated between chills and warmth, at times feeling as though I were plunged into a glacial abyss, and at others as if I were swimming through molten lava. In a haze, I sensed my uncle and others had come to check on me, upon confirming my well-being. They departed once more. My slumber was deep and disorienting, as I had long since cast aside any semblance of vigilance. When I finally awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon, an hour past the shift change of the guards, yet I remained ensconced in my slumber. Through the fog of sleep, I seemed to observe Su Xiahong and the others still peacefully resting. Rubbing my eyes, a sudden thought struck me. At the time of my promotion to sergeant, a certain in-game marketplace had opened. In my mind, the familiar interface resurfaced, yet the system shop that had been sealed away was now accessible. Entering the long-awaited marketplace, I was greeted by an array of exquisitely luxurious items. An esteemed M401 rifle of heroic caliber appeared before my eyes. M401 Thunder God, a heroic M401 rifle crafted by a world-renowned weapon collector, its frame enveloped in blue lightning, as if the Thunder God himself had descended. Unstoppable and devastating to all adversaries. Weight, 0 kilograms, magazine, infinite ammunition, effective range, 800 meters. The rifle is equipped with a grenade launcher, capacity, 360 rounds. Passive skill, Blessing of the Thunder God, inflicting an additional 30% damage to biochemical beasts when wielding this heroic weapon, and granting an additional 30% in experience points and GP rewards. Active skill, use with caution, Descent of the Thunder God. Upon activation, this skill summons an ancient war deity to obliterate all adversaries. However, its use results in the permanent sealing of the M401 Thunder God, rendering it unusable and unavailable for purchase in the system store. I gazed upon this prospect with fervent desire. To possess such a heroic weapon would surely guarantee my triumph against the encroaching zombie horde. Yet, the exorbitant price chilled my enthusiasm. 888 GP points. Such a sum rivals the avarice of even the most rapacious corporations. Due to budgetary constraints, I swiftly dismissed the other heroic grade weapons. The AK-47 Fire and AK, along with the Gatling Purgatory, RPK Phantom, and Nepal Dragon, were all far beyond my financial reach. Examining my GP balance, a meager 18,000 points, I realized it was but a drop in the ocean compared to the cost of these legendary armaments. After enduring arduous struggles in this apocalyptic world, and countless sleepless nights battling the undead, this was the meager reward. Dejected, I turned my attention to the more mundane weaponry. Yet, even a standard Barrett sniper rifle demanded 100,000 GP points, as did the Gatling machine guns. Only the basic, unenhanced rifles and pistols were reasonably priced. The L pistol, for instance, cost a mere 800 GP points and offered a 3-round burst function, effectively serving as a miniature submachine gun when wielded skillfully. However, its damage output left much to be desired. Yet, upon laying eyes on a silver handgun, I wasted no time in acquiring it. It bore the astonishing name Desert Eagle, and within the confines of the system's marketplace, its damage and magazine capacity ranked among the finest of civilian weaponry. Priced at a modest 2,000 GP, it was still well within my means, especially when a Nepalese kukri commanded a staggering 10,000 GP. For someone as frugal as I, that was practically a bargain. However, it is noteworthy that the cost of living essentials here remained relatively low. A sizable bag of instant noodles could be purchased for a mere fraction of a GP. Shaking my head, I exited the system's marketplace and roused Su Xiahong, who shot me a resentful glance. Meanwhile, Sheng Guantang was still deep in slumber, and I chose not to disturb her, instead slipping away quietly. Sexism, indeed. Su Xiahong's mind was filled with a torrent of frustrations. Unbeknownst to me, as soon as I stepped out of the tent, Sheng Guantang's eyes flew open, a bitter smile gracing her lips. How long must this damn apocalypse persist? May they all perish! I bellowed, relentlessly sweeping my machine gun across the horizon. This was no longer the same weapon I had once wielded. It was a brand new machine gun, boasting superior capabilities undoubtedly seized forcefully from a soldier stationed at the front line. as my previous firearm had long succumbed to the rigors of intense combat. The duration of this battle remains uncertain, yet the relentless onslaught of zombies continues unabated. Irrespective of how many are vanquished, the deceased corpses have accumulated to several meters in height beneath the city wall, rendering the originally modest 4-meter structure increasingly impotent. A moment's carelessness could see zombies surging forth, claws bared, particularly the phantoms, whose assaults, even in daylight, claim no fewer than 5 warriors each time. Their astonishing speed often leaves the soldiers with little opportunity to react. Within the command center, Wang Kai is momentarily resting his eyes. Having gone an entire day without proper sleep, the intensity of the conflict has left his nerves frayed. Sometimes, the burden of power can be a double-edged sword. As the commander of the protective zone, he bears an overwhelming weight of responsibility. Suddenly, Wang Kai's eyes snap open, bloodshot yet piercing. Fixated on the projections of the frontline situation captured by reconnaissance drones, deep in contemplation. The moment has arrived. The thunderous roar of machine guns persists. Yet the city gates are abruptly flung open not by the brute force of the zombies, for the gates possess nearly double the defensive strength of the walls. Countless heavily armored tanks emerge, charging fearlessly into the fray against all manner of monstrosities. Whether elite zombies or mere commoners, all are reduced to mere pulp beneath the unyielding track almost simultaneously. The tanks unleashed their fiery tongues, as shells erupted from their barrels, tracing arcs through the sky before crashing down with a force that obliterated everything within their reach. The armored battalion, arrayed in a formidable line, charged with immense power towards the horde of corpses, their specially crafted exteriors rendering them impervious to any zombie threat. Even the appearance of a colossal green giant would merely result in its annihilation before them. Over 50 tanks rampaged across the battlefield, swiftly sweeping away vast swathes of the undead. No zombie stood a chance against the might of these iron behemoths. The torrent of heavily armored tanks surged forward, nearly unstoppable. And in such dire circumstances, only a comparable steel onslaught could hope to contend with them. Chapter 26, The Collapse of the Defense. The absurdity of benevolent aspirations. The number of zombies on the battlefield dwindled at an astonishing rate, as the steel tide formed by the tank division obliterated all opposing entities. The relentless barrage rained down upon the entirety of the battlefield, rapidly turning the tide of battle. Even the elusive phantom found itself rendered ineffective at this moment. Cloaked in invisibility, it too could not inflict any meaningful damage upon the tanks. The soldiers, secure within the steadfast protection of their armored vehicles, remained untroubled by the threat of harm. A horde of zombies was swiftly succumbing to death. With each barrage, a vacuum was created. While the machine guns roared with furious intensity, the expanse of the undead throng receded at a pace visible to the naked eye, and the reinforcements were gradually dwindling. With fervent zeal, we pressed the triggers of our weapons, unleashing a torrent of bullets that transformed the battlefield into a veritable sea of blood and carnage. A wealth of experience points and GP seemed to beckon me, yet, at that very moment, an aberration abruptly manifested. At the edge of our sight, a horrific zombie emerged from the distance, its presence emanating a palpable aura of terror. Towering over 5 meters, its form was shrouded in a dark green luminescence that instilled a profound sense of dread. A ghostly green chain hammer materialized in its hand, and with each step, the earth quaked beneath its weight. All eyes were drawn to this monstrous entity. Its colossal stature rendered the city walls insignificant in comparison. A deep, guttural roar reverberated from afar, infused with an emotion of wrath, causing the faces of all present to drain of color. The terrifying aura exuding from this creature enveloped everyone in a suffocating dread. Dim! Warning, you are now confronted with a nightmarish biochemical overlord, the giant hammer beast. Please evacuate immediately. Repeat, please evacuate immediately. A sense of helplessness burgeoned within me, spreading like a contagion, as my complexion mirrored the pallor of my companions. In truth, I should have anticipated this. The sudden convergence of such a massive horde of biochemical zombies could not occur without the emergence of a biochemical overlord lurking in the shadows. Confronted with such a colossal behemoth, I found myself utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Even if I were a candidate for salvation, I remained merely that, a candidate. Indeed, even the genuine Savior, in the face of such dire circumstances at the dawn of this apocalypse, would likely be but a lamb to the slaughter. The emergence of the hammer beast has unleashed an even more astonishing tide of zombies. The front line, which had been on the verge of quelling the flames of war, erupted once more into unprecedented artillery fire. Even the reserves joined the fray with unwavering determination. Attention everyone, concentrate fire on the colossal creature. Wang Kai's voice resounded suddenly, amplified so that every soldier could hear it distinctly. In an instant, a torrent of firepower converged upon the hammer beast. A relentless barrage of bullets and shells cascading upon it. Yet, it bore no effect. Its ethereal green armor flawlessly deflected the onslaught, leaving only a multitude of minor bullet marks upon its formidable form. Damn it, why is this happening? Wang Kai's expression darkened as he spoke, for he had initially believed victory was assured. However, the sudden appearance of this biolord had thrust the situation to the brink of chaos beyond his control. Artillery unleashed countless shells upon the hammer beast, its immense bulk rendering it a gigantic target amid the sea of corpses. Yet, no matter how many diverse munitions rained upon it, none could inflict significant harm. The beast, wielding its massive chain hammer, seemed poised to unleash a tremendous surge of energy at any moment. Though bound by iron chains, it remained unfettered in its movements, exuding an aura of terror that marked it as a natural instrument of war. The tank battalions beneath the city moved with remarkable agility amidst the relentless tide of corpses. As the colossal hammer beast emerged, their artillery continued to rain upon it without pause, yet the impact was negligible. The iron chain hammer in the creature's grasp descended without hesitation, causing the very ground to tremble at that moment. 2 tanks were crushed into mere scrap metal beneath its blow, and the unfortunate drivers within were reduced to pulp. Such horror! Even the heavily armored tanks, formidable as they were, stood no chance against the hammer's might. What if its target were the city walls? Or worse, ourselves? The prospect was utterly fatal. As more and more of the undead horde approached the city walls, many soldiers were compelled to redirect their fire, covering the battlefield in a blanket of artillery. The initial concentrated assault had barely managed to inflict damage upon the hammer beast, and now, with their dwindling firepower, hope seemed bleak. The beast rampaged across the battlefield, wielding its massive chain hammer like a deity of death, impervious even to the once mighty tide of steel that had swept all before it. In the span of just 1 minute, it claimed at least 10 tanks as casualties. Meanwhile, atop a towering hill in the Bamboo Sea suburbs, 2 men and a woman surveyed the chaos below. It appeared that the final biohazard lord had made its entrance. One man, dressed in a sleek black trench coat with a dagger-like weapon strapped at his waist, remarked with keen interest. "And so what? Blood Shadow, before us, it is but an ant." The woman smiled, her figure strikingly alluring in a short skirt that barely grazed her thighs, accentuated by delicate white stockings, resembling a youthful maiden. Such matters lie in the future, thus, it is unwise to revel prematurely. As it stands, you can only barely contend with what you deem to be mere ants. The white-haired man spoke with calmness, his attire modest yet emanating an air of enigma. "Tu Su, shall we take action?" inquired the man in the trench coat, who was none other than the Blood Shadow, evidently a codename. He was among the chosen candidates selected by that individual, albeit merely a pawn. He was still worthy of our assistance. The white-haired man, known as Tu Su, revealed that his full name was Bai Li Tu Su. "How long do you require to deal with that biochemical lord?" Bai Li Tu Su directed his gaze towards Blood Shadow. "Within 7 moves. Blood Shadow mused before countering with a question for Sure Tian, "What about you?" "I would need but 1 move, Bai Li Tu Su replied nonchalantly, and in an instant, their forms vanished. However, this was merely a futile attempt to quench thirst with poison. It was not long before the tank division suffered complete annihilation. the so-called commander of the tank division also becoming a fleeting specter in this battle. The crimson gaze of the hammer beast fell upon the defenses, sending shivers down the spines of countless individuals. With a resounding crash, much of the city wall collapsed. As the hammer beast relentlessly swung its colossal chain hammer against the defenses, claiming the lives of at least 100 soldiers in a single blow. Countless zombies surged onto the crumbling walls, clawing and gnashing as they lunged towards the defenders. All was lost. Wang Kai's face was etched with profound sorrow. The situation had become painfully clear, the defensive line had completely collapsed, and it was only a matter of time before the horde of the undead would annihilate them all. He had never imagined that the army he had nurtured for years would face total annihilation in this war. His face pale, he collapsed to the ground, only to be swiftly lifted by his guards. At this critical juncture, most of the guards had been dispatched to the battlefield, and the dire state of the defenses left Wang Kai with no choice but to issue the order, open the rear gates. Let the survivors leave as quickly as possible. Save as many as you can. Deep down, Wang Kai knew all too well that these bloodthirsty hordes, which even soldiers could not withstand, would unleash a horrific massacre once they breached the sanctuary. How could defenseless civilians possibly stand a chance against such monsters? But what about you, Commander? A guard anxiously inquired. As the commander of the three armies, I would rather dedicate my final moments to the people than live in cowardly disgrace. This way, I can face my ancestors in the afterlife with honor, Wang Kai declared, picking up a light machine gun with a self-deprecating smile. How many years had it been since he last fought? Roars! The deafening cries of the zombies echoed everywhere. My face turned ashen as I gazed at the colossal hammer beast dozens of meters away. Its massive frame, encircled by an eerie green glow, was utterly terrifying. The tide of the entire battlefield had been turned by this single monstrous entity. Even the formidable Esper, Fenshin, found himself on the battlefield, yet his contributions proved equally insignificant. Upon realizing the dire and irreparable circumstances, he too fled from the scene. Faced with the terrifying behemoth of the hammer beast, he was but an insignificant ant. Jin Hao! What shall we do? The figure of Su Xiahong materialized before me, disheveled and pale after the fierce combat. What else can be done? To leave this place is to survive, to remain here is to face certain death. I gritted my teeth, my resolve wavering in the final moments of our crumbling defense. The current situation offered no possibility of reversal. Given our dwindling numbers and the state of the walls, we could hardly contend with that nightmarish biolord. The relentless tide of corpses assailing the walls was beyond our capacity to repel, and countless soldiers perished rapidly amidst the chaos. I did not possess the lofty ideals of a world savior, the notion of altruism was far too distant for me. In truth, I was merely an ordinary person, ill-suited to assume the mantle of a hero. There remained countless matters demanding my attention. My parents were still missing, and my aunt and uncle, along with Shang Guantang, required protection in this tumultuous era. Enlisting in the military was merely a means to wield authority over troops and to seize opportunities to slay zombies. I had no intention of sacrificing my life for a defense line on the brink of collapse. The romantic notion of self-sacrifice for the people was foreign to me. I simply wished to utilize my strength to safeguard those I cherished. Chapter 27, Flash God-Slaying Severance. I swiftly turned with Su Xiahong and departed. Remaining behind at this moment would be the height of folly. Even if the remaining soldiers fought valiantly to the last, it would merely serve to delay the relentless advance of the horde. Countless zombies, their faces grotesquely contorted, surged toward the crumbling city walls, while various malevolent entities revealed their claws in that instant. A colossal green behemoth suddenly pounced, mercilessly obliterating nearly 5 soldiers in a single blow. At that very moment, the hammer beast emitted a bizarre, deep growl, and without hesitation, it brought its massive hammer down upon the wall, targeting the soldier's most concentrated position. Yet, in this critical juncture, a voice resonated through the air, "Flash God-Slayer break." A silver-haired man slowly uttered these words, and in an instant, a dark crimson giant sword materialized in his hand. Feng Ji. An ancient divine weapon. No sooner had he spoken than the divine sword swept through the air with unstoppable force, tracing a blood-red arc. The blade struck the neck of the hammer beast, its terrifying might instantly shattering the bio-armor encasing it. A profound gash appeared on the creature's neck, its blood-red eyes widening in disbelief, yet ultimately, its massive form crashed to the ground, akin to a colossal hill collapsing. The resounding thud echoed as the hammer beast's giant chain hammer fell to the earth, gradually disintegrating into ethereal green fragments that vanished into the atmosphere. Throughout this tumultuous scene, the expression on the face of the silver-haired man, Bai Li Tu Su, remained remarkably serene, persisting in his tranquility until the moment he vanished once more. The denouement arrived, casting a pall of gloom over the world. In a fleeting 3 seconds, the once formidable behemoth lay vanquished, felled by a human in a single, decisive strike. Onlookers were dumbfounded by the unexpected turn of events. The behemoth and Bai Li Tu Su had each, in their own way, swayed the battle's outcome. With the behemoth's demise, the human soldiers seized the opportune moment to launch a counteroffensive. A barrage of artillery fire once again engulfed the land as the warriors, with fervent cries, fought tooth and nail. As twilight descended, humanity emerged victorious, albeit at a great cost. The defensive line was strewn with corpses, a macabre tableau of dismembered limbs and rivers of blood. The ground was carpeted with the remains of the undead, their numbers so vast that an accurate tally would take days, but certainly exceeding 200,000. The human toll was equally staggering. Of the initial 5,500 soldiers, fewer than 3,000 remained. Without Bai Li Tu Su's intervention, even these survivors would have been annihilated. The origins of Bai Li Tu Su remain shrouded in mystery, with some speculating that he was a gifted psychic, a conjecture that only scratched the surface of the truth. The battle had depleted over half of the protected zone's ammunition reserves, and Wang Kai's trump card, his tank division, was utterly destroyed, causing him immense anguish. In pre-apocalyptic times, depleted ammunition could be replenished, but now, such a prospect was but a distant dream. Yet, it is indeed the fate of his armored division that weighs most heavily on Wang Kai's heart. Without these formidable tanks, how shall the refuge withstand another onslaught of the undead in the future? Under Wang Kai's command, the fortifications are not merely being repaired, they are being reconstructed. For the original walls have been reduced to mere ruins, and the desiccated blood has congealed upon their surfaces, a grotesque amelang of eerie green and vibrant red. Outside the walls, the countless corpses of zombies are being gathered and incinerated to ash under Wang Kai's direction. Truth be told, the sensation of witnessing innumerable ashes swirling in the sky for the first time is a memory that shall remain etched in my mind for eternity. Should these cadavers remain unpurged, a plague would undoubtedly arise. Although in this new century, the threat of disease to humanity has significantly diminished, a colossal epidemic in a post-apocalyptic world would pose an entirely different peril. The refuge possesses scant medical supplies and facilities, and the catastrophic plagues that once claimed hundreds of thousands of lives could easily resurface in Huaxia if one were not careful. Though the apocalypse persists, life must carry on. Thus, a week passed in unsettling tranquility. Each day, lives were lost, and while this war has instilled a flicker of hope, the relentless pressure of survival has led many to choose self-destruction. Others, torn from their families, either succumb to jealousy and bitterness as they witness reunions around them, or they plunge into despair, taking their own lives. Numerous fatalities have arisen due to illness, particularly among the elderly over 60, who are besieged by various age-related ailments, necessitating daily medication, the cessation of which poses a grave risk to their lives. However, the current supply of pharmaceuticals within the protected area is woefully inadequate, and their exorbitant prices are beyond reach. In this region, the use of pre-apocalypse currency has been entirely abandoned, replaced instead by a long obsolete rationing system reminiscent of the era before the reforms, a system that has been resurrected and reprinted. In this apocalyptic scenario, even a mere cold could prove fatal. This is no exaggeration. Although the law has ceased to exist, The presence of military forces within the protected area maintains a semblance of order, suppressing dissent with the cold steel of their weapons. Under the auspices of Wang Kai, I have recently ascended to the rank of regiment commander, positioning me as his second-in-command, subordinate only to Qiu Zhendong. However, this regiment is far from fully staffed, comprising a mere 700 personnel, which includes the familiar members of the 11th Battalion. Following the previous brutal conflict, the 11th Battalion has dwindled to fewer than 200 soldiers, with a survival rate below 50%, starkly illustrating the horrors of war. In recent days, I have harbored the belief that I could finally breathe easy, establishing my footing within the protected area and aspiring toward the pinnacle of my life. That night, I found myself in the temporary conference room of the command center. The attendance was sparse, a mere 6 individuals. Yet each one was undeniably a paragon within the protected area. Without further ado, I proceeded to the matter at hand, as Wang Kai spoke with a calm demeanor. A full week has elapsed since the onset of that war, and it is abundantly clear to all that our strength has been severely diminished, rendering us ill-equipped to confront any potential upheavals that may arise in the future. Thus, what are your thoughts? Wang Kai posed the question to those present. We could initiate a conscription. There are over 20,000 survivors within the protective zone, and more than half of them are adult males, suggested a corpulent middle-aged man, adorned in an expensive black suit. He was the mayor of Zhuhai City, though he now found himself on the brink of losing everything. It was only out of respect for Wang Kai that he was permitted to attend this meeting. That is indeed a viable suggestion, Wang Kai replied. However, our current stock of weapons and ammunition is far from adequate, and we lack the necessary time to train new recruits. He frowned, yet acknowledged that the proposal was worth exploring. Let us issue a conscription notice effective immediately, seeking 2,000 recruits to somewhat mitigate our losses. Even though the combat effectiveness of new soldiers pales in comparison to that of seasoned veterans. That may be so, I interjected, shaking my head, but without sufficient incentives, I fear those survivors will remain unmoved. Even before the apocalypse, few were willing to enlist, and now, each individual is only concerned with preserving their own life. It is utterly implausible to expect them to risk their lives without adequate compensation. What if we offer complete medical coverage for their families, enhance the quality of rations, and provide a lump sum payment of 1 month's worth of living supplies to the families of those who perish in battle? How does that sound? Wang Kai clenched his teeth, causing a wave of astonishment among those present. Such privileges did not exist even when the government was still operational, and now, amid the scarcity of resources in this apocalyptic world, I believe it is unfeasible. Our reserves are exceedingly limited, and if this continues, we will not endure for long, Qiu Zhendong remarked with a complex expression. Soon, Vice Chief of Staff Guan Tingfei and another individual echoed Qiu Zhendong's sentiments. Although they expressed their opinions, the essence of their arguments did not significantly differ from his. Ultimately, Wang Kai resolutely established this policy despite the opposition. Henceforth, the matter of conscription was entrusted to Jing Hao. Is there any dissent? None, they replied in unison. However, unbeknownst to them, Qiu Zhendong's expression subtly shifted, only to quickly revert to composure. By the way, don't all the prefecture-level cities and provincial capitals have military forces stationed to establish protective zones? Why must we fight alone? A thought struck me, vividly recalling the multimedia broadcasts from our classroom. Wasn't Longqing, our neighboring prefecture-level city? A senior officer from the army stationed there was an old acquaintance of mine. Guan Tingfei pondered for a moment before responding. However, despite this, establishing contact with other cities in this apocalypse is not a trivial task. Various transportation routes have been obliterated, and all signals have been lost. The once dominant 3 telecommunications giants have long since vanished from sight. The meeting concluded swiftly, and I, feeling somewhat fatigued, entered a residence. Ever since the cessation of hostilities, I have prospered, no longer constrained to slumber within the confines of a tent. While I cannot claim to be of the highest rank, I certainly wield a considerable degree of influence now. Along the way, I encountered my cousin. Her family has also taken up residence here. My uncle had been quite supportive of my family in the past, and naturally, as I ascend the ladder of success, I shall not forget them. This is what they call the rise of one elevating the whole family, isn't it? Jinhao, who would have thought you'd experience such a rise? My cousin remarked with a touch of nostalgia, recalling how, during my academic days, I had been rather lackadaisical, earning her disdain. Yet now witnessing my transformation into a triumphant figure in life. Chapter 28, The Terrifying Nature of Human Hearts. Still awake at this hour? I chuckled, approaching her. It was evident that she had been waiting for me, and the intent of Shen Guanting was unmistakable. Lying on the bed, I did not rush to sleep. The stars twinkled far more brilliantly than before the apocalypse, and the serene night was almost devoid of sound, leading me to momentarily believe I was still in the world prior to the end. How wonderful it would be if this tranquility could persist indefinitely. Shen Guanting, filled with reflection, sighed, however, that is certainly not feasible. Now, Jinghao, your stature is ever increasing, and soon, countless women will undoubtedly vie for your affection. How could that be? I replied. Even if there were numerous virtuous women seeking my attention, I possess an unwavering resolve. I reassured Shen Guanting, though even I found it difficult to believe my own words. Humph, who knows you? Previously, a vixen like Xiyue Wu had you utterly captivated. Shang Guantang let out a discontented hum, leaving me feeling somewhat awkward. I reminded her that it was I who resolutely rejected her, and it was she who turned away without a second glance. Shang Guantang, with no hesitation, delivered a cutting remark, her eyes reflecting displeasure. Such a woman is exceedingly cunning. She approached you solely to safeguard her own life, and you failed to perceive that. At a loss for words, I could only chuckle self-deprecatingly. Of course I noticed. How many genuine affections could a lowly person like me inspire? The room fell into a profound silence, save for my presence. Shang Guantang's crystalline eyes sparkled with an unusual emotion, causing my heart to tremble as a surge of fervor welled within me. As the night quietly progressed past its midpoint, around 4 in the morning, an ominous shadow stealthily entered my room without warning. Everything was on the brink of concluding. A man clad in a black trench coat murmured, and said I spoke with a calm demeanor, gripping the dagger firmly in my reverse hold. The man in the trench coat exuded an aura far beyond that of an ordinary individual, clearly marking him as a practitioner of extraordinary abilities. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the dagger could plunge into his chest if I so desired. Speak, who sent you? Confess honestly, and perhaps I might spare your life. The dying have little left to lose, he retorted with a cold smirk. Even if you were to take my life now, it would merely delay your own demise. The coup d'état by General Chiu has already commenced. Over half of the officials have been bribed by us. By this time, your superiors may very well be breathing their last. And so what? To hell with you. I gritted my teeth, thrusting the dagger resolutely into his chest. As his heavy body collapsed to the floor, Shang Guantang stirred from her slumber, murmuring, Jinghao, what are you doing in the middle of the night? A traitorous coup is underway. I must rendezvous with my uncle and the others, preparing for the worst. My expression fluctuated between shadows of doubt and resolve, my mind a whirlwind of confusion, unsure of my next course of action. Nevertheless, I dashed outside, illuminating the entire house with the lights. As I burst through the door, I encountered Su Xiahong, who appeared disheveled, a wound on his body oozing blood, a clear indication of a recent fierce battle. Our eyes met, and without a word, we ran together. There was no time left for lengthy explanations. At the entrance of the house lay more than a dozen soldiers, each bearing a crimson mark upon their necks. My expression shifted dramatically. The two assassins, having dispatched so many guards, were able to ascend the stairs with utter silence, their formidable prowess evident. Although it was still the early hours of the morning, darkness was nowhere to be found. Everywhere glimmered with intense white light, while distant gunfire rang out incessantly. I was utterly oblivious to the state of affairs. Yet the present circumstances perfectly mirrored the words of the man in the trench coat. The mutiny had commenced. "Jin Hao, what shall we do next?" Su Xiahong inquired, his countenance reflecting the gravity of his unprecedented predicament. "Let us proceed to the battalion's encampment." I gritted my teeth. At this juncture, we must seize control of the military forces, for the consequences of failure would be dire. Meanwhile, within the temporary command center of the safe zone, a monumental event was unfolding. "Wang Kai, no matter how astute your calculations may be, did you ever foresee this day?" A man scoffed disdainfully. He was Chou Zhendong, renowned as the second in command of the safe zone. At that moment, Wang Kai, his face ashen, was bound to a chair, surrounded by a multitude of heavily armed elite soldiers. Alongside an unwelcome guest, a formidable psychic known as Fan Tian. The turmoil occurring within the command center today was orchestrated by him, having stealthily infiltrated the premises, evading the vigilance of over 100 guards, and swiftly executing the control, or rather, the abduction of Wang Kai. Had Wang Kai not been restrained, the situation of this military coup would have been utterly unpredictable. The formidable presence of over 100 heavily armed guards should not be underestimated. Even with Chou Zhendong commanding more than half of the military forces in the protected area, he could not confidently resolve the matter within 5 minutes, which would inevitably alert Wang Kai's entire battalion. It was precisely for this reason that Wang Kai's appearance before Chou Zhendong, seemingly powerless, filled the latter with such triumph. I had always believed that despite your immense ambition, Chou Zhendong, you would refrain from orchestrating a massacre for the sake of power. Yet, it appears I was mistaken. Wang Kai sighed. "So what, Wang Kai? Do you not realize that all of this has been orchestrated by you?" Chou Zhendong questioned from his elevated position. "Since my enlistment, you have always stood a rank above me. True, your capabilities surpass mine. In both individual strength and command skills, I am indeed inferior. Yet, how could I resign myself to remaining subordinate? After enduring hardship, this catastrophe has finally bestowed upon me hope. Your loyal troops have suffered significant casualties, and the remaining forces directly under your command amount to scarcely one more regiment than mine. However, from the moment you began nurturing Jing Hao, I understood that you had never relinquished your wariness of me. You have always exuded confidence, believing that Jing Hao, being your personally trained subordinate, would never betray you. But have you considered that the majority of that regiment, aside from the 11th Battalion, may not even be under Jing Hao's control?" Chou Zhendong scoffed, a triumphant expression of a victor unmistakably etched upon his face. Wang Kai's previously composed countenance underwent a dramatic transformation at that moment. Chou Zhendong's mutiny already held the initiative, possessing meticulous and comprehensive strategic deployments. The depletion of a further regiment would render Wang Kai devoid of any prospect of triumph. "Chou Zhendong, you have prevailed this time. Success or failure determines the judgment of kings, and I have no recourse. However, your instigation of this mutiny has further debilitated our already weakened military strength. Does the impending threat of the zombie hordes not concern you? The Bamboo Sea holds far more than this meager number of the undead." Wang Kai fixed his gaze upon Chou Zhendong, his expression fraught with indignation, seemingly seeking a justification from him. "Fear? Of course, I fear. But what concern is it of mine? At worst, we abandon the city. What do I care about the lives of these refugees? With several thousand troops, is there no place under heaven where Chou can find refuge? Furthermore, I can unconditionally conscript them into the army, thereby securing sufficient forces. If I delay further, I fear that once you have enlisted your 2,000 new recruits, I will truly have no chance of reversing the situation. The time is not yet ripe." Chou Zhendong sneered. "Although you are now a prisoner, you still possess some residual utility. The situation throughout the protected area has descended into increasing chaos. Countless soldiers in identical uniforms are engaged in fierce combat. However, the forces distinguished by red ropes tied to their shoulders far outnumber their adversaries. En route! Su Xiahong and I eliminated no fewer than a dozen mutinous soldiers. Upon our arrival at the regimental garrison, it too was engulfed in an unprecedented melee. However, the weaker faction was tenaciously holding its ground, relying on the structural barriers of the buildings. Upon my arrival, the soldier known as Little Li exhibited a moment of bewilderment before leveling his firearm and discharging a round in my direction. It was then that I discerned the crimson cord affixed to his arm. "Despicable," I exclaimed, as a projectile pierced my left arm, causing a profuse effusion of blood. Notwithstanding my augmented physical resilience, I remained vulnerable to ballistic weaponry. "It's Zheng Hao. They're still alive. Eliminate him." The chief decreed a substantial reward for Zheng Hao's demise. Someone exclaimed, yet their weapon remained trained upon me. A deluge of gunfire assailed both Su Xiahong and myself, compelling us to seek refuge behind a structure. A profound despondency washed over me. It became apparent that allegiances in this world were ephemeral, easily relinquished in the face of self-interest. In this post-apocalyptic epoch, the true menace was not the animated corpses, but the venality of the human heart. Xiaoyu hails from an ordinary family, devoid of immense wealth, and is yet to reach the age of establishing a household. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu aspires to contribute to this unremarkable family through diligent efforts. The cost of a daily subscription, if one were to indulge in 2 updates a day, amounts to merely a few dimes, an insignificant sum in this era of soaring prices in the 21st century. Surrounding Xiaoyu are numerous students who unhesitatingly spend lavishly on game skins, such as the various epic skins in a certain renowned game, often purchasing them without a moment's hesitation. At this juncture, some readers may protest, claiming, "We are still young and lack abundant funds." But is that truly the case? The cost of a day's worth of reading this apocalypse era would barely suffice to purchase a single bun. Even children, to some extent, possess a modicum of pocket money. However, if some readers genuinely find themselves in financial straits, living in poverty, that is entirely understandable, for one must consider the hard-earned money of their parents. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Xiaoyu's editor, Jingjiu, with whom I have had the pleasure of working for 2 years. This dedicated editor has contributed immensely to this book. Without him, it would not exist. I am profoundly thankful to those readers who have followed me from my previous works. And I owe you an apology. A small portion of this book's plot bears resemblance to my earlier works, and I will strive to avoid such overlaps in the future. However, as this narrative belongs to the genre of apocalypse literature, many themes that highlight the complexities of human nature may naturally intersect. And thus this book may share certain narrative patterns with other works in the same realm, paying homage to those stories. However, it is certainly not the plagiarism that some perceive. Many apocalyptic tropes have deeply ingrained themselves in the collective consciousness. In the future, I shall strive to create even better content. Currently, the performance of this book is far from satisfactory. I am acutely aware of the anticipated subscriptions post-launch. Nonetheless, I earnestly implore everyone to consider subscribing. Without a minimum of 50 subscriptions, there would be little justification for continuing the writing of this book. The initial subscriptions are truly crucial. The forthcoming narrative promises to be even more captivating, with enigmatic developments awaiting your participation. Here are the methods for recharging. You may wish to refer to Mingxin. Below are the detailed steps and considerations for recharging. On Haiyan, 1. Prior to recharging, you must log into your Haiyan account. Haiyan supports one-click login. If you possess a QQ number, WeChat number, Baidu account, or Sina Weibo account, you can directly utilize one of these accounts for seamless access to Haiyan. After logging in, click on the Recharge option at the top of the homepage and follow the prompts to complete the process. 3 specific recharge methods. Haiyan supports 8 different payment options, including online banking, Alipay, WeChat Pay, SMS recharge, Tenpay, mobile phone recharge card, Game Point card, and PayPal. Each payment method has varying exchange rates, which I shall not enumerate here. I recommend using WeChat, Alipay, or Tenpay for recharging. For users on the iOS system, it is advisable to recharge via the website to avoid incurring excessive fees charged by Apple. Chapter 29. The situation spirals out of control, damn it. These individuals will resort to any means for their own benefit. Su Xiahong gritted his teeth and said, taking refuge behind a building with me as a relentless barrage of gunfire rained down around us. However, the footsteps grew ever closer. At this moment, we dared not expose ourselves. To do so would surely lead to our demise. Yet, it was abundantly clear without looking that they were converging upon me. Though their numbers were not overwhelming, they were nearly 20 strong. Chapter 30. The indecisive choice. At this moment, Huang Jie appeared utterly transformed from his usual self. His countenance as cold and fierce as a wolf, revealing a hint of unfamiliarity. In his hand, he held a gleaming white blade. Faint traces of blood sliding down its surface. Aren't you surprised? Huang Jie asked, his tone laced with astonishment at the calmness in my eyes. What is there to be surprised about when it is something I have long anticipated? I shook my head, still clutching that chilling weapon. The armored vehicle unit sped forward, quickly covering a distance of 10 kilometers from the protection zone. Inside the vehicle, I gazed into the distance with a complex expression. Most of the zombies in this area had been eradicated by the protection zone, and even if there were any remaining, they were merely the occasional few that strayed out. Commander, where shall we head next? Inquired the soldier driving the armored vehicle. We'll take it one step at a time. For now, we must simply move away. With a resigned shake of my head, we swiftly descended the stairs and briefed Huang Jie and the others on the current situation. The hotel was sufficiently spacious to serve as a temporary refuge, thus setting the stage for a fervent extermination operation. The tightly shut doors of the hotel rooms were forcefully kicked open, and any subtle movement was meticulously observed by the vigilant soldiers. Numerous zombies trapped behind those doors were swiftly dispatched. In the gripping narrative of the apocalypse era, a critical moment unfolds as the air is suddenly shattered by the sound of gunfire. A bullet, without any forewarning, tears through the atmosphere, revealing a semi-transparent figure. This is the Phantom, whose chest bears a gruesome wound. Since the onset of mutation, this creature has been shrouded in darkness, seemingly merging with the shadows that surround it. It emits a haunting wail, attempting to retreat back into the obscurity from whence it came. The novel Doomsday era is currently undergoing updates. Please bear with us for a moment as the content is being refreshed. Chapter 35. The loss of lips and teeth. Yang Jinming's intentions have become exceedingly clear. He is evidently attempting to deceive me without offering any benefits in return, seeking my provision of resources. This is nothing short of a fool's errand. What sincerity do you desire? Is it not the rescue team dispatched by our superiors? Yang Jinming remarked with a grim expression. I have no wish to repeat myself. I spoke with indifference. Chapter 36. A clash of titans. Undoubtedly, the massive dent in the iron gate was inflicted by the green giant. With its powerful fists, it could easily deliver a devastating blow to the iron door, no matter how resilient an object may be. It ultimately cannot withstand the onslaught of a mutated beast altered by Maka rays. Another forceful impact struck the iron door, further compromising its already battered state. I gritted my teeth, channeling all my strength into the door, my demeanor shifting from initial calmness to one of urgency. Yet at that moment, a sensation at my waist. The novel Apocalypse era is currently being updated. Please wait a moment as the content is being revised. After the updates, kindly refresh the page to access the latest chapters. Chapter 37. Unknown dangers. As the narrative unfolds, a formidable creature emerges on the battlefield, exuding an aura of terror. Its massive form exceeds 3 meters, with limbs firmly planted on the ground. Remarkably, it possesses 3 eyes, each a deep crimson hue, and its enormous fangs appear particularly menacing. A tail resembling a tentacle trails behind, adorned with numerous tiny bony spikes, while an eerie, bluish skin undulates with strange movements beneath the surface. The appearance of this blue monstrosity disrupts the 7th Squad's previous engagement with the zombies. Please wait a moment as the content is being revised. After the updates, kindly refresh the page to access the latest chapters. In the chapter titled Nightmare of the Undead, the Gatling gun in my hands unleashed a torrent of fire. As the demise of the corpse-eating beasts shifted the tide of battle, with relentless fervor, I pulled the trigger, embodying the essence of a deity of destruction, annihilating all that stood in my path. The rapidly spinning Gatling gun continued its grim harvest of the zombie horde, leaving no entity capable of opposing its might. Every zombie struck by the bullets erupted in a violent explosion, as the Gatling's formidable combat power far surpassed that of ordinary weaponry, rendering the undead nearly defenseless. Please hold on as the content is being updated, and refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. As the dawn of a new day bathed the earth in its golden light, the military offensive against the newly established city had already commenced. The relentless bombardment transformed the already ravaged town into a desolate wasteland, where countless zombies perished amidst the chaos, their dismembered limbs and rivers of blood painting a grim tableau. A towering structure succumbed to the indiscriminate saturation bombing, collapsing into ruins, yet, I felt no remorse, for while the town may be reduced to debris, it could be rebuilt. The loss of human life, however, is irrevocable. In the meantime, I remained unaware of the trials that Lena faced in the suburbs. Armed with a Malay sword, I navigated through the new district, my spirit soaring after awakening my extraordinary abilities. I found myself nearly invincible, with few capable of matching my prowess, including all the superhumans I had encountered. The only exception remained the formidable figure who had effortlessly slain the biohazard lord with a single strike. The notorious Bai Li Tu Su. That is truly a terrifying existence, a force that has approached the divine. Each time I recall it. The town has been progressing steadily over the past few days. Thus far, we have nearly 2,000 survivors, which is equivalent to 1/5 of the original resident population. Perhaps this figure may seem insignificant before the apocalypse, but it constitutes a considerable strength in the present context. Occasionally, small-scale hordes of the undead invade the town. Initially, it is manageable, yet with increasing frequency, it becomes overwhelming for the defenders, as the military strength of the entire town is limited. The novel apocalyptic era is being updated with text in real time. Please hold on for a moment, and refresh the page to access the latest updates. Chapter 45, Intense Battle Among Human Forces. Given the current circumstances, it seems likely that the new recruits will be fully formed before nightfall. Observing the conscription situation, I expressed my thoughts. Unless unforeseen events occur, we are almost there. However, how prepared are we with our weaponry? We cannot allow the new soldiers to become the subject of ridicule, remarked Su Xiahong, with a hint of concern on his face. Rest assured, we did gather a substantial amount of military supplies from the protection zone. Chapter 46, The terrifying Xiao Changfeng. The heavy armor rendered ordinary bullets utterly ineffective. Soon, amidst the thunderous roar of the armored vehicles, the enemy was thrown into evident disarray, their formation shattered. Many fled in all directions to evade the oncoming armored vehicles. This turmoil allowed us to rapidly expand our advantage. The chaotic movement of 9 armored vehicles within their ranks was no trifling matter. One slip could result in devastating consequences. Charge! I suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 47, What goes around comes around. I watched all of this with fury, but I was helpless. I frantically pulled the trigger of my AK-47A, retreating rapidly. However, the summit was so small, where could I possibly retreat to? Farewell, sir. Those were the final cries of the last 2 soldiers. The next moment, their bodies were turned into charred corpses in the lightning. My hands were empty. Chapter 48, Slaying the Mutated Jing Hao. If you kill me, you will regret it for the rest of your life, Xiao Changfeng said coldly, his previous panic seemingly gone. If intimidation were effective, I would have died long ago. I stated serenely, and then the Malay kris unhesitatingly pierced Xiao Changfeng's skull, with blood continuously gushing forth. Though Xiao Changfeng was formidable in any currently being typed by hand, please wait momentarily. Upon content update, kindly refresh the page to acquire the latest content. The 4th or 9th chapter, the Tsongwang army as time elapsed. A week had flown by, marking a full month since the advent of the apocalypse. Amidst the tranquil days, my influence burgeoned swiftly. Daily, the wireless broadcast disseminated propaganda extensively within and beyond my sphere of influence. A constant stream of afflicted survivors sought refuge, resulting in a considerable daily augmentation of our populace. Sustaining thousands posed a substantial encumbrance for the town, even with my possession of the system store. Currently being typed by hand, please wait momentarily. Upon content update, kindly refresh the page to acquire the latest content. The novel End of Days epoch has been updated with the following content. Chapter 50, A Godlike Existence Amidst the Tide of Corpses, my figure weaves effortlessly, wielding the Nepalese kukri with a fluid grace. Each heavy slash, horizontal cleave, and thrust showcases the prowess of this blade, revered as the king of close combat. Its unique construction necessitates powerful strikes to maximize its combat potential. With each swing, at least 2 zombies succumb to my might. In this frenzied state, I transform into a harbinger of death, with no entity capable of. Chapter 51, The Conspiracy of Dragon City. I remain unaware of the tribulations faced by Bai Li Tu Su. Following an influx of military supplies, our forces have experienced rapid growth. With ongoing recruitment, our army has surpassed 1,000 personnel and is in the process of forming an artillery unit. The majority are fresh recruits, for whom I have dedicated countless resources and financial support. On the battlefield, the significance of artillery is paramount, impacting both humans and zombies alike. The tank division has also been established. Currently being composed, please wait a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. Chapter 52, The Arrival of the Terminator. I spoke with an icy demeanor, stating that, in truth, all the aforementioned data-laden content had been infused with embellishments. However, I had no alternative but to adapt to the present circumstances. I can entrust the protected zone to you, but you must ensure the safety of all individuals. Li Zicheng, with a grimace and an expression of profound complexity, struggled to utter these words, as if a decade had been added to his years upon their utterance. No problem. The novel Apocalypse Era has been fully updated. Remember the title, I Have a Horror House offers an intriguing introduction. Rebirth in the Interstellar Realm presents a captivating narrative. Quick Transmigration, Unlocking the Luck of the Koi showcases an engaging tale. Entering the Unscientific invites readers into a fascinating exploration. Quick Transmigration, the female supporting role. Addicted to flirting with the male god unveils an enthralling story. Academician of a great nation captivates with its compelling themes.